The story begins in the large square of the imperial palace, where the emperor sits on a high tribune under. The morning sun illuminated his gathered court and soldiers. Among them was one who received a direct order from the Supreme, the very ruler who first united the continent, entrusted him with a mission of revelation, to uncover the secret of immortality. This man believed that wherever his path led, he would inevitably find it, and would not return until he obtained the final answer. The past receded, and the empire itself crumbled to dust. Over time, his memory faded from people's thoughts, leaving behind only a weave of countless rumors. In an unknown era, somewhere in a vast mountain range, sharp peaks hid in a sea of clouds. On one of them, two figures stood by a carriage, gazing into the distance and sighing. A man. A very, very long time has passed, the old man cautiously said to the youth. He carries him on his back. Look there, Asura. This is the continent of the Central Plains. There the place of your leader, your... Indeed, the youth had long since set out by the Emperor's order to seek the secret of immortality. He followed his gaze, silently looking into the distance for a moment before suddenly, sighing heavily. Leader. I am very hungry, the old man replied angrily. Boy, you completely ruined the mood. Not every day do I get the chance to return to memories. The scene changes. Now, in darkness, the sound of ragged, desperate breathing echoes endlessly. These sighs belong to a young woman, a woman sprawled on the ground, and a quiet voice whispered in her ear. Run, master of the villa. Take the sword with the ghostly face and leave here now. She raised her head in shock and saw how the head of the servants, Haya, her constant guardian, lay before her, his life fading. With those last words, the rest of her people were torn apart by hideous monsters, the air filled with painful screams and the smell of fresh blood, creating a truly terrible scene. Her eyes widened. Horror, drops of sweat ran down her face. A middle-aged man. Seizing the opportunity, he raised the blade to strike one of the beasts. He used his signature move, the Jade Shepherd. A screeching strike, putting all his life force into it. But even that mighty blow could not even scratch the monster. Instead, as soon as his long sword touched the skin, the blade instantly shattered into 1,000 fragments. The monster opened its huge jaws and lunged forward. The man did not have time to react. Suddenly his jaws grabbed him, and the men fell one after another, quickly destroyed by a horde of monsters. Nearby, perched on a tree, on a branch, someone watched everything and laughed with genuine delight. You really should learn to be more ambitious. Such worthless trash like you will not be able to do anything with the divine sword with the face of a phantom. In the middle of boasting, he suddenly froze, realizing something. This thing. He sharply turned his head, thoughts racing. Wait. Where is the divine sword of the phantom face? Then he saw her. The woman with the sword in her hands was already rushing away at full speed. She used the chaos of her people fighting the monsters distracted attention so she could escape with everything she had. The young man, still hanging upside down from a branch, crossing his arms, watched her fleeing figure, laughed mockingly, and said she would not escape. Two small green phantoms appeared from his body and immediately rushed after her. They chased the woman with incredible speed, flying through the trees and in an instant were right behind her. Feeling the sudden change, she sharply turned her head to look. Then she sharply drew the sword and struck a precise blow right to their heads. Instantly, both offspring of these creatures were beheaded. But then the unthinkable happened. Even cut in half, their bodies still twitched. They lunged forward to bite her hand, and the woman screamed in horror. A powerful poison spread through her veins from the bite, and in panic, she lost her balance. The baby fell from the stone ledge. He bit through the poisonous object, and the poison acted instantly. Her vision blurred, and her eyes rolled back into her head as her body went limp. The body fell off the cliff. The scene shifts to crumbling ruins deep in the forest, where the bright light of dawn soon breaks through, driving away. In the gloomy darkness of the night, a lone figure sits on a solitary pole. It is none other than the leader of Suri. Yesterday he carried it on his back. Now he sits there, enjoying the dawn and reading a poem. All the affairs of the world are just a long spring dream, and watching videos without liking is living without a soul. After a moment, he sighed again. Nothing interesting around? We'll have to check the Google review channel in search of some drama. Meanwhile, Asura returned, throwing another person over his shoulder. The leader turned his head with interest and guessed that it was Sura's response. It was reported that she was found unconscious near that cliff. Hearing this, the leader let us see. This is the same woman from yesterday who fled with a divine sword with a demon on the blade. Poison has already eaten away her body. It is dry and distorted. Hard to tell if she is alive or dead. The leader placed his hand on her wrist and checked her pulse for a moment. He was silent for a moment. At first glance, she seems dead, but she still has a faint pulse. People are much more resilient than I thought. That is convenient. We need a person for interrogation. We will heal the girl and find out if she will show us the way. After that, he stood up. Rising, he slid his hand under his cloak and searched for something, and after a moment pulled out a paper talisman, then quickly clasped his palms, squeezing it between them. Between them, the talisman immediately began to twist and spin. A tiny whirlwind appeared right in his palm and grew. Then a small bottle of medicine appeared in his hand. For such an external wound, nothing is better than dragon bone essence. Asura looked puzzled. Dragon bone, the true essence. The leader nodded. It is her. You probably haven't heard of her. You know about the daughter of the Dragon King of the Northern Sea. Asura Saint. In time. You mean the mermaid, the leader explained. Exactly. Mermaid. The point is that long ago the Dragon King owed me a great debt. Previously, one of his mermaids fell deeply in love with a man, but as a mermaid she could not show herself to him. When she ended up on land, it brought her great sorrow. Feeling sorry for the poor girl, I used a special technique to turn her tail into a pair of human legs. As a token of gratitude, the dragon, he gave me this vial of dragon bone essence, made from the bone marrow of an underwater dragon, an unparalleled remedy for external wounds once applied. It seeps into the wound and immediately begins to restore tissue. While he spoke, he uncorked the vial, and Asura knelt beside the woman. Again his gaze fixed on her, and he asked what happened to the mermaid, whether she married the man and lived happily, but the leaders replied, it was not what he hoped for, no. As a side effect of the transformation she lost her voice, and never could confess her love. I heard that later the man married another, and the girl committed suicide. When Asura heard this grim ending, he could not contain his outrage and demanded explanations as to why it ended this way, and what exactly they did. The leader behaved contemptuously. Enough of this foolish chatter. The child has serious injuries. I need your help here. After a short time, the leader's voice. Everyone was filled with excitement. Colors returned to her face again. It works. With such a development, it was as if she was given new life. The child will survive. The young woman's eyes barely opened. She was in a fog, and two men silently sat watching her, waiting for her to fully regain consciousness. Just regained consciousness again, the girl suddenly sat up and screamed in fear. Completely ignoring Atula and the leader, she hurriedly looked around and loudly shouted that she was looking for the divine sword. Climbed onto their cart, scattering pots and pans everywhere, searching for gods with demon faces. Sword. Two men behind her were completely confused. Demon-faced divine sword sounded like the name of a blade. The sound of their voices scared the girl, and she sharply turned to them, to the leader, smiling and raising his hand. Good day, miss. Atula, completely uninterested, turned away to call his horse. All right, you beast, come here so I can tie the reins. The young woman's face was maw. Tension rose as she frowned at them. The leader spoke again. It seems that the young girl had survived a terrible nightmare. She needed to gather herself for a moment and calm down. He hadn't even finished speaking when the girl suddenly lunged and pinned him to the ground. You vile bandits! Tell me where you hid my divine sword. Give it back now. One lawman couldn't believe his eyes and turned to the leader, then asked what this crazy woman was doing. Later, Atula was combing through the tall grass looking for something. Meanwhile, the girl held the leader in a chokehold and did not release the hostage, called Atula, and said that he still hadn't found anything. Atula grumbled irritably that he doubted the existence of this so-called divine sword he had been searching for all along, and there was absolutely nothing here. In response, the girl tightened the grip even more. She wrapped her arm around the leader's neck, his face turned a deep red. Stop whining and find it. If you don't want to see your dear leader's life fading away. Hurry! If you don't find it within the next 10 minutes, this old man's life will be lost. And the two lawmen angrily pushing aside the handful of weeds he held in his hands, he bitterly noted that this was all the gratitude for saving her. At that very moment, his warhorse approached, carrying a sword. It was clenched in his jaws. Two Law grabbed the blade with excitement and raised it into the air. Listen, I have something like a sword. Maybe this is it. The young woman opened her eyes wide with pure joy upon seeing it. Seeing the divine sword with a demonic face, she immediately released the leader, grabbed the precious blade, and held it tightly. Some Tuo Lao quickly ran up to his leader to help him get up. The two men quickly gathered. Things are packed and the cart is loaded. Preparing to depart. Check if everything is packed and ready. If so, let's get out of here. Probably I will dream of that girl, but contrary to their expectations. At some point, someone quietly climbed into their cart, completely ignoring their astonishment. She gave the order, "You will take me to the heavenly valley of the marshal." The leader was very angry. From his body, a tangible aura began to radiate. Since she was standing with her back, the girl was unaware of anything. She carelessly continued giving orders. "Heavenly Marshal Valley, I must get there." The leader's eyes narrowed. A dangerous gleam appeared in them. "They are seized by a murderous intent. Sorry, I was more than... I endure because you are the first person we met in Guxiang. But for daring to behave like this, get off the cart now before I am forced to throw you out." And at that moment, Tuo Luo quickly grabbed him from behind, not allowing him to do what he would regret. At the same moment, at every moment from above came a repulsive laugh. A young man caught up with them, and now hung above. He hung from a tree branch and looked down at the group below. So, you are here. I must admit, I am quite surprised that you are still alive, knowing that I, Za Tuan, am hunting you. And you are just strolling in such a place, it's almost too bold to believe. The woman raised her eyes to her pursuer and cursed him, whispering, "Damn, I really thought I had lost them forever." Tulu and his companion also raised their heads and were completely confused. They could not understand what it was. At first they thought it was a clever monkey, but no, it was not a monkey. It was a person. He even had shoes on. Maybe throw him a banana. "Leader, where are we supposed to get bananas here? Stop wasting time on this nonsense and let us move on, and let them take that kid down." Here Zatuan jumps down from the tree and blocks their way. "Hey, you two blockheads. There, what you just said is nonsense. I will let my snake swallow you whole. Let's see if you can keep babbling inside their stomachs." Two men looked at him contemptuously and remained silent. They asked the old leader for his opinion. "That man there. I am almost sure he is insulting us. Let me teach him a lesson." The old leader nodded without hesitation. "Start." Just then the two shuddered and sharply turned their heads. The woman which they could not get rid of, actually came down from the cart herself. "I will not allow civilians to be drawn into the affairs of the martial arts world. I will stand against him and buy you some time. You two need to get out of here. Run as far as you can." The two men were completely stunned by my unknown. They expected a heroic deed from me, so I stepped forward and took a deep breath. I gripped the sword hilt and thought that I didn't know how long I could hold him back, but I had to hold the position at any cost, at least until those two ran away. If only I could borrow the power of the divine sword now, it would be perfect. At that moment, Tu Law stood before me with a long staff and ordered me to step back. "The chief rarely lets me have fun. This weirdo is bothering me," I shouted in panic. He ordered me to leave, asked what I was doing, and said I was no match for him. Suddenly I shuddered. My eyes dropped down. Ghost. The face of the divine sword in my hand vibrated strongly. How? Approached the law. Suddenly froze, frightened. Saw a massive, monstrous snakes materialize and coil around Jatun, looking at the giant snakes. Finally, a Tu Law began to believe the previous threats of that guy. So, the talks about him being swallowed by snakes seemed true. It turned out it was not just a bluff, and Zatuan laughed coldly and contemptuously. "Christ for your babbling. This is death filled with hellish torments." With a wave of his hand, he ordered his pets to attack. The large snakes fired forward, crawling towards Atula with incredible speed. "Atula." He raised his staff to defend himself. But just then my divine creature with a ghostly face, the sword flew and hit him right in the head. Tula did not expect this. My attack caught him by surprise, so he did not have time to dodge. The blow knocked him down on. Even the attacking snake froze, stunned by the sudden turn of events. The leader on the cart just sat there, jaw dropped, clueless about what. While all this was happening, he finally broke free and rushed forward, grabbing me by the collar. "You are doing something foolish, reckless brat." I didn't even flinch. He just waved off his hand and shouted, "Use only the sword. It can pass through the scales of those giant snakes." In the distance, a gaze is visible. On Zatuana's face, real tension finally appeared. "Is it a ghost? Facing the divine sword, A2 Law already had a big bump on his head. Rising, he stupidly stared at the sword on the ground. So here it is. Zatuan thundered, calling this divine sword the Great Serpent. Don T, look, grab it and stop it quickly. The giant serpent lunged, snapping its massive jaws towards A2 Law, and A2 Law remained indifferent. However, he stayed seated and slowly tore the cloth from the demoness face. Divine sword. When the cloth parted, 2 more eyes appeared on. The blade itself began to glow, emitting a dazzling white light. Tula was stunned by what he saw. The leader, watching from afar, he also flinched at the flash and turned his head, thought to himself. They say the sword with the demon S face chooses its mask itself. Master, it reacts to that boy. But a hooligan like him could never be chosen by the divine sword with the demon S face. Before Zatoun in horror and, with unbelieving eyes, Tula slowly revealed the deity with the demonic face. Holding the sword, the great serpent turned around and delivered a single strike. During the lunge with jaws wide open, he was cleanly struck. Scales, harder than forged steel, before the divine sword with a demonic face became like a thin piece of meat, and the body was easily sliced. In the second move, swing A2 Law. Seeing this, the woman S-Jaw was completely stunned. The leader beside her, however, remained completely calm, as if not surprised by the result. That time, the strike was so inhumanly powerful that it tore the great serpent into a bloody mess. 8 pieces. Sweat dripped from the woman S face like rain. At that moment, she knew exactly that this was the true master of the demon face, divine sword. After dealing with the great serpent, some 2 Law looked down at the long sword. I am already starting to like this sword. Then he swung. Again, moving the blade back and forth, his gaze fixed on Zatuan. Let us begin. 1 more round. His eyes narrowed coldly as he concentrated his strength. In his hands, the sword with the demon S face actually began to grow. The woman was once again completely stunned. Sword. His side. Sword. 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 The power increased, and Atula jumped into the air, swinging the massive blade. A roar sounded, and Zatan was frightened, thinking the attack was on him. But suddenly some 2 Law behaved like a real maniac. He again lowered the sword onto the corpse of the already dead snake and just kept chopping. He chopped relentlessly, slicing the snake's body from head to tail. The corpse quickly turned into many small pieces. Among his friends, during shopping, the divine sword with the demonic face suddenly cracked in half. Everyone present was stunned by this event. The woman fell to one knee. In despair, pressing her hand to her chest and crying, she said her heart hurt. A 2 Law glanced at the broken sword in his hand for a moment, then decided to die. It seems it was a one-time use sword or something like that. Something made the woman no longer hold back, and she shouted, "You idiot! I need to know what kind of sword that was. I will destroy you now. Now you are a miserable scoundrel." The leader grabbed her from behind, trying to calm her down. "Hold her tight, just endure. Come on, endure. Opposite them." Zatuan watched the whole spectacle, his body shaking with laughter. After that, "I am alive, and it is because of your stupidity. Haha." Atula ignored him and approached to pick up his club. Zatuan. Then he waved his hand, urging the rest of the snakes forward. Although he felt a hint of the sword with the demonic face regretted it. The time for games was over. "My children, avenge your brother, who was so cruelly killed." He looked without fear as the swarm of snakes rushed at him, not retreating, proudly. The woman in the carriage had completely lost hope. Desperately grabbed the reins, trying to make the horse bolt. That's all. Incorrect. If we don't run now, it will be too late. But no matter how much she tried, she urged him on. The horse refused to take even a step. She couldn't hold back and screamed in despair. That stupid horse. The leader, sitting behind her, reminded her that it was pointless. But this person listens to no one except. When we heard this, the woman sharply turned and grabbed him by the collar. "Move this cart." Now the old man angrily pushed her hand away. "This boy is impossible. My son is still in the middle of the fight." The woman grabbed his face again. "The body can be searched for later. If we don't do this, go away from here now. We will all suddenly die from thunder." The blow echoed behind them. Frightened by the shockwave, the woman sharply turned her head to look. Behind them, Asura swung his staff, breaking into the head of the giant serpent. One strike drove its head deep into the ground, cracked from the force of the blow, splattering blood everywhere. Zatuan was stunned and could not believe his eyes, not understanding exactly what he was seeing. Whirled, another gigantic serpent lunged forward. Its jaws were wide open. It was lunging at Sura, but before it could bite, Sura's staff struck it right in the snout and knocked out half of its fangs. The very force of the blow threw its body backward. The coils of the serpent were thrown against a distant rock, another fallen, buried in stones and debris from Asura. As soon as one fell, another immediately rushed, mouth open, as if completely fearless. Asura fired at a cold, harsh gaze. In a moment, fresh blood splattered into the air. Zatuan watched intently, hoping that his serpent finally tore Asura to pieces. But to his complete disappointment, the blood flowed disgustingly. Silently from the serpent's own body, like a god of slaughter, Sura yields, ruthlessly swinging the staff, smashing the serpent's body into a mangled pulp. Having finished destroying the serpent's body, he rushed straight at Zatuan. Zatuan, completely unprepared, took the blow right in the forehead. Asuris. The stick hit the young man's chest directly and threw him backward. He flew through the air and crashed into a tree that was supposed to stop him. But at the moment of contact, the tree trunk splintered into chips. A few more huge trees behind him cracked and fell one after another. The battlefield. It was a scene of complete devastation. Around lay the corpses of 4 giant snakes. About that. Asura looked disappointedly at the distant ruins. Nothing special. Much ado about nothing. The woman on the cart froze, cold sweat running down her face. Zatuan lay. He lay motionless among the debris, unconscious, his fate unknown. On the ground, the hilt of the divine sword with a demonic face still vibrated strongly. Asura and his group then urged their horse, pulling the cart away from him. At the spot, the woman traveling with them completely changed her attitude. She sincerely bowed low to both. I am Xiao Mingma, to the master of the Shi family estate. I did not appreciate your greatness and deeply offended you. I ask for your forgiveness. The leader has a gloomy face. Mark, like a thundercloud, waved his hand and said that you are forgiven. Please, now get off my cart. Si Xiaoman did not get off, but continue. If you give me a chance to atone, I will invite both of you to Yanmu Valley, the leader said angrily. I already said everything is fine, Si Xiaoman replied. Then I will consider that you agreed. I will lead. The leader shouted irritably, reproaching as if you were deaf. I said that we are not getting off the cart now because we cannot get rid of her. The helpless leader tried to negotiate again. I will say it once more. I will take you only to the Tianwu Valley and nowhere else. The woman nodded. I understand that. The leader continued. When we reach the Tianwu Valley, we will part without any obligations. The woman nodded cheerfully and said she understood. Driving the cart, he suddenly turned his head and asked, What if you change your mind then, and decided to cling to us with her last strength? She shamelessly shouted back, which irritated us. Listen, you bastard. I was ready to allow the broken face of the ghost to F. This is a slide about the divine sword. But now it is about who is hunting whom, and this is what it looks like. It seems that when I hunt, everything turns out differently. The leader was waving his hands in panic. His hands. No, I'm fine. Just let me go. Let me go, please. Children are always so capricious now. We'll have to forgive him. Suddenly turning his head, he shouted at Atula, and you fell silent. All right, agreed. Let's go. They had been on the road so long it seemed like an eternity, and now 3 of them. They went along the path towards the valley of the Heavenly Marshal. After some time, later, 2 new figures appeared at the battle site, and Zatawan, somehow surviving, crawled out from the rubble and knelt before them. After his story, 2 newcomers were stunned. You say that it was the old grumbler and some hooligan in the carriage who left. You, like the Iron Clan guards in this state, even managed to... Despite the phantom divine sword, Zatuan struggled to sit up and replied, Correct. The hooded figure leaned forward, lifted the sword's hilt to examine it, and dared to destroy the divine weapon with the phantom face. Divine sword. We need to find out who these real monsters are. The silver-haired man then asked if they could be accomplices of the master of the thick clans. Tik Theodon. Zatuan shook his head. I don't believe they are allies. Sir, the gray-haired man slowly stood up. Understood. Trust me. I will take care of them. Seeing that he was about to leave. Zot. I remember their faces. Let me track them. He tried to hold him back, but the hooded figure stopped him. No way. You need to stay here and recover from your wounds. Zatuan turned around and begged him. It is just a scratch. Please, just give me a chance. To avenge the fallen brothers with his own hands, the figure in the hood placed a hand, firmly pressed his head. His voice became icy. Are you deaf? You lost all the guards in iron armor, failed to protect the phantom divine sword, and still ask for a new mission. While he spoke, his grip tightened. Zatuan's life force then forcibly Energy was leaking from his body. The silver-haired man walked past and watched what was happening. Looked down at the tracks on the ground, the star, the carriage ruts. The star, he thought to himself. The star. They are heading to Yellowwood Mountain. The star. For a moment he pondered, then turned around to look. The figure in the hood had already sucked Zatuan dry, leaving... It was only a withered shell. The silver-haired man asked uncertainly, "You claim that by absorbing his essence, you gained the ability to control iron?" The man in the hood replied that it was true about the guards in armor, however. However, since there were no living guards left in iron armor, I'm afraid there is no way. The gray-haired man added that in any case, if it came to this, so it's better to deal with those two suspects before returning. Next, the action moves to an inn hidden deep in the forest. Near it was parked a chariot, 2 laws. From the outside, it seemed they had stopped to rest and refresh themselves with a drink. Soon a group of men approached. Each of them carried a sword. Moving forward, all had the noticeable appearance of experienced martial arts masters. They were heading to the inn, their intentions unclear. The innkeeper did not seem picky. They were especially surprised when they entered. Their leader leaned in and quietly asked, "Mistress of the Thick clan, Thick to Dawn, did she bring the ghost of F?" "Stand beside her before the divine sword," the innkeeper replied just as quietly. "When she came in, I was not carrying him. I hadn't had time to check thoroughly yet, but it, most likely hidden outside in the carriage," the man snorted coldly. "They will find out soon." Then his men dispersed and took positions around the establishment. They did not act immediately, instead sat at different tables. Meanwhile, Atula and his 2 companions sat at a table in the corner, enjoying their food. After a brief explanation from Tiktaudan, the group leader, later they said with admiration that, as you say, the military world guaranteed autonomy. This is truly a unique world, created by the royal family and the imperial court. Asura, while eating, noted that it sounds very much like a divine cult. The leader put his hand into his robes, searching for something. A religious cult is a completely different thing. This comparison is not quite accurate. That is right. He quickly pulled out a small cloth pouch and handed it to Thika so he could give it to you. "Still, this is for you. At first I planned just to drop you near the Heavenly Valley, but you explained so sincerely. Consider this complete. As a sign of my gratitude," Thika Teodon took the pouch, looking at it suspiciously. The leader explained that it was the seed he had tried. "I tried to change it using the herb of immortality, but failed. I used the herb correctly. They might be even more powerful than that one-time green divine saber with the ghost face." Thika Dawn flared up as soon as she heard him mention the sword with the ghost face. He stood up and denied that it was a one-time item upon hearing the word ghost. When he stood before the divine sword, everyone else in the tavern immediately turned to look. "He just said Ghostface Divine Sword. Yes, I clearly heard that." After a moment, Dawn also calmed down and sighed. "All right, I understand. I'll be careful. I really don't understand plans at all." Without planting anything, the leader anxiously asked what you just did. "Just say it. If you try to plant them, people will die. You don't listen at all. To me." Thikatudon seemed to ignore him, casually sipping tea. Yes, I understand," said Asura, uttering This was a sign of irritation. Maybe it should be taken away from her. Tick did the same. Dawn changed the subject. "All right, let us return to what we were talking about. Name the leader you two have been looking for all this time." He replied that no one said we were looking for anyone, and I definitely never mentioned a name. When he heard this, Tiktudana's face became a mask of embarrassment. Suddenly a hand shot out from behind and sharply hit Asura's head against the table. Those men finally made their move, seeing that the commotion had intensified. Dawn jumped to her feet, but before she could react, a long sword. Something pressed against her neck. "Calm down, little one. You are too nervous. This one to solve anything. And that old man should behave decently. I hate beating around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. I know you are holding the divine sword Ghostface. Give it up peacefully, and I will give you 3 a painless end." Dawn's eyes widened. Sweat ran down her face like rain. For a moment he looked attentively at Tiktudon, and when she did not respond, he continued. "I told you I hate wasting time. It seems the master is stupid. She does not quite understand. Perhaps taking one of her hands, it will become clearer." The leader sitting nearby was frightened and wondered what it could be. Era, still pressed against the table, suddenly spoke. "Leader, I had approximately enough of this. Is there permission to deal with them?" The leader calmly took a sip from his... He drank tea and nodded. Hearing their conversation, the gang leader clenched his teeth. "You damned bastards, with the approval of the leader, Asura, who is now pressed down, He instantly jumped up and effortlessly threw off the stocky. The man held him back, then with a strong fist hit him right in the face. The blow had enormous force, not only knocking out teeth but also, with one blow, he knocked down the entire crowd of his thugs standing behind. A third of the bandits fell to the floor and could not get up at all, standing up. Fat Tudon took advantage of the moment and delivered a strong punch to the thug who had pressed a sword to her throat. Asura raised a rag to wipe her face, then threw it aside, looking very fierce. Another bandit. They rushed to help the leader get up. Someone asked the boss if he was okay, and he just groaned. My face, that vile scoundrel, got to his feet, pointing at his team and roaring, "Catch him, kill them all for me." Tu Law showed no fear. On the contrary, a cunning smile appeared on his lips. This is what I was talking about. Tik Teodon grabbed a long sword. I will have to intervene. The leader just waved off and announced the dismissal. Waved to her. Madam, just sit down and have some tea. That man. Atula does not tolerate people interfering in his affairs. Let us just stay on. Enjoy our drinks. The other thugs immediately rushed at Atula. With one move, Atula was not going to dodge at all. Standing his ground with complete indifference, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile, his face glowing with sincere admiration. On the outside, his war. The horse stopped in front of two close associates of Xiao Tuan after inspecting the carriage. At that moment, a figure in a hood spoke. Judging by the wheel tracks, it must be any carriage. Think that they dare to stop and rest just a few steps away. They have quite the audacity, added the gray-haired man. Do you think they decided that the divine sword with the demon face broke, so no one will come after them? As they spoke, they suddenly heard a loud noise from inside. Inside the tavern, the entire building shook violently. Tables and chairs were thrown outside from within. Both rushed inside to see what was happening. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, a scene of complete devastation opened before them. Atula took care of everyone in the tavern. Everyone lay in a heap in the corner of the room. He stood there, a towering figure, like a god of slaughter. Meanwhile, the leader and Thectio Dan set off to, sipping tea from the side. She flinched upon seeing the two newcomers. When they first saw her, they couldn't hold back a smile. Finally, we found you. Stocky Theodon from the Fat Clan and two suspicious people. After these words, the man in the hood dashed forward. Law. A bit surprised, he looked at him and in an instant, he stood right in front of the Law A2. So, you are the ones who broke the demon F. Divine sword. I'll test how truly strong you are. The magnificent Theodon Soul. She got scared, put her hands on the table, jumped up and shouted no. Dante let him touch you, but her warning came too late. His hand was already firmly gripping the head of Tula. A triumphant smile appeared on his lips. Then he prepared to suck the life force of Tula with the same technique he used on the oxen. Tuan. But then the unthinkable happened, the second defeat. He sharply raised his hand, deflecting the man's hand from his head in the meat. Immediately struck the opponent with a fist right in the face. Like all the others, that man was thrown into the corner with a single blow. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth. The silver-haired man, who was watching from there, the side was extremely stunned. As for Tish Teton, although she had already seen this power, she still gaped in amazement. Tu Law, irritated, pulled out a napkin and wiped his face. Don't you dare touch me with that dirty hand. The man in the hood crawled out of the pile of bodies, tearing and feeling unbearable pain. The hand he used to Atula's head was now grotesquely distorted. He couldn't believe it. His hand was completely numb just from being brushed away. The piercing scream. The echo reverberated throughout the tavern as A2 Law snorted coldly. So you were not just random travelers at that moment. As if he remembered something, he turned his head and looked towards the door. Silver. The man who was supposed to stand right there did not appear anywhere. One of the two froze. Where did the other go? Did he run away? Then several men from the broken crowd began to stir, still half-conscious. Coming to his senses, he immediately opened his eyes wide when the meridian protrusions began to uncontrollably bulge all over his body, and then, his face twisted. It was clear that all life had left him. A chorus of terrible screams from others instantly spread through the air. One by one their bodies began to wither quickly. Hearing, amid the commotion, A2 Law sharply turned his head to see what was happening. Now the place was shrouded in a deadly aura, and in an instant everyone found themselves completely exhausted, leaving behind only empty clothes. A gigantic shadowy figure slowly rose to his feet, a man in a hood. Having absorbed the life force of others, the man transformed into a monster, a giant. Even the hand that Atula had just broken now worked completely. Channel again. Atula. His face remained completely impassive. The gaze fell on the creature. The monster's eyes narrowed and looked back. Then Atulaw asked, "You devour others to become stronger, right?" Then the creature turned its head and looked at the leader. "It seems." The leader put down the cup of tea, nodded, and said that was correct. "It is him." Tictodon spoke from behind. "This is the devilish technique that sucks stars." The old man turned to it, puzzled. Tictodon hesitantly repeated that sucks. "The martial art he uses is the technique that sucks stars," the old man asked again. "You mean the dark evil?" Tictodon sharply replied that it is not God, but a star. The sucking devil technique. This is the signature martial art of the iron-blooded brain. Smesher, the killer from Star Ji Wang, can absorb the life force and internal energy of the opponent to strengthen himself. The old man. He still looked quite puzzled. "So, this martial art is called that." Tictodon continued the explanation. "They say that when a practitioner of the devilish star-sucking technique reaches a certain level, he becomes invulnerable to all blades and weapons, and the more internal energy they absorb, the closer they become to immortality." The old man turned and sneered, saying immortality. He acted as if he was someone special. And Atulaw turned his head again to look at the monster. "You claim to be invulnerable to blades." The old man reached out his hand to Tikla. "Don, just in time. Hand them over to me. This is the seed. Genetically created from immortal grass." The monster immediately began to move heavily. Towards Atula, each heavy step left a crater underfoot. "This." Atulaw bent down and raised his sword. "Let's see how big you can get." I was already beginning to think this martial world was getting boring. But I was wrong. "Incorrect." The monster raised a huge fist. "I will crush you." This only made Tula even more excited. Now this is interesting. Martial S world is really interesting. At that very moment the leader Sta approached, slapped him on the face and told him to step back. He raised a cloth bag and said, "All right, I will show you all how this works." "It works." Titch 2. Dawn screamed in horror and said that you are crazy. "Now is not the time for this. We must run immediately," and that's exactly how she said it. The monster-S fist was already looming over both of them. The old man quickly took one seed out of the bag and without hesitation, lightly pushed it with his finger R. Hit the monster directly. The seed flew through the air and stuck to him. A terrible sucking force immediately burst from the hand. Instantly the entire monstrous hand disappeared, followed by his whole arm. The creature's body began to twist and contort as if it turned into countless roots, all of them rapidly tearing upwards to the ceiling. Tictodon's eyes widened in horror. Cold sweat appeared on her skin. The brow, the filling momentarily ceased, and then the entire roof shattered to pieces. The seed, feeding on the monster's body, grew incredibly fast into a colossal tree that pierced the sky. The roots broke through the inn-yard, stretched outside, and grew deep into the earth. The ground. That gigantic tree was incredibly tall and towered over everything nearby. Mountain peaks, and there, amidst the densely intertwined mountain ridges, suddenly from somewhere a colossal tree grows. The leader looks at. In size, it is tiny. This modified seed of the grass of immortality, completely useless, and I have seen it. In a critical situation, one seed is enough. He fell silent mid-sentence. Where did the boy go? Asura looks around. I am puzzled. She was just here, and right then, a cursed voice rang out from above. "You bastards!" Two raised their heads to see. A silver-haired man stands there holding Tictodon firmly captive. Leaning against his side, he looks down threateningly at the two of them. "I will remember. Remember these faces." As soon as he utters the words, a blade appears and sticks in the center of his forehead. It was thrown by none other than Asura. The leader explodes with rage. "I planned to take him alive for interrogation, but you ruined my plan." Asura, 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 Asura. Stuttering is just an excuse. Sorry, my hand slipped. I was just aiming. Beyond the edge of his cloak. While they were arguing, they didn't notice the silver-haired man. The man's body slowly became semi-transparent. He was not actually killed by the Suri. He says coldly, "Attack, we will meet again." And just like that, he and Tictodon slowly disappear on the spot. Asura and Leah froze in shock. A minute later, Asura surveys the air around. "I checked the area before returning to report. Commander, he disappeared. I searched everywhere, but there was no trace left. I have no idea where they went. Let's use the bronze artifact to find them. It will be faster." It was about their warhorse with a golden mane. The leader strokes his beard and remains like that. They were silent at the remark that the child is nothing but trouble. The scene shifts to another place. Somewhere deep in the mountains, at some fortified base, Tik-to-do. They brought the bound one and took him prisoner. They show no mercy. Roughly shoving her into the cell, the gray-haired man before leaving does not forget to remind his subordinate. I will return soon, so watch closely over her. Tik-to-don's face turned red. Tik-to-don's body tensed with strain. The gray-haired man quickly leaves the cell. He heads to the main hall ahead. The shot returns to the foot of the giant tree. The leader sighs, looking at the warhorse. Cleaning up this mess is exhausting. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to borrow the power of this kid. Under such circumstances, we have no other choice. Then he takes out the same thing. From the seeds he gave to teach you, Don, and lets the warhorse sniff it. Can you? Will you get even a scent from this and track that guy? The warhorse sniffs a little, then lets go. The horse snorted powerfully. Two men quickly jump into the carriage. Now that is better. Let us go. As soon as they are in the carriage, the warhorse. It rises on its hind legs and neighs loudly, while Asura sits in front, holding the reins tightly. And the horse rushes forward like a flash of lightning. The space ahead. One of them quickly begins to distort. A black hole slowly materializes, and the larger the black hole grows, the stronger its attraction becomes. That comes from inside. The leader sitting behind Asura squeezes him. The robes fit tightly as the carriage rushes straight into the black hole, tearing the very fabric of space. The scene returns to the man with silver hair. At the base, he has just entered the main hall and respectfully bowed to another person inside. Upon hearing his report, the figure on the throne reacted with distrust. Vera. The ghost-faced divine sword shattered, Zatuan and iron. The armor squad was destroyed. The iron plaque of bloody thunder turned into a giant tree. So this person is the chief commander. The silver-haired man nods. The assassin corps is directly subordinate to the imperial city, and it is commanded by the white-tailed fairy Chu-Han. Yes, my lord. Chu-Han asks another question. You are the esteemed leader of the intelligence unit of the elimination squad. Let the subordinates confront those bastards, only to capture a single hostage and then run back here, replied the gray-haired man. I decided to report first. Preferred prudence instead of engaging in a battle we were not sure we would win. Long's eyes narrowed, but he remained silent, just sitting and watching intently. He watched him intently while the gray-haired man stood calmly and waited for his decision. After a pause, Chu-Han finally spoke again. Although I do not like it, I understand why you had to make such a decision regarding the delivery. The most important thing is the intelligence report. Regarding the hostage, Dawn. She is from the Heavenly Martial Valley, a remnant faction of that. The gray-haired man quickly replied Martial Arts Alliance. I understand, sir. I will thoroughly deal with this after we Swede thick for you, Dawn. Force her to reveal the names of those bastards and her relatives. Establish contact with them, and find out how deeply the Heavenly Combat Valley is involved. Regarding this, Chu-Hong indifferently added, just eliminate them all. The gray-haired man froze. No, Chu-Hong cannot. The divine sword with a demonic face is the only evidence we need, so there is no need to drag it around. Do not delay any longer. When you deal with those two and consider the loss of two of our elite fighters, put all the blame on the Heavenly Martial Valley. If those bastards are really involved with them, they will have no choice and will reveal themselves before the valley is destroyed. The gray-haired man faltered, worried. However, the Imperial City forbade any open military actions against the remnants of the Martial Arts Alliance. Chu Huang calmly poured another cup of tea. This order does not apply to merchants preparing a rebellion. Rumors about the Heavenly Martial Valley, which secretly gathers legendary martial artifacts, are confirmed by the demon-faced divine sword and reveal a treacherous conspiracy of those we once considered mere gossipers. We crush this rebellion with a swift and decisive strike. It must end before they learn of our true intentions. At this, he raised his voice and shouted, "Come in here, call Tanmu and Shichinguyet." Meanwhile, inside the spatial rift, a group of two laws and their warhorses galloped forward at full speed. Soon, a light appeared ahead, and with grim faces, it seemed they were approaching their destination. Atula tightened the reins. The scene shifts to a prison cell, held on firmly until dawn, replaying the moment captured by the gray-haired freak. She boiled with anger. She was always so cautious. He is not one to be simply caught, but one moment of carelessness was enough for him to catch me. It's so annoying. In a burst of irritation, she tensed to break free from the ropes, and the ropes suddenly snapped. Even she was surprised at how easily the ropes gave way, and could not understand what kind of ropes they were. It seemed they were spoiled, which is why they broke so easily. Suddenly she felt a presence and sharply turned her head to the side. The warhorse Two Laws was coming out. Right from the wall nearby, the entire carriage materialized inside. Her prison cell. They were moving so fast that they couldn't brake in time, causing the carriage to skid, and she hit the far wall hard. The leader began to shout, and, "This is a disappointment. We should have landed a bit better. That did not happen. This is my fault, it's inertia, or the horse is simply out of shape." The jaws of the two Dons dropped, and she could not believe her eyes. "I understand. How did you even get here? You found yourself in such a situation, and that is what interests you." Tula approached the iron gates to take a closer look, and the place looked like a prison. The leader shouted to the group to get into the carriage faster. "Let us move. We need to get out of here before the bronze energy runs out." In response, Two-Law shouted, "There is no space here to gain momentum. First, you need to get outside." Right by the prison, the guards on duty heard strange sounds from inside. One of them suggested going inside to check. But before he could take a step, the prison was blown to pieces. The one who did this mess was caused by none other than Two-Law. They all came out, looking around. "It's nice to be in the fresh air." The leaders sighed. "I thought I told you to get out quietly." Panicked voices and From all sides, a commotion immediately arose. It is necessary to find out what is happening and where this tremor is coming from. It was necessary to find out where the sound was coming from. The scene shifts to a large hall. Both new figures were present and looked like professional killers. Chu Hong began giving orders, "So I will appoint. Someone among you needs to take care of the Thian Wu Valley. Which of you two will go?" The man with the scar, Tonma, captain of the pursuit squad, said FG, 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 FG. As soon as Chu Huang finished, he immediately volunteered for the mission. "You entrust this to my pursuit team, and within 10 days, everyone to the last one. Those rats hiding in the Thian Wu Valley will be exterminated." Chu Hongxi, not too impressed. 10 days. Another man, Shichinoye. However, the captain of the flying assassin squad finally spoke. "The Thian Wu Valley is much larger and more dangerous than you think. Unlike the pursuit squad, which operates better on flat terrain, my flying attackers, the assassin squad specializes in fighting precisely in such conditions. Give me just 3 days. Every living creature in the Thian Wu Valley will be..." Thon Mao grimaced with rage when everything was wiped off the map, and he glanced at Chi Chinguyet. Chu Hong raised his hand. 3 days, you say? Just to... Suddenly, the entire Great Hall was shaken by a powerful shock that stunned everyone. All four. That was some kind of sound. Outside the prison, the earth was smoking ruins, thick with dust and smoke, with bodies lying everywhere. Other men, seeing Atula's immense strength, no longer dared to rush forward and watched from afar. Chu Han and his group they ran outside to look. Looking down from a high place, they saw clearly. "Look at the terrible scene below." The gray-haired man gasped in horror. "These are the ones I warned you about. They destroyed the armored serpent and the iron platoon." Below, the leader sat in a cart, angrily scolding Atula. "I told you we need to go now." Atula pointed to the people in front of them and replied, "I am trying, but these guys just keep advancing on me." The leader fiercely grabbed the reins. "This is bad. We're going." Seeing this, Atula ran out in panic. "Them, wait for me." At that very moment, an arrow flew from behind. One of the two policemen froze in place. He looked back. Behind his shoulder, surprise was visible on his face. To everyone's surprise, the arrow was now sticking out of his backside. No one could get closer. In hand-to-hand combat, the enemy switched to bows. Everyone retreat. "Just stay away and shoot at him." Atula howled, tears from pain. Tears flowed down his face. The old man tried to calm him. Hey, hold on. I, your leader, will pull this out for you. Right now." The Atula just turned and raised his staff, then lowered it. With one incredibly powerful strike, he hit him straight to the ground. The blow made the ground shake violently. In a moment, the entire area was completely leveled, even the large hall where Chu Huan's group was. Those who stood were destroyed. The privates could not release another arrow, and one fell, one by one, into the abyss below. The horse pulling the carriage immediately jumped, clearly dodging the broken ground. This whole place was turned into a wasteland. It was destroyed by one strike of Atula. Chu Hong looked at them. The heart pounds with horror. "I do not know who these people are and where they came from." With a bang, he gave orders to his men nearby. "Grab them. I don't care if they are alive or dead. Mobilize every soldier if necessary. But take them off." Calming down a bit, Atula ran back. In front of the two of them, with arrows at hand, Chu Hun was still standing and loudly shouting his proposal. Except for Thean Vukok, whoever captures them first, I will appoint you as my deputy. Hearing this, Thon Ma and Shichenguyet. But, caught up in the promotion, he jumped down to join the fight. The leader, still shaken from the shock, he was so furious that his eyes were bloodshot when he shouted that you will kill me. Added that he asked to get us out of here as quietly as possible. Asked how many times he would have to repeat, and emphasized every, repeatedly kicked a Tulhu. She tried to explain, but I did as you said. After a moment, he finally calmed down and jumped into the carriage. Wait until we move away from here. We will talk. Start moving this carriage now. Tu quickly jumped on board. Yes, leader. But it was then that Tik Tudon, who was sitting behind, spoke up. This box was just rolling back here. Was it supposed to be opened? It seems it is open. It's completely empty there. The other two sharply turned their heads, stunned. It was unclear which box was meant, so it was briefly inspected together with the leader. Wait, a Tulaw blurted out and asked what this thing was. I think I recognize this. Suddenly a strange chirping was heard. A sound reached their ears, and they both looked up to see a small red salamander on the roof of the carriage, after which a look of deep horror appeared on their faces. The tiny creature, Thick to Dawn, could not help but look completely puzzled. The other two panicked. Run! No, wait! We need to catch it. But the salamander ignored them and quickly disappeared. It jumped out of the carriage and ran away. It stopped a few steps away, looked back over the shoulder. Already one Tulaw had jumped. He descended, trying to persuade the little creature. Kai Kai, my boy, you remember your older brother. Come home with me. Be kind. The salamander just stood and stared at him intently. When A2 Law already rushed to grab him, something flew ahead. The axe cleanly cut the salamander's tail, and it let out a clear, piercing scream of pain. The eyes of 2 Laws opened wide and reddened. From pure anger, the leader on the carriage was covered in cold sweat. Mott injured his wrist. The axe on the chain flew back into his hand. The chains are too short, he grumbled. Atula growled. You damn fool. Taunma ignored him and shouted to his men to move forward. At the same time, meanwhile, Shichnaget led his squad from the other side, grumbling. Damn, he beat me to it. Suddenly the warhorse sensed something. It was very mistaken and fled. It grabbed A2 Law by the collar, biting and pulling him back. Salamander, said her tail. The severed part turned into a mad, frightening golden glow. From its tiny body, it began to radiate uncontrollably. The men of Thonma, who were storming, were instantly enveloped in golden light. In a moment, they were all destroyed, connected, destroyed so that only a red haze remained. The Shichenguyet unit suffered exactly the same fate. From his high position in the distance, the frightened Chu Hong could. He only stammered, light appeared, and in the next moment, 2 commanders were also engulfed by it. The terrible golden light began to expand. It landed quickly, completely enveloping the entire mountain fortress. All the surrounding valleys were engulfed, and the destruction did not stop there. The station stretched across the entire mountain ridge. Wherever the golden light fell, the trees were. Everything burned down to ashes. After what seemed like an eternity, the light finally appeared. Retreat. The terrain had turned into a deep crater, shrouded in smoke and dust. Below, the coal still flickered, refusing to be extinguished. On a neighboring mountain peak stood 1 2 Law from his group, watching. Crater. They both were completely silent when suddenly a warhorse. It neighs weakly, staggers, and then collapses unconscious on the spot. When Atula saw that Tik Tudon was about to run up, she waved her hand to make her step back. It is just sleeping. Leave it alone. It is exhausted from teleporting. Twice. The old man hid his face in his hands and sighed helplessly. It was impossible to understand how everything turned into such a mess. Tula approached and patted him on the shoulder. For a moment, the old man thought someone was trying to comfort him. But when he turned around, Atula turned her back to him. Hello, boss. Pull out the arrow with 1 quick jerk, then apply medicine so the pain stops. The essence of dragon bone will probably help. 2. The leader, who was already suppressed, now simply raged. Growling loudly with anger, he tore out the arrow, and blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. From the rear of A2 Low. All right, here is your essence of dragon bone. After that, the group continued their journey on foot. Suddenly, a long spear whistled through the air and struck. In front of them, right on the ground, was an obstacle blocking the way. It came from a distant fortress. A warning voice sounded. Stop, this is a forbidden zone. Turn back immediately. If you go further, you will have to bear the consequences. 1-2 Law growled with rage. They dared to block our way. I have no choice but to act. Deal with them, boss. But don't be rude. Don stopped him. He panicked. Don't do it. She begged. Then she put 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled sharply. For decisively jumping off the cart and asking 2 to wait a bit, without saying a word, he simply silently watched her receding figure. When she disappeared from sight, Atula finally spoke. It seems she is preparing us to become... We got stuck here for a few days because of a big banquet. The leader agreed to 104%. These big banquets always drag on and cause a lot of trouble. It is a tradition. In these parts, I used to be constantly dragged into them, and it lasted way too long. By the way, I can stand such formal nonsense. He continued the explanation. These people have no concept of moderation. Pigs, chickens, whatever, they drag home to roast or fry. And deep fry. Some 2 Law started drooling. Probably it sounds quite tempting. We can stay for 1 meal, then leave. The leader snorted. You glutton. Fine. We'll take some food for the road and get out of here as fast as possible. Just at that moment, as both wiped drool from their chins, Tichtudan ran back. Sorry for the delay. It took some time to convince the people of the Tianvu Valley to let you pass. Honestly, I really wanted to insist that you both stay, but a promise is a promise. I won't bother you anymore. 2 men were expecting a generous feast. Hearing this, they were upset too. She froze in place, stunned. Thicka too. Donna's expression became serious when she clenched her hands. If fate brings us together again, I wish you both all the best. Then she approached to say goodbye to the warhorse, before decisively turning around and returning to the valley. Atula and the leader were silent the whole time. After a long pause, finally exploded 2 Law. He left irritated. So now I have to deal with them, Chief? The next day, the 2 Laws group rested on the bank of a stream. The horse lay on its side, looking completely exhausted again. The leader sat nearby and was picking at something with 2 sticks when suddenly, sharply said, You are already aging, and how are we supposed to do this at all? On such a path, Sura grumbled from behind in the middle of the meal, and... The haul disappeared somewhere. I really start to miss it, the leader said sharply. Fiercely threw something at him. Then I wanted to seal it, but... It was you who insisted on picking it up. Stop the sentimental performances and clean up. It's time to hurry. But while they argued, none of them suspected that the young man was following them not far away, and the young man was watching attentively. The one who was walking ahead spoke. Garjung, what are you doing? Knowing this, our rest is over. Let us go. The boy jumped up and turned around. Yes, sect leader, he asked inquisitively. Was there anything worth watching? Garjung explained. Oh no, I saw a few people in strange clothes. That's all. Why are you so sure about this? We need to make it to the ghost to soul before darkness. I mean before sunset, when the darkness fell alarmingly fast. Deep in the forest, those 2 were still moving. The young girl, who was the leader of the sect despite her age, looked very calm. Garjong, on the other hand, nervously looked around and said that this was the forest of ghost souls. Almost no one dares to come here. Even during the day, supposedly immortal with over 100 Zhongtao, master of 108 divine powers. Master Taishan, they say, is in seclusion. We are here, but saw no signs of life. Probably just some nonsense. Rumor. Maybe we should just turn back, Chief of Security. The girl shook her head. Decisively no. Guard Zhang kept pleading, but we could easily. We will get lost if we go further. The girl was clearly irritated. You annoy me so much. We have come so far, and you want to give up now. I am going to meet with Master Taishan, and that's final. Garjung just laughed nervously. He stammered and suggested returning tomorrow morning. The girl sighed in despair. You are incredibly stubborn. If you want to go, then go. At that very moment, your own strange sound echoed from afar. Suddenly, right in front of them, a giant stone figure materialized. In this place, they both froze in amazement with their mouths agape. What is this? Now, in the name of God, I do not understand what this is, but it looks like Master Tisha. Is this really real? The girl immediately rushed straight to the stone figure. I found him, Master Taishan. Gajang is sweating. Bullets whistled behind her. Her deputy from the depths of the mountain warned to be careful. At the training ground, a powerful loud explosion suddenly sounded, followed by many more, as if a fierce battle had just begun. The forest area was now leveled to the ground and looked like a desolate wasteland. Through the cloud of dust and debris, the silhouette of the stone figure was barely visible. His body was mangled beyond recognition. Countless cracks began to spread across his form. then crumbled into countless fragments. From the ruins emerged a silhouette with a staff. It was Sura herself. He was already about to strike again, but the leader approached and ordered him to stop. Step aside. He approached the remains of the stone creature, as if probably an extinct species still exists. Palos thought that, hiding here, I would not find him. When he finished speaking, a cold wind blew. The snorting echoed among the stone ruins. I heard that all the messengers had disappeared. I am surprised that one of you is still left, the leader sneered. Back. From whom did you hear this? Did you happen to meet someone who said about himself that he is a complete mess? The voice replied, No, I just heard about it through the grapevine. The leader squinted and looked intently. After a moment he asked, Again, I wanted to say something more. At that moment a loud voice sounded. From afar a voice called Master Tyson. These are the two girls. Who arrived, she held her breath in horror, seeing the devastating scene before her. Master Tyson, those terrible cutthroats. They killed the master. Tai-san, guard Zhang, deal with those two. I'll take care of the master. Under the Tai sun, two Asuras looked at them confusedly. Instantly, guard Zhang flashed past the two of them, and no one even noticed how he drew his blade. The next moment, the two Asuras and the old man were cut down in a bloody... It was a mess. The girl behind was delighted. Great job, Garzang. It was only their imagination. In reality, both lay on the ground, each with a huge bump on the head from... The Asura's stick hit them. The Asura looked at them, completely bewildered. These madmen just burst in, looking for a fight. I had no choice. Had to take them out. Are they two together? Looks like it. Dawn soon came and sunlight appeared. Peeking through the leaves, Garzong came to and called the girl, the sect leader. Time to get up. It's already morning. Sleepily sat down, rubbing her eyes as Garzong reminded her, We need to get to the ghost-painted forest to... Start of the day. We need to set out early. The girl woke up sharply. Aha, exactly. The sun is already so high in the sky. Sky, you didn't wake me up earlier and stayed too long. I wanted to do it, but you were sleeping so soundly, sect leader. They both went further along the path. Let us stop at the first tavern. On the way to the Baitsao estate, we find a resting place. Nearby Sur. Follow them. Will those two be okay? The leader replied. Erase their memory of the last 24 hours. Everything will be fine. Now. Our time has come to leave the protective amulet of the heavenly kingdom. The blue-eyed immortal gave this treasure to the first patriarch of my lineage. Using it grants extraordinary power, but it can also unleash the irreversible. This is a disaster. Remember this well. Under no circumstances use this artifact unless your life is in danger. When two travelers were walking down the road, they suddenly came across a man buried in a pile. On the roadside among the debris lay a man, covered in blood. It was truly terrible. A middle-aged man on a horse could not remain indifferent. He immediately lifted the wounded man onto his horse and led him away. Soon they returned to his estate. The burly man was saved by the estate. The master had already regained consciousness. Although he was still in bandages, he was already strong enough to help the master chop wood. The master and the servant, those who carried the medicine, were frightened by what they saw. He hurried there, urging the donkey. He asked the man to stop, placed the medicine on the table, and told him to drink it, and started a conversation. Both spoke cheerfully, like brothers who finally reunited after a long separation. After a period of recovery, the burly man's wounds finally fully healed. One day a hawk. A group of men circled high above the estate, each with a long SE. With a sword on his back he appeared near the estate. They approached. Opening the gates, they entered inside. They just noticed the burly man. All bowed their heads simultaneously. Then the burly man said goodbye to the master, estate, and set off together with his comrades in arms. The estate manager, completely unaware of the misfortune that was about to happen to him, he cheerfully saw the man off. One of the primitive people turned to them with a smile, and the group moved along the mountain. It was then that they noticed a young man hurrying ahead. He headed to the estate. A large man, Dai Khan, recognized him immediately, recently raising his hand in a friendly greeting. It was nothing but the Manor of Lords, personal assistant, and having just seen Dikon, turned pale. Fear gripped him, and he forced himself to calm down. He quickly bowed to Dai Khan, who responded with a few polite words. Then Dikon led his brethren on the road, portly. The assistant waited until they left, then again ran off in panic. Returning to the ancestral estate, Dikon suddenly stopped, looking back at the figure retreating from the gathering, with a thoughtful, suspicious expression on his face. Soon the servant returned to the estate. He hurried to report to the master of the estate about an urgent matter. Holding a wanted poster with a portrait of Dehans, known for his notoriety, He was a criminal wanted for murders, arson, and prison escapes. The man who did all this. A huge reward of 300 gold coins was offered for his capture. The worker explained everything, waving his hands in horror. The master of the estate, however, remained calm. He folded the poster and handed it to him. He returned it to the servant, then quietly and clearly gave him instructions. At that very moment, there was a knock at the main gate. When the servant approached, when he opened it, his jaw dropped in horror. Before him stood Daihan and his men. They had returned, now knowing his true identity, manner. The lord and everyone inside were on alert. Tension was in the air as Dion stepped forward with a grim and threatening expression. "I only wanted to part peacefully," he said. "But it is a pity, my friend." A brutal attack on the estate began. Soon the yard was strewn with the bodies of the dead, a scene of sheer bloody horror. Legends of the estate. Severely wounded, he crawled forward, dragging his mangled body to the secret chamber. "I am consumed by regret. It is my fault. My kindness, which saved the nameless killer, led to the cruel death of my entire family." He crawled to the box that he held the divine artifact from the immortal, looked at the collar inside, and remembered the warning of the one who gave it to him. The time had come to make the final sacrifice. He slowly lifted the collar and put it on his neck. As soon as it touched his skin, the collar tightened sharply, and soon unbearable pain, trembling, and uncontrollable moaning. The voice of Deacon sounded behind the chamber door. "My friend, I know that you don't drag this out any longer. You are only hurting yourself more. Stop being stubborn and open the door." Having said his piece, he stood up. There he waited in silence until his victim surrendered. After a minute of waiting in response, he gestured for one of his subordinates to step forward. The axe would be. The man from the building stepped forward and raised the weapon high. But before he could bring it up, the door creaked open by itself. Seeing this, the axeman lips twisted into a smile. "Honestly, I can say if you were naive or just stupidity." The words barely left his mouth when something burst forth. Torn to blood, Deacon and his men froze in shock, staring at the comrade fell. Heavy footsteps began to be heard from the chamber. Then before their frightened eyes appeared a terrible creature. Its side caused an involuntary shudder in the group, making them all retreat. It was unclear what kind of creature it was. The monster roared. One thought filled the mind: kill. In a fit of rage, it completely destroyed the secret chamber. His men outside, who were the tormentors of the other inhabitants, froze at the sound and managed to turn back, to see how Deacon himself was thrown into the yard. And then the creature emerged from the ruins of the chamber, holding a lifeless body in each massive hand, and the third clenched with its teeth. His face became a mask of unspeakable horror. All his fighting spirit vanished. At the moment he turned and ran away, seeing him in such a panic state. His men shouted in confusion, "What is happening, Chief?" before the burly man could even respond. The wall behind him shattered, and the colossal body of that. From the smoke and dust, a monster appeared right before them. It was something incomprehensible. The burly man wasted no time on words. He just roared. He ran after them to return. The men rushed after, and just then another powerful explosion thundered, destroying an entire section of the wall. The monster raged, and his men were torn by the monster's claws. With each killing, the beast's rage grew, and it let out a terrifying roar on the CR. Not far away, Asura and the old man stood on the roof and looked at the chaos. Asura said he found this person, and confirmed to the old man that it was indeed him. The old man confirmed that this was the collar of the hellhound that guards the underworld. Below, the burly chieftain was beaten to blood and left to crawl on the ground. His people, who were ahead, looked back behind him in complete horror. Seeing their faces, the chieftain turned his head to look. The monster appeared. Silently appearing behind him, his people screamed in terror and scattered. "Help me!" The hellhound bared its sharp teeth. The fangs looked threateningly at the chieftain. At that moment, Asura was thrown from above. His head struck the ground with a powerful palm blow. The huge man escaped certain death, but Asura could not hold back the beast for long. The hellhound instantly rose to its feet. Some Asura called him. "It seems you have not fully transformed yet. I am telling you, dude, if you don't stop, now you will never be able to return as a human." Eye of the hellhound. The eyes widened as if it understood, but just then saw the chief behind Asura again. Again the eyes filled with rage, completely ignored. Asura lunges straight at the burly man pinned to the ground. The chief. Look how the monster throws itself at him, and he cannot fully defend or dodge. He could only raise his hands, close his eyes, and scream. But before the monster could deliver a fatal bite, Asura forced it into the adjacent wall. Another blow. The force of the hit pushed him through several walls in a row, and he finally stopped inside the building behind them. This time, the monster could not get up immediately and just lay there, writhing. Seeing the terrible power of the young man before him, the chief was stunned. I was stunned. Asura stood inside. It seemed I could. Hit him a little too hard. The boss stammered behind his back. Thank you very much. Asura turned his head and cast a brief glance at him. All the other men stood. Asura watched them for a moment as they stood there trembling, looking at him. Then he said, "If you don't want trouble, go away." After these words, turning around, he looked at the monster. The place was still in ruins. Rubble. There was still no movement. Under the pile of debris, the monster's blah. The body was visible. The only thing heard was painful groans. Asura slowly approached. No matter how much you resist, what has already happened cannot be changed. You will just perish. Stop. Let me remove that collar, and you can become human again, he said, intervening. Inside the rubble, he shuddered, seeing a pile of bodies in the corner. Among them were elderly people, children, and women. Suddenly, Asura. It became clear why the creature was so persistent. The collar on its neck began to glow. Brightly shone again. The hellhound rose, growling. The eyes were red and filled with rage. The hatred in them was obvious. In an instant, the entire debris and wooden beams pressing on him flew away. It pushed it away completely. Now it had fully transformed into a huge black dog. Even the pupils of its eyes distorted and became something inhuman. Seeing this, Atula understood that the situation could no longer be saved. Externally, the mountain bandits were still trying to flee in panic. Barely. They reached the exit when the shadow of the black dog loomed over them. Divine Hound. Landed right in their path with terrible speed and blocked their way to escape. Cut off. They could only freeze in place. The eyes of the hounds glowed with fierce red, full of murderous intent, as they looked at them. The men were paralyzed, overcome with unspeakable horror. With a single stomp of its paw, the divine dog instantly crushed several people. It showed no mercy, its claws striking all around. Again. Even more men fell, their bodies torn to pieces. The great lair, he could only stand and watch as his brothers were cruelly killed one by one, in terrible ways. At that moment, he completely rejected any thought of running. He knew that escape was impossible, no matter how fast he ran. After he managed, together with others, the divine dog approached him, but did not attack immediately. Instead, she decided to watch as he trembled before the terrible divine dogs. The look gave everything away. He couldn't stand it and began to beg his younger brother. "So it is you. I was wrong. Please spare me, brother." The divine dog showed no mercy. It opened its massive jaws wide and lunged forward, releasing fresh. Crimson blood rose into the air. The others were simply laid down, but the great Khan, they ate him alive. Avenging, the beast bowed its head. She leaned back and let out a long, eerie howl. Only then did A2 for the last time low. "Approach. I was waiting for you to finish. Now you can, finally, take off that collar." The divine dog turned his face to him, not from. It refused to obey, fiercely growling and making it clear that it does not submit to the will of Atula. Atula's face remained completely calm, not moved at all. "You have taken too many lives. I doubt you will ever be able to be human again. Now I doubt whether it was the right choice." The divine dog, completely indifferent, let out a deafening roar. In response, Tula drew his staff. "It seems you cannot understand. I will say no more." Meanwhile, the leader silently sat on the roof. On the roof, watching the whole scene and making no move, seeing Tula, ready to attack. The divine hound jumped into the air, growling and lunged with his joke. The door wide open, not afraid at all, Tula swung his staff. Before the dog's jaws could close, he broke them across. Outside. He did not stop there. Another Tula swung the stick again. This time he hit the monstrous legs hard. The blow instantly crippled. He was hit in both legs, causing him to fall to the ground. Some Tula raised his staff. Once again aiming straight at the head, he brought down the blow with tremendous force. He slammed the head of the divine dog into the mud, but it did not end there. After the strike, the shockwave continued to spread outward. The estate was half leveled to the ground, and the divine dog found itself on A2, the law, in the center of a huge crater. The leader, who leisurely, standing on the roof, he was suddenly thrown down as the entire building collapsed. After the dust settled, there was nothing left beneath him. Instead, a field of ruins remained. His warhorse appeared out of nowhere, holding the enraged leader by the collar in his teeth. "Damn it, I will never understand that guy. He will never learn to hold back." Down in the crater, the divine dog returned to his original form. the Lord of Man. In a manner. Some two law stood there silently watching him. A thin smile appeared on his lips. When the honor of his family was restored, he finally found peace. His figure slowly began to dissolve into the void, and he disappeared. The divine dog collar thudded to the ground. Some two law quickly picked it up and approached his leader. Seeing him, the old man asked if this was... They asked who called and what happened to his master. Attila passed on the summoned. He is no longer here. The old chief took the artifact and looked at it for a moment. In solemn silence, he took out the talisman and placed the collar on this. Instantly, the collar vanished into the paper amulet. There were only 3 such collars existed in the world, he whispered, and now only one remains. Then both began to perform the final rites over all the bodies. The estate and its inhabitants were engulfed by a single purifying flame. Watching from afar, Attila noticed that before he died, he thanked me, and the leader looked at him in surprise and asked who he was talking about. Attila, the man in the collar, explained. When their task was completed, he thanked me for freeing him from that monstrous life in which he was imprisoned. 2 of them set off again, while the scene meanwhile shifts to another place. A flock of crows pecks at the corpse of some fallen beast nearby. A figure in black stood watching what was happening. This was exactly the place where Law A2 destroyed giant snakes. The man in the cloak looked around. Looking at the place for a moment, his gaze fell on torn clothes on the ground. Moving quickly, he picked up the fabric to examine it, then noticed the clear tracks from a horse-drawn carriage. Follow the left trail. Soon he arrived by carriage at the ruins of the Tavern, the Great Tree. A farewell gift from the leader still stood tall and impressive. The man in black looked for a moment, then turned and left, accepting the refusal. Their deed. Meanwhile, the former Killer's outpost was now completely flooded by a mountain spring that had burst upon it. And this too was the last part of 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 the last. The next stop for the pursuer in dark robes was the place whose trail he was carefully following. Attila and his mentor set out and consecutively visited all 3 places. When he came here, a stern tension was visible on his face. When night fell somewhere deep in the forest, Tula and his companions rested, sleeping by a crackling campfire. Suddenly, the horse caught a scent in the wind and abruptly woke from sleep. Something was wrong. It emerged from the flame right in front of him. It was a salamander that, the tail was cut off. It quickly crawled to Attila and crawled right onto. Touching his face, it let out a cheerful squeak and became playful, carefully snuggled against his cheek. And Attila, who was sleeping deeply, was obviously irritated by the creature's antics. However, the little salamander enjoyed life. The warhorse, seeing that it posed no threat, ignored it and fell asleep again. The scene shifts to a deserted snowy. The mountain peak was covered. Here fresh blood stained the pure white snow, where a solitary figure stood, tightly gripping a broken blood-soaked staff. Around him were countless bodies, and on his back was clearly visible the undeniable image of a spider. It was so realistic that it seemed like a real aura. Something was hiding under his skin. Suddenly he sharply turned his head. Looking back, he had blood-red, frightening irises. The scene shifts again to the roof, where a young man with one eye was carefully looking at a leaf. "Damn," he muttered. "This is already. More than 12 years have passed. But every time I think about that bastard, the wound where my right eye was hurts as if it happened yesterday." In his hand was a map. After all the trouble to find a clue about that thing when we got here, only a pile of smoldering ruins remained. Maybe the item we are looking for is buried somewhere in this debris. And at that moment, a voice he called the captain. One of his subordinates came up from below to hand over our reporting, "Sir, I have completed a full inspection of the territory. Here is the exact location of the estate where the people of Attila found the ring of the divine dog. Besides the bodies of the estate's inhabitants, whom Attila sneaked up on, the bodies of the mountain bandits are still scattered everywhere." One Eye jumped from the roof. "You all did a good job, sir. However, there is one thing. Earlier I sent a carrier pigeon back to... We reported the situation and our next steps to headquarters, but for some reason there has been no response for more than 10 days. Orders." One Eye stared in surprise. "So a full 10 days have passed." Without replying, the man confirmed, "Yes, sir. The longest I have ever had to wait for a response was only 3 days. I have a bad feeling. Probably something went wrong." One Eye calmed him down and reminded him that he forgot. "Our Red Demon headquarters is protected not only by the Guildmaster but also... However, there are also 2 captains stationed there. Azure Demon and Crimson Demon. No matter what is happening, nothing catastrophic could have occurred. Understood. In any case, our mission here is complete. We need to return to headquarters and report. Then we will soon find out what is happening. We will return, but before that I need to visit one place. At first his people were surprised and confused by this announcement. The gaze of one eye darkened as a memory surfaced. I need to visit the person who took this eye from me many years ago. The moon goddess was mysterious. A woman credited with saving the village of Hokok from a terrible famine. According to our investigation, at the height of the famine she arrived in the village, shared food with the hungry, treated the sick and exhausted, and performed many charitable acts for the villagers. Then, the villagers built a shrine in her honor and even created an order of handmaidens. They began to worship her as a goddess and became her faithful followers. Moreover, the village, now known as Hokok, began to prosper when the Count. Refugees flocked there because of its reputation. The one-eyed man and his people stood near. A giant tree watched over the village from afar. The village was located at the foot of the mountain ridge. A stream flows nearby, making it ideal for long-range armament. One Eye looked down at the village and coldly twisted into a mysterious smile. Goddess of the moonlight, that is. It refers to some man or something else. In the village, all the servants were women, and they were just bringing food. When a commotion arose outside, they turned to their mistress. Entry is not allowed. You are not permitted. They entered without prior appointment. The maids in the yard heard the noise and turned around. They turned their heads toward the entrance. The one-eyed man, leading two of his subordinates, slapped. Passing through the gates, we came to see the goddess under the moonlight. Where is she? The maid froze, completely stunned and did not know what to do. A sharp, reproachful voice cut through the air and accused of obvious disrespect. The woman who had just come out of the main house spoke. In a cold tone, she addressed the group of one-eyed men and said she had not seen you before. Today we do not accept visitors without prior notice. Maybe you should come. Again, the corner of the mouth on one side twisted into a cold smile. The old woman saw his expression and was momentarily puzzled. The next moment, he pushed her and the maids beside her back into the hut. The one-eyed man and his people went inside, leaving the rest of the servants stunned. Although they were scared, they still stood to defend. Before the Holy Maiden, One Eye simply smiled. Holy Maiden. So this is where you were hiding. The maids panicked upon seeing him approach. Stop this and leave immediately. The Holy Virgin stands. Behind them, to the side. No point. Everyone step aside. Side. They quickly obeyed, parting on both sides, leaving her F. The Holy Maiden asked with a note of embarrassment in her voice if it was only One Eye. Do I know you? He squinted one eye and looked at her intently. Then he hit her in the face without any hesitation. The holy girl did not have time to dodge. The blow lifted her into the air. Blood splattered from her lips. The maids around scattered. They stepped forward to help her get up. What you are doing is unacceptable. In response to their friends, against the background of romantic screams, an extremely terrifying murderous aura burst from One Eye. He barked coldly. If you stand in my way again, I will kill you all to the last one. The concubine's eyes widened in horror. Cold sweat appeared on her body to F. It was scary even to breathe. But the Holy Virgin spoke again. It is okay. All right, everyone. Step back, come one by one and kneel before her. He grabbed her by the collar and lifted her to ask if she really did not remember him. Sorry, I cannot transcribe descriptions of sexual violence. I can offer a neutral, non-graphic version instead. Part of her body immediately became visible to everyone. Each of the maid's things They covered their mouths with their hands in horror. One eye shot out. She cast a sidelong glance, then looked again at the Holy Virgin. That was the reaction. Strange. It's impossible that you didn't recognize me. It was... But then he noticed a tattoo of a black spider on her back. Seeing... It made his eyes narrow to slits. He grabbed a handful of the Holy Virgin's hair. He jerked her head up. If you really don't remember, then I will just have to destroy. I will take everything dear to you, and torture you until you beg for death. And I am the person who... Word. You better believe it. After that, he pushed her aside. He looked once more, then turned and walked out of the room. Only then did the maidservants run to the Holy Virgin. Quickly bring water and cloth. Hurry. Meanwhile, as One Eye was fading, he got lost. Austin pondered. He could not comprehend it. It was a black spider tattoo. Yes, but the one he remembered many years ago had 8 long, sprawling legs. Not this timid, closed design. The appearance... The 2 marks were very different, and he began to suspect that he might... Not that person. No, it's impossible. They definitely... These are the eyes of the monster I once knew. The day will come when I force you to tear off that mask. Your own hands inside again, while the maidens diligently cared. No one noticed the strange movement from the spider mark on the back of the holy maiden. 8 legs quickly unfolded from it, and the numerous eyes on her head began to move. The glow became ominous. The scene switches to the forest outside, where 3 figures seem to be hunting. 2 children behind called to the one ahead. If we are ahead, we should turn back. Big brother. The holy maiden told us not to. Go too far. The boy ahead turned around and sighed angrily. That's why I said I would go alone. You two always interfere. They were drunk from wine. They tried to explain. We just thought that if we went hunting with you for day, we would eat venison, you idiots. You need to do this. First, you really need to find a deer before hunting it. Suddenly, the youngest in the group pointed to the head. There is a rabbit. The chief instantly turned his head. Look, it is real. Does that mean we can eat? What do rabbits do? Give me their fur, okay? I want to make underwear for the Holy Virgin from it. Shh, be quiet. Damn it. They are running away. Dante hesitate. Shoot now. The leader did not hesitate and immediately released the arrow, but his shot missed. The other children sighed with disappointment. He's gone now. You always boast that you shoot perfectly, but this time you didn't even hit the rabbit. The size of a pig. I missed it because you were too loud. We were completely quiet, whispering. When hunting, you can't even breathe. Dante breathed heavily, and especially Dante speak. Listen carefully. Even before he could finish the sentence, 2 other children nudged him to look back. There stood a brown. The bear was easily 100 times bigger than them. He lowered his head and roared at them with a deafening roar. The children were instantly frightened. Jaws dropped in shock, but suddenly the brown bear collapsed, right in front of them. Now all the children were already crying and trembling violently. It was so hard that they could barely stand. It was then that the figure descended from next to the bear's body. Atula approached and picked up the arrow with which the children had just shot him. The bear. The frightened children stammered, pointing at the arrow and saying that you fired it. In response, yes, sir, and Tula sighed. I thought I was the one who hit. So where do you all live? Give me a lei, some meat, and I will take you home in my carriage. Shortly after that, Atula and his companion went after the 2 children to their home as soon as they reached the yard. They began shouting, Mom, Dad, older brother. We returned with the bear. We searched. They called and called, but no one answered. The children went and noticed only an empty house and did not know where they had gone. He approached to ask if anyone was home. The boy nodded and said no. Sir. Suddenly the youngest boy pointed into the distance and shouted. Not far away, smoke was rising. Their village was engulfed in a sea of flames. The children immediately ran to the fire. It's a fire. Probably Mom and Dad went to help put out the fire. We need to go too. 2 laws stood there and looked confusedly at their retreating backs. His leader approached and stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder, as the children disappeared. Suddenly a deep silence fell, while the village meanwhile was burning with flames, growing with every second. All the villagers desperately tried to calm it down. They tried to extinguish the fire with buckets of water, but the flames proved too strong. There was how they could put it out overnight. The elderly, women, and children of the village had already been relocated to a safe place. People looked with sadness, saw with their own eyes how the house they had known for so long was destroyed just like that. It was then that the divine girl appeared, when the children and peasants, seeing her, everyone began to fold their hands and pray. The divine being in G stood before the roaring hell. The fire gradually engulfed her reflection. In her pupils, not far away, on the mountain peak, one eye of his brother stood and watched with admiration. For a refugee camp, they were unexpectedly well equipped. They are well organized. If this continues, they will extinguish the fire before it spreads. Everything was going according to plan when I calmed them down. Don't worry. It's just a small greeting, that's all. Another man was still worried. Maybe so, but when I interrupted him, you were stammering all this time. You want to ask me something, so stop beating around the bush and just say it already. A man who looks like he has never killed anyone, not even insects. The sect somehow managed to destroy the most powerful sect of the northern combat world. You ask if he really killed my father. Bitch Lurk Kim. Are you interested in the Sword Emperor Gebi or something else? The man stumbled, said it was not that. I wouldn't dare. One eye shook its head. Everything is fine. Everyone would think the same just by looking at him. The Black Spider clan was a syndicate of assassins that spread terror throughout the north. Martial World took on any job for the right pay and fulfilled their mission, with ruthless efficiency, regardless of whether it was right or not. The war between our close, Cheese Sword Sect and the Black Spider Clan began with the death of my uncle, a martial arts master. Their goal was to kill him, but contrary to what the entire martial world expected, the Taiji Sword School declared a convincing victory. Every last assassin from the Black Spider Clan was destroyed. Even the Dugu family, suspected of shadow control, was completely wiped out. From the newly formed sect, the Taiji Sword Sect rose to become number one of the forces in the northern combat world. And at that time, my father, who was once known only as a swordmaster, gained the title of Sword Emperor Gebi, but from that day until his death, he never drew his sword again. The Black Spider Clan was not at full strength. Although only one survived, a young boy who brought the only one left in the clan was like a war trophy. Then, I just thought it was some pathetic child sold into slavery by some unfortunate person. Despite his young age, he was extremely hard-working in the family and handled any job, from chopping wood to sweeping the floor. He defeated pigs. He even helped me with bathing and did everything perfectly. One day when we were on a trip, it was the first time seeing the world outside the sect. He was completely fascinated. It was then that I asked him about his dream and learned who he was. Busy catching dragonflies, he turned and looked at me, embarrassed, as if it were a dream. You mean a goal, or what you want to achieve in the future? My dream. I told him that he must surpass my father and become the greatest Emperor of the Sword. In all the Central Plains, you must have your own dream. Midan just stared into the void. I never really thought about I have seen it before. Yes, you are acting foolishly. A man must think about his the future. Only much later did I finally understand. On the very day he was brought home, my father implanted a poisonous parasite. Inside it was a substance known as the mucus toxin 9 spines. The parasite would slowly eat away at its hostess' internal organs. At any moment, with just a thought, my father could use it to finish off Ingate. On a piercingly cold winter day, snow covered the ground. Exactly 10 years have passed since the 9-spiked gut oxen was planted in Nguet-an. As I remember, the lifespan of the 9-span Gu is already 10 years. It flew by very quickly. Time passes. We must give him another 9-spined gutoxin while it is too late. No, I am not going to use the 9-spiked mucus toxin. Again. 10 years have passed. That should be enough to monitor him. He is still just a good, obedient boy. Using the slippery toxin on, meeting him will change nothing, but he is one of the Hungma. You all ready for? If you forgot what that name means, you can raise a wild animal alongside your lifestyle, but they will never truly be able to live in harmony. Maybe all this time all these actions were just a facade to deceive us, says the slime with 9 spikes. It differs from other poisons, and allows the user to notice every subtle change, even the smallest emotions of the master. If he had even the slightest intention, if they had been deceiving us all these years, I would have felt it immediately. Regarding everything he has done up to this moment, I am sure he doesn't even know about the 9-spiked slippery mass, the toxin in it. He is just a poor, naive child. To be free from the sins of his clan. Enough, I understand. If this is your decision, I will not interfere, but at least be silent and stay away from the young master. What are you even talking about? Do you really believe that my son Thanjang could be harmed by a child? Like Nguyen-an. I had no such intention, my lord, but he is exactly like that. He comes from a treacherous demon clan, and if the young master happens to pass by at that time, while they argue. He heard voices from the room and started walking. I came here to study energy circulation, but it seems I need to return to the room. Returned once more. Later he went to the mountains hunting with Inget A. He drew the bow, and Nguyen-an was supposed to retrieve game. By the expression on Nguyen-an's face, he was clearly enjoying it. Thonjun asked him if he had ever heard of the ancient 9-section pose. Nguyen-an replied, "No, why do you ask?" Zhang gave him a serious look. Nguyen-an was still smiling widely. Looks like he doesn't understand anything. From Thonjong's side, I have a very bad feeling. They say you have the 9-part ancient poison in your body. Sorcerer Ho Wong Ho said the poison acts for 10 years and then simply disappears. So it would have to be introduced to you a second time, but that is not happening. It seems the sect leader plans to do this. Did he say anything else to you? It doesn't matter. I just overheard a few fragments, so I don't really understand. Suddenly Nguyen-an spoke from behind him. 10 years, you say. So today is that day. This surprised him. Thonjung sharply turned his head. The cheerful smile completely disappeared. On Judd Anna's face, something vanished. Instead, an expression of stunned disbelief appeared. Letter. Then his facial expression twisted into incredible horror. The door that was never supposed to open finally swung wide open. It seems that what I called a dream is about to become reality. Thongjun's face tensed. Sweat ran down his forehead. In a moment. Go to lunch. Towards him. Thongjun didn't even manage to draw his sword when his hand was grabbed. In an iron grip, his free hand made a fierce strike aimed at Tangjong's fate. Instantly everything merged into endless darkness and bright red. Blood stained the white snow and formed a long, ominous trail to the mansion. Inside the walls, a terrible massacre was taking place. Corpses lay. Things were scattered everywhere, and behind this destruction stood Nguyet An. The dark mark on his back seemed to pulse with every swing of the blade. The demonic symbol on his back seemed to writhe and change, and soon he was exhausted. He was covered in blood, but it was not his blood. It belonged to the people he had cut. In front of him lay what he had almost single-handedly destroyed the entire Taiji school, Sword Sect. Standing in the courtyard amid the bloodshed, he looked at the magnificent. Suddenly a sound came from behind the gates. Frightened, N, which had not yet been turned over, then approached the place where Thongjong lay. I broke every. Even though you have a damaged joint, you still crawled here. The young master of the Taiji sword sect is truly remarkable. The entire sect is destroyed. Now you are like me. I was also going to kill you, but thanks to you my dream became reality. So for that I will allow you to live. Until the time when the one-eyed man finished the story. It was already almost dark, another man replied. There was confusion in his voice, Captain. I must admit, I find it hard to understand this. Explain why we cannot just get rid of him now. Now the one-eyed man shook his head. That would be too simple. This is too unsatisfactory. I want to see how he breaks. The same devastating despair that I experienced, and only then will I provide. Give him the mercy of a slow and painful end. Everyone carefully survey the area. Careful. We begin the assault tonight. Another man nodded in agreement. Understood, sir. Your men are ready. The one-eyed man continued giving his order. I wonder how he will react when he sees what happened to the locals. How they all died. It was then that another voice sounded from behind. Captain, I must report suspicious activity detected. Activity at the edge of the forest. Both companions turned back to look at the man and asked what he found that night. It quickly fell, and the villagers were able to take control of the flame and extinguish it. At the Divine Virgin S estate, the wounded and homeless found temporary shelter, and the Virgin herself went around and gently comforted them with words. Support and reassurance for every person. Meanwhile, in the forest, One Eye and his men followed the scout. My reconnaissance here revealed something unusual. They say that mountain bandits had attacked this village many times before, and people constantly lived in fear. The one-eyed man replied, The village is isolated. There are no imperial soldiers here for protection, so it is not surprising that it became a target for these marauders. The scout, continuing. It is true, but the strange thing is this. When the mountain bandits last attacked the village, they heard only a few words from the moon god. For some reason, they voluntarily returned everything they had stolen to us. They say they never returned to rob this village again. I thought the stories exaggerated the power of the moonlight goddess, but it turned out that this was not the case at all. Hearing this, the one-eyed man fell into thoughtful silence. After walking a little further, the scout ahead said, Captain, this is. At the estate, all the villagers had already fallen asleep. The lights went out, and an eerie silence reigned over the yard. Suddenly something appeared on the roof, and a figure quickly emerged. In the night sky appeared the moon goddess. He stood and silently looked at the distant mountains, where there was a group of men. Along the cliff they held torches. On the ground lay a dried-up body. One Eye approached and skeptically asked if this was the body. Nothing strange, these mountain paths are dangerous, especially in the night or during rain. Often someone slips and falls on their death, replied the scout. I thought the same at first, sir, but you need to look down there. The men looked over the edge and saw hundreds of others. Below, piled up bodies. I can't believe this happened. I caught my breath. These are the mountain bandits who previously robbed the village. Knowledge. Probably because of this they never returned. Suddenly STR appeared. From the mountain peak came a sound, and the whole group shuddered. The sudden noise made them sharply turn around. It seemed to be a whistle. Attack signal. Unknown where it is coming from. The distance was too great. It is impossible to determine the direction exactly, so the enemy will not be able to attack. We are in such a place. Meanwhile, elsewhere, one-eyed men were killing one after another. The attacker was the moon goddess. Having finished the work, he was already about to leave when suddenly he felt something. It made him look back. Nearby, another group was quickly approaching. When someone approached his position, the moon goddess, seeing this, stopped and decided To wait for them, he barely smiled because they were not far. One blue eye watched everything. This thing is the main assistant of the leader. Part of the same line, a professional class spyglass. Watching, he shouted, "Now I see it clearly. It definitely started. I tried to figure out how to get that guy out of cover. But I didn't think he would just run out of his zone. Those mountain bandits probably caused his actions." Aside, Attila was completely disconnected from the world, snoring loudly and noticing nothing. To his entourage, he was deeply asleep in a sweet sleep when a foot suddenly struck him right in the face. "Get up, you scoundrel." Attila got up, pressing the painful. An expression flashed on his face as the leader turned back to his spyglass. That bastard had already managed to make his move, so get up. We need to act, boy. I was racking my brain. My brain tried to figure out how to get him out, and he just went and exposed himself. Us. Do you hear me? Tula, still holding his face, stammered. When we reached that villa, the leader explained that he asked if you were serious, sir. I thought the peasants were his prey, but I never imagined that he was actually hunting a completely different target, using the peasants as bait, knowing that greedy fools would drag themselves there and become his real prey. However, these so-called predators did not even suspect that we were manipulating them. The spider pulls the strings behind the scenes, of course, for those hunters. Only one outcome remained: death. Tula revealed Ma. Yawning, he said it was already late and asked to nap a little. The old man exploded with anger and shouted, "You little scoundrel are seeking your own death." Dante missed such a golden opportunity. The scene returns to Nwert, Harthan, Nur and his opponents at that moment. Several slashes of sword energy flew at him as one of the enemies struck. Almost connecting, his body flickered, leaving an afterimage, and disappeared. Before the young man could even realize what had happened, a hand was already touching. Something lay on the crown of his head. Wee and Hatnor easily dodged his strike. He firmly gripped his head. With one strong jerk, he broke his neck. The youth fell to the ground. His life ended at that moment. That's how it was. Two other comrades rushed simultaneously, swinging their biel. It seemed their attack from both sides would definitely cut Weird Har Thunder in half. Despite all expectations, he easily dodged the strike. He sharply waved his hand and struck the back of the youth's head with the edge of his palm. At the same time, another sword lunged at the head of Nwrtharthanura from the front. But, as in all previous times, he easily dodged. Then he rushed at the man who had just attacked. A hard palm strike to the groin. The jaw splattered fresh blood into the air. All three men were knocked down. Within moments, Weird Harthunder grabbed one of them by the collar. He lifted him up just at the moment when several hidden projectiles flew forward and hit the body. It was clear that he used the corpse as a living shield to block the treacherous attack. Seeing this, the faces of the men hidden in the forest went dark, the tension palpable. A mocking smile appeared on Witot's face. Both nerves and lips. One of the men was so enraged that a vein pulsed on his forehead. That damned bastard! They immediately launched into a desperate attack again. They decided to avenge their comrades. It was then that the one-eyed man and his group were hurriedly approached. As soon as he arrived, his face frowned because, seeing Revert Hartander fighting with his subordinates, they exchanged glances. Each had a completely different facial expression. One was grinding his teeth in pure. At the top of the mountain, one was boiling with rage, and the other was smiling mockingly and clearly enjoying it. The leader's face became serious, and he said that this is our signal. "Let's go. He is too busy hunting prey to notice anything," said Tulo. Smiling, he put the staff on his shoulder. "Good little lamb." Instantly, the whole group was slaughtered, their bodies lying on the ground in pools of blood. When One-Eyed and his men landed, there was not a single soul left. He remained alive. His followers looked at the bloody massacre, completely stunned. This is impossible." And then, a voice sounded right behind them. "You are late." They sharply swung Ray. In panic, they only saw one of their own already dead. With a hand, the blow went straight through his throat. The culprit was, of course, Nui. Hartan Nur was just standing in front of them, and now suddenly he was behind and took someone's life just like that. Strange Hartan Nur. He was just in front of them. Lips curled into a smirk. "I thought you would tuck your tail and run away. I was just about to go home." One Eye cast an icy glance at him. The subordinates could no longer contain their rage, drew their swords and rushed forward. Rushing forward in frenzy. Botan showed no fear and remained unshakable. A burly man who always accompanied the One-Eyed calmly drew his blade, standing in place, also presented himself as a shield. "I will give my life to stop." He was a member of the Hung Ma clan. The first two men were already on Wertharthun Nu. A muscular warrior climbed right after them. "Please, boss. Finish him after I exhaust him, but I urgently shouted S to one alone. Stop him, no need. Wait, but 2 men ahead were already eliminated. In a moment. One had his head cleanly cut off, the other had his arm torn off, torn from his nest. The muscular man paid no attention to them. Rushing at, he mercilessly and immediately unleashes his 7th lower strike technique. This time, the strange stone on Noyeri was not just standing, it began to weave and Instantly, even before the burly man could even launch his. During the attack, the opponent was already standing directly before his eyes full of distrust, and fresh blood splattered in the air. Gartanur's hand was now deep in his throat. He lifted the burly man by the throat, but this one was not like other rank and file and still found the strength to raise his hand and firmly grasp the attacker's wrist. This audacious act stunned Hatunur. One eye peeked out from behind the back. He had already swung the blade. Focusing powerful technique, 8 forms of supreme pressure, the infinite heavenly sword released a stream. Then he directed this energy in the form of a destructive attack straight at Nwyrd Harthanur. The entire forest trembled from a single movement. Trees were uprooted, dust covered the air, and everything plunged into chaos. After the use of technology, One Eye silently waited for the dust to settle. Before him, the earth turned into a lace of countless cracks carved by the energy of his sword. And besides the mangled corpses of his people, Nwyrd Karatunura was not visible. Their unfortunate souls were already killed. Their enemy was now torn to pieces by the very attack of their own leader. In Nwydhatha Nurgan, one icy face became a mask of complete tension. In a moment, mocking laughter sounded in the ears. A strange stone troubled him. It sat on a branch right behind him, mocking and destroying your people. Every one of your actions, as they say, is merciless. The apple really does not. It fell far from the tree. One Eye instantly turned around. Let go. Another flurry of chopping blows. Gevert Hartander responded with a series of quick cuts. He flashed in a burst and jumped aside just as the trees he was standing on were destroyed by the attack. Nur gracefully landed amid split wood and debris, but his one eye did not blink for a second. Gritting his teeth, he rushed at the opponent alone. He swung the blade again, leading a relentless attack. The sword Oros crossed like a net, but to his surprise the moon goddess disappeared from sight again just when he was puzzled. The moon now holds us under its feet. Your martial arts have spoken. Truly improved significantly. But before she could finish, the one-eyed lowered his sword. He lunged at her again, but the moon goddess was faster and sharply struck him in the back, which threw him into the air. One eye in the dust, his face hit the ground hard from. After the blow, he quickly leaned on his sword and without hesitation, the plant was swung again. The moon goddess jumped back to avoid the attack. Then she delivered another kick, this time straight to the face. Rising into the air again from the force of the blow, the moon goddess did not take advantage. Instead of standing silently and just waiting, I tried to turn back. He was already standing on his feet. His face was covered with fresh blood, teeth clenched. It was a combination of pain and a firm unwillingness to give up. When he reached for his 2 swords, the moon goddess approached and trampled them, pressing them to the ground. Then with one powerful strike, she sent him flying back and struck hard, near the trunk of a huge tree. The moon goddess closed the distance. She firmly placed her foot on his chest and pressed hard. The ribs cracked, and a flow of blood poured from the mouth of one eye. This time there was absolutely no chance to get up. He forced us to bend down and picked up a stone. I spared you once already. If I stop this now, you will have no grounds to complain. I didn't care what you did with the life I gave you, but you decided to waste it on revenge again and again. Her words easily destroyed. The stone in her hand. For a person like me, breaking your limbs would be no problem. This is not the same as crushing a bug. This power was not gained by me through exhausting training. It is an innate ability of my people. You and I are fundamentally different beings. No effort on your part can overcome this gap between us. Revenge is a luxury available only to the victors. Mad. You don't dream of avenging the tiger. Your revenge was from the start just a foolish fantasy. One eye remained pressed to the tree. You caught your breath. Catching his breath, he was momentarily left speechless. The moon goddess looked at him for a moment before continuing. I do not know if this will bring you any relief, but your father was not a man worth dying for. It was your father, Tay Sarian, who ordered my clan to kill his elder brother, the former head of the Taishore mountain sect. My people were struck by an ancient 9-cut poison. He controlled us with it, so we had no choice but to obey his orders. He promised an antidote when he became the sect leader, but after getting what he wanted, he did not fulfill it. He mercilessly slaughtered all my relatives to the last one. After that, One Eye finally lifted its head to look at her. The moon goddess saw the look in his eyes. Your expression shows that you do not want to believe me, but the truth remains, whether you believe it or not. It is true, your father was not the man you thought he was. He hid behind my youth to justify the crimes of my clan, but secretly infected me with the same ancient nine-cut poison to keep me under his control. Under the pretext of checking if my emotions were genuine, he tortured me every night, treating me like his toy. Hearing this, veins bulged with blood in him. It began to crawl into the field of vision of the One Eye. The moon goddess fell silent. She just stood and looked at him. After a long pause, One Eye slowly lit up. He hit him on the head again. So your father knew why this monster was still so fierce. But before he could finish the sentence, the moon goddess, the hand suddenly shot forward, tearing his head off his shoulders, and everything happened instantly. At that moment, his childhood friend was killed by her. A sound of footsteps came from behind. The moon goddess turned to see. The newcomer turned out to be Asura. He looked at her threateningly, his eyes full of suspicion. The moon goddess stood her ground firmly and silently watched him. They stood in silence and did not move. Asura was the first to break it. There was confusion in his voice. Strange that the host speaks so clearly. "It's okay, I'll calm her down first," he said. He pulled his hand behind his back, took out his staff, and swung it sharply. The archer aimed straight at the head of the moon goddess. His speed was incredible, but the strike hit only empty air. The fog completely stunned Asura. At that moment of shock, a hand gripped the crown of his head from somewhere. In the distance, the leader's voice sounded with a warning, "Beware," but it was already too late. The moon goddess, who was now hovering over Asura, tightly squeezed his head. Without waiting for an answer, she asked, "Are you one of them too?" With one sharp jerk, she twisted his neck with great force. A terrible crack sounded as sigh. The moon goddess sharply threw Asura's head back and, thinking he was already finished, like any ordinary man, released her grip. At that very moment she let go. Asura's staff sharply spun and struck her hard. Without having time to react, the moon goddess was thrown into the air, harshly crashing into a huge boulder in the distance. Her body was pressed into a stone wall, blood splattered from the impact. Her eyes wide open from absolute D. She did not believe that the huge boulder behind her had shattered into pieces. Sora did not start to advance. Instead, he just stood and saw. He slowly grabbed his head and turned his neck back into place. After a moment, his face returned to its normal appearance. He thought to himself, "That's unexpected. Besides the chief, I don't remember the last time they did this to me." Pausing for a moment, he again turned his gaze to. Among the ruins there was complete silence. There was no sign of movement. A look of confusion appeared on Sora's face. Maybe I overdid it again? I didn't do that? They were about to finish her off. But just then, the debris began to move. The heavy stones pressing down on the moon goddess were suddenly blown away by an explosion, and the first to get out from under the rubble was Asura, and a smile appeared on his face. So, she is still alive and full of strength. As soon as she was freed, she rushed forward and struck him directly. They collided in a cloud of dust, exchanging a barrage of blows with hands and feet. A powerful strike from the moon. One goddess seemed capable of sending Sura flying, but again she hit nothing. Nothing but air. The next moment, Asura's voice sounded right above his head. "She is fast, and her strength is truly serious. All right, let's see what this is really capable of." With the staff in his hands, he began his attack. The time has come for Asura to go on a merciless offensive. Their fists and legs merged in a fog of movements. The moon goddess desperately tried to counter each of his moves, but it was in vain. Asura effortlessly he dodged all her attacks. But in a moment she noticed a vulnerable spot and struck a strong blow to his stomach. For a second it seemed that, as if the blow could seriously injure him, but to the horror of the moon goddess, something unexpected happened. A smile appeared on Asura's lips. "Too bad, but this is the end for you." And with that, he pressed his fist into the stomach of the moon goddess. The force of Asura's counterattack completely killed her. Excited, Asura watched as she trembled inside before him. "I wanted to play a little longer, but the boss will kill me if I get scolded badly." The moon goddess caught. Splashes of blood rose, her mind spun from pure horror. This is impossible. This man can be just like me. I know that he is different. He is even stronger than my entire clan, just as he is. Deep in thoughts about Asura's power, he did not notice another punch flying at him. The moon divine maiden was thrown into the air, crashing through countless trees spreading shockwaves throughout the forest. The impact vehicle, a long, deep chasm in the ground. After a moment, when the dust settled, the unconscious body of the Moon Divine Maiden was revealed. He could not get up at all, lying helplessly among the debris. Asura slowly and deliberately began to walk towards him. The monster living in the body of the Moon Divine Maiden had only one thought. This is bad. This is very, very bad. This man is too dangerous. I need to get out of here now. Approaching, Asura was surprised to see that the body of the Moon Divine Maiden began to move. The spider-like demon in his body. The body quickly began to emerge. A wide, excited smile appeared on Asura's face. Finally, it is emerging. In a moment, before him stood a gigantic, fully formed spider-like demon. Asura reached his hand behind the demon. He stepped back and pulled out his staff. You are clever. Crawling out. Until your master dies. Good decision. Let us dance. But contrary to his expectations, the spider demon did not attack. Instead, saying this, it leapt into the air and bounced back with dazzling speed, between the trunks of trees, fleeing swiftly. Asura stood there. A resolute retreat completely stunned him. He roared with rage. Howard, come back here, you damn spider freak. The spider demon no longer paid him. A mind rushing at full speed, hastily scurrying on the ground on 8 legs. I was so absorbed in the fight that I did not feel another presence. I need to leave this nest. I need to go as far away as possible and hide. But right ahead on my path stood a figure, as if waiting, like a spider. The demon lunged forward, but seeing the human sharply stopped. Ahead of him. The one who blocked his path was the leader. It felt overwhelming. From him came a dark aura radiating from his essence. This oppressive energy pierced him to the very root of fear. He did not dare to move, frozen in place. This grotesque creature, the leader, calmly asked how many souls exactly you absorbed to become so huge. At that moment, Asura's whistling staff flew from behind. The staff pierced through the spider demoness body and flew past. The leader flew off into the distance, and the spider demon perished. The body dissolved as it fell to the ground. In its last breath, it whispered in disbelief, "No, this cannot be." The leader was standing here, silently observed the entire conversation, then took out a talisman, began to absorb the remains of the spider demon. The massive body of the creature slowly contracted into a small strip of paper, and in a moment it was already completely gone. Only then did he turn to Asura and expressed praise. "Well done," Asura replied. "Leader, regarding the boy controlled by the spider. He is different from other hosts. It seems he's still regained consciousness, and it seemed incredible." The leader's eyes widened in surprise. Both immediately approached to examine the maiden, illuminated by moonlight. In a moment, the leader quietly laughed. "Ho ho, this is interesting. The constitution of this boy is truly unique, especially his bone structure and musculature. Unnaturally strong, more like a wild animal than a human. I heard legends about an ancient warrior tribe with similar physiology, but he definitely cannot be one of their descendants. After all, being under the control of Huck Chu, one of the bloodthirsty spider demons, this boy's life was probably a trap. 1. It is incredible that the spider ignored such good food right under its nose, especially when hungry, which completely contradicts its nature. There must have been considerable willpower in this child who tamed the spider's predatory instincts, and thereby he saved the entire village." The leader thoughtfully stroked his chin and said, "Let's just call it fate. Then I will give this child a gift." Later, somewhere deep in the forest, a beautiful young doe peacefully. It rose onto a few leaves. Suddenly it shuddered, sharply turning its head to the side. In a moment it fled because an arrow was flying, right on target. The arrow belonged to the same group of children that Asura encountered. That is, another group. Seeing that their leader missed, 2 children behind sighed and, in unison, they felt he would miss. The leader's face turned bright red. Filled with rage, 2 boys shouted back, "Hey, move!" "For what?" This time we were silent, but the leader just shouted at. "There they are again. I already asked you to stop following me." Suddenly, for unknown reasons, 2 boys screamed in fright, "Boss, watch out!" Out of nowhere appeared a giant bear and blocked their way. Just like that day when they met Allah, 3 frightened boys could not understand it. It is still alive, although that man was supposed to take it along with those 3. The children were completely confused. All they could do was press against each other, trembling and crying. Covering their heads, they suddenly heard a voice from above. The bears returned. "Children, I told you not to go so deep into the forest. The boys were scared and raised their heads. Those were the Santas. The saint smiled gently. Honestly, it did not seem like a reproach at all. What needs to be done to finally change your behavior? The boys then returned back together with her riding on the bear. Having reached the edge of the forest, Sviata told them it was time to go down. Saying goodbye, the brown bear returned to the depths of the forest. All four stood and waved to him as if he were an old friend. The leader of the boys suspiciously asked, "Did you raise that bear, Sviata?" Sviata just quietly laughed. "I didn't erase him, but I saved him when he was still small, so now he is so attached to me. All right, let's take you all home." While she spoke, she lifted the smallest boy and put him on her shoulder. Since the day the video was released, the group happily began to return on foot. When the village burned down, something changed in Sviata. Before she was kind to everyone, but now she was hard to approach, and people sometimes feared her a little, but now the children felt that she was their own older sister, as if everyone had grown up. They climbed together. The village, once devastated by fire, now slowly. Recovery was slow. Piles of debris were still everywhere, but people's lives gradually returned to normal since Sviata changed. Their village began to change along with her. Burned houses began to be rebuilt, and the family home of Sviata herself now became a school. The council of elders began appointing teachers to educate everyone in the village in the new school. In the mornings, classes were held for children, and in the afternoons for adults. Everyone could join, and the saint herself taught each one. She taught the new teachers how to grow crops, and shared her knowledge about the fact that mushrooms were safe to consume. She taught them the art of acupuncture for healing. She cared for the sick, taught them carpentry, and finally the saint mastered martial arts, engaged in farming and gathering medicinal herbs, carpentry, hunting, and combat. There was nothing she could not do. She truly could do everything. After that burning night, the town was completely revived as new buildings began to rise from the ashes. Almost vanished, the village of Hokok over time became known as one of the best places to live in Hebi, and attracted more and more people. Therefore, the village continued to grow. Then that day, the Divine Virgin admired her creation atop the mountain when suddenly, she disappeared. It is said that while everyone was feverishly searching for her, the village chief calmed the crowd and whispered that she had surely returned to where she came from. The Divine Virgin was a gift from the heavens to our village Hokok. After completing the mission, she returned to the heavenly world. At night in the house of 3 children, one of the boys could not sleep and stood in the yard, looking at the clear moonlit sky. Almost poetic, he stood, lost in thought, looking at the moon hung in the void. After a moment he shouted in rage, "This is complete nonsense. This is nonsense, village elder. You consider us fools." The scene shifts to the duet. Atua, teacher and student as always, sat on their horses. A sturdy cart carried them further across the central plains. Atulawa, he drove the carriage, constantly yawning. His expression was a clear combination of when he, tired and sad, was almost falling asleep. A loud voice sounded. Ahead, someone said, "Stop for me," and a group of burly men blocked their way. Men, each armed to the teeth. They were clearly mountain bandits. The leader's face was gloomy and extremely fierce as he stared intently with murderous intent. Both Atula and his mentor looked extremely. The leader sighed, embarrassed and not knowing what this man wanted. It was strange. Both sides stood facing each other for a long time. Nothing happened, until finally Tula could not stand it. Someone spoke. "We stopped," the man replied sharply. He ordered both to come forward. Tula and his master fell silent again. Embarrassed and completely confused, not knowing what to do, he turned to the May. He asked the master for advice. Receiving a nod of permission, he got out of the carriage. With a staff in hand, I approached the group. "You are probably bandits. If you leave now, I will spare your lives." Hearing this, the gang leader, his eyes narrowed. "You are quite confident," Atula sneered. I already warned you, and you still want to leave?" Saying this, he swung without any hesitation, he struck the opponent with a stick. A young man. He did not have time to react at all, and Atula threw him into the air. With one blow that hit the nearby rock, the servants were behind. They were gripped by horror and jumped back. Atula spoke again. "You should have run away when I told you to get out." Although 3 men were scared, they did not run away. On the contrary, they drew their swords and positioned the chariots. The lips of the heretic twisted into a smile, but he quickly felt that something was wrong. Looking back, he noticed a man pressed against the rock, but it did not matter. No matter how much he pulled, he could not free his staff. The reason was the man in the rock. He held the staff with all his strength, not allowing the other to pull it out. Although beaten and bloody, the corner of his mouth rose in a very self-satisfied smile. The lord, sitting in the carriage, could not hold back. At the scene of the incident at that moment, the rest of the men had already reached Tula. Their blades were descending upon him. Immediately the noise of battle sounded. And Tula did not move an inch, allowing 3 to press their blades to his neck. 2 huge swords lay on his shoulders. His gaze was still fixed on. The leader was buried under the rubble. At that moment, another figure emerged from behind a tree and ordered the others to retreat. Hearing his command, he said. They immediately obeyed and retreated. Even the man pressed against the rock. The one who was gripping Atula's staff released it and broke free. The newcomer paid no attention to Atula and calmly walked past him. He approached the carriage and respectfully bowed to the leader. I am humble Lucy Lin, a member of the Black Blade unit of the Emperor's Citadel of Boots. Please forgive my subordinate Leader S. Expo. The Russian remained completely calm and did not utter a word. The man continued. The head of our department also wants to meet with you, if you allow. I will go ahead, the leader replied sharply. So, after demonstrating immense power, you are now extending an invitation, and what if we refuse? The man bowed politely again before speaking. I, of course, will see you on your way. If we somehow showed disrespect, I ask you to forgive our mistakes. Again the leader sank into thoughtful silence, and his thoughts remained unknown. The man maintained his posture, standing with his head bowed and arms folded. After a short pause, the leader finally spoke again. It's hard to stay angry when you bow like that. All right, fine. A brief meeting won't kill us. The man, hearing this, sighed with relief. Thank you both sincerely. We will ensure that our service meets your... This exceeded all expectations. The giant, who was just beaten by A2 Law, approached and ordered his 3 subordinates to return first. At that moment, suddenly a staff of 2 laws appeared on his throat. 3 men, those who were already about to leave, froze, their bodies tensed in place when they shone. The man in the conical hat frowned and turned his head. A2 Law coldly told his opponent that he considers himself very cool. The giant turned his head and looked back angrily. The corners of his eyes were already blackening. With burning eyes, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Then he tried to grab my iron staff again. Without signs of fear, the burly man stretched out his hand. He stepped out and took the iron staff. He was about to unleash all his fury when the man in the conical hat behind him shouted, stopping him in place, weighing, Leone, don't be rude to our honored guests. From the big man still radiated waves of deadly intent. He clearly was not going to retreat, but quickly took his emotions under control. With a deep sigh, he released the iron staff. Turning once more to the other 3, he asked where the master's horses were. Frightened, the 3 men rushed to answer. Right here, sir, right here. Atula was about to teach him a lesson when the leader called him back. Seeing the boy who just stood and froze, she narrowed her eyes and barked sharply, as if she hadn't heard him, and Atula hurriedly rushed. Back to the carriage. I heard you. I heard you. He took his place again. He took the reins again. The leader sighed. I thought you would have learned. You should already be able to control your strength. Maybe the opponent was just too weak. Hearing these questions, 2 Law's face turned red, and he sweated. I deliberately restrained myself. The group quickly led out several horses. The man in the conical hat mounted and spoke. So, let's begin. Let's go. The place is not far from here. Cancel the carriage. Neither A2 Law nor the leader looked particularly satisfied. Then they continued. They were accompanied by the same people who had just attacked them. Soon the group reached a large complex of buildings on the mountaintop. Both Atula, the leader could not remain indifferent upon seeing the citadel before him. Crossing the bridge to the foot of the fortress, they soon saw the main gates open for them. After that, let them in. As soon as they entered, a commotion arose. This attracted their attention. They looked and saw a group of people, tied up, and they are released. Meanwhile, he is mercilessly beaten. Move, you damn Turk. Turtles, whoever lags behind, I will tear that damn skin off you. Both did not take their eyes off the grim sight. Suddenly a voice broke the silence. Although the world has changed, there are still many stubborn fools who resist the rule. Star Ji Wang, it is the duty of our Black Guard to find and punish such individuals. These are all criminals being escorted back for trial. The place is a bit unsettling, sorry. The leader, they were silent, not uttering a word. Then they moved deeper inside. There was no time to deal with those prisoners. They were led to the main hall, in the city center. The carriage stood somewhere in the corner. Asura and his mentor went inside together with the man in the hat for tea. The leader was interested. Sora raises the cup to take a sip, full of curiosity. The man who kept looking around the room suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Silence. Excuse me, my sir. Have you ever heard of a poisonous spirit? Art, the leader, immediately replied never. The young man continued. Continuation. Simply put, it is the art of reading the memories of inanimate objects. These objects are connected with a secret esoteric art passed down in my clan. Asura and his teacher seem to have little interest in this so-called esotericism. Art, their expressions unchanged. The young man did not stop. Although I say I can read them, it is not always completely clear. It rather resembles trying to see through thick fog. The longer he listened, the more boring the drawn out. Entered, constantly yawning, and looked at the guests' expressions. The young man felt a bit helpless and hesitated whether he should continue at all. After a short pause, he again said that recently an organization associated with Zoraya Jiwan was mysteriously destroyed. Investigating this case, I used my poison to contemplate the art of spirits and become a witness to something quite strange, a scene which the memory transports him to the past, when he was tracking Asura and his mentor, using a clan secret. In fact, he personally witnessed Asura's fight. He saw Asura shattered the great serpent's skull with one blow and witnessed his entire battle against an horde of monsters. The image of Asura's frenzied slaughter was etched into memory. At first he had an image in his head, then appeared the sight of a great tree piercing the sky, which both of them, having just created it, he approached and placed his hand on the trunk. Again, visions of Asura and his master appeared before him, and he saw the moment of their confrontation. That colossal beast, and he understood how that great tree came to be. Then he saw a huge lake at the mountain's summit and the terrible events everything that happened there unfolded before his eyes. After he saw it all, the achievements of the master and the disciple seemed incredible to him. This is exactly what led to our meeting today, when we heard that he supposedly knew everything. Asura and his master finally showed a spark of interest. Asura turned to his master. Reading the memories of things is a very useful skill. On the leader's side, it seems he is talking about us. He did not seem particularly a little worried, but I confirm indifferently. Yes, that is correct. The young man froze for a moment. The leader's expression became stern. You mean that we are guilty of all those events and you expect this from us? Confirm this? Hearing this, tension was felt on the young man's face. He quickly waved his hands to calm down. If you two admit this, we will have to arrest and convict both of you, so I advise you to think. Answer carefully. Asura snorted contemptuously. You are trying to accuse me of treason. However, the leader remained completely calm and gestured for him to go. You planned this from the very beginning, and I did not notice it. It was approaching. Cold sweat uncontrollably appeared on the young man's face. The leader continued, I deeply regret what happened, although, even if it happened unintentionally, we bear responsibility for the consequences. But we had unavoidable reasons, and conflicts, big and small, will continue. Go on. I wanted to avoid confrontation, but if you really want it. So today I will truly make you feel it. Even if you have to mobilize all your forces here to capture or destroy us, do your best. That is all you are capable of. Did you really think that this trap would be enough to catch us with our heads down in the loop? Hearing this, Asura's eyes lit up. Aha! So, that's the thing, there was no sign of fear or... Instead, there appeared a look of sincere, genuine experience. Captivated, seeing their attitude and hearing their words. The young man was now he was all sweaty. The leader's voice became sharp. Remember this well. What is happening here today is our official warning to the Star G King. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the estate, to a remote and neglected area deep inside. When the prisoners were lowered into the dungeon, many other prisoners, they were already in place, and all watched with interest as the newcomers were brought in. A new group was taken to the cell where several people were already wearing the same clothes. Then, without any mercy, the guard drove everyone inside. Go in there now. The group that was driven inside looked in shock at the people in the cell. This cannot be. Everyone rushed to reunite, and before leaving, the soldiers outside forgot nothing. Their farewell words, Shu Chen, Xiao Zhengjing, and the rest of you. You can discuss the Hugo Review channel as much as you want, but if you start causing trouble, Don T say we didn't warn you. You are too happy to meet a fellow believer. This is how you all ended up in such a place. It's really funny. The old gray-haired man in the center of the cell addressed the newcomers. Although you were all also captured and brought here, it is nice to see you. But when I think about the state of our Xingyu sect, I find no reason for joy. The whole group sank into a deep, sad silence. fierce-looking. The young man in front said, "Master, we disciples have come to save you." Our uncle's marshals, upon hearing these words, and others were completely stunned. Distrust was written on their faces. What absolute nonsense. Salvation. You have no idea what the Black Fortress is and how recklessly you could act towards us. Dante, be careless, quieter. They might come back if they hear you. The silver-haired old man spoke again. Changere, you have always been such a co. It is not characteristic of you to act so rashly in a fit of anger, Chan responded with a determined look. Teacher, the truth is that we went to the Tianwu Valley to present our plan and ask them for help. As soon as Tianwu Valley was mentioned, the prisoners were overcome by another wave. Shu Chan, noticing the surprise, continued to explain that they were afraid to offend Ji King Star, and therefore could not help us open up. Finally, they gave us the treasure and wished us success, which shocked the group. Again, this is the treasure. Shu Chan quickly lifted his shirt. He decisively tore off the piece of fabric sewn to the robe, revealing a small wooden. He quickly opened the wooden block. Inside lay a single seed. It was the seed of an otherworldly plant. It was said to be a gift from a great man. Faster. The crowd quickly gathered and watched intently. And others. Plant the seed, again with the Asura group. Hey, why the leader? The Black Fortress is not yet visible. Probably he is hiding nearby in an ambush. At the party, he was just waiting for your command. As soon as he spoke those words, after these words, a fearful silence fell in the room, and the young man waved his hand. Maybe disdainfully explain that it is not entirely impossible. It seems I acted thoughtlessly. Allow me to officially introduce myself once again. I am Lucy Lin, deputy head of Black Strong. Wait. Asura and his companion were slightly surprised. Lucy Lin added that she concealed her identity because she did not want to pressure you. I sincerely apologize if this caused you any inconvenience. The leader responded indifferently. I admit, this is a bit strange, but it changes nothing. And the fact that you are the deputy head does not matter. One of your allied organizations was destroyed. This changes nothing. After you confirm this, you were supposed to detain and punish us. You yourself said that Black Fortress is responsible for that. Seeing that they were not afraid at all, the young man's facial expression tensed. Asura clicked his fingers again. An interested expression appeared on his face. Exactly. I know these stories. Lucy Lin smiled helplessly. This puts me in a difficult position. Honestly, after I witnessed seeing your power with my own eyes, I absolutely do not want to become your enemy. I have a proposal. Will you join our Ji Wangxing? I will personally recommend you. Both were stunned. Join Ji1. Longxing, explained Lucy Lin. My investigation showed that you also recently arrived from outside the Central Plains, and you have not yet sworn an oath to. No loyalty to any faction or sect is required. If you join Ji Wangxing, we will fully support you in all your endeavors. This will be very beneficial for your current. These actions really caused us significant damage. Actually, it was just a misunderstanding, a minor conflict. It's not that you intentionally opposed Ji1 Sin. If you agree to join us, I use my power to erase all guilt from you. Both fell silent and pondered. Proposal. After a moment, the leader categorically refused. We do not know what our goals are. Thank you for the proposal, but mind your own business, and will stay with us. Lucy Lin's eyes widened as he looked at the leader. After a long pause, he sighed, resigned. I understand. All right, I will let it go. For today, these two looked at him with complete distrust. Are you really letting us go? Lin smiled. As I said, I do not want to make enemies of you. I will find another way to resolve this matter amicably. And one more thing. You do not need to leave immediately. You can stay for a few days if you want. The leader stood up and briefly replied that it was not necessary. If our business here is finished, there is no reason to stay. Let us go. Asuri was incredibly sorry that there was no fight, but there was nothing can be done about it. You cannot disobey the leader's orders, but simply. No sooner had they taken a few steps than Lucy Lin's voice rang out. Ah! Wait, stop. The two, frightened, sharply turned their heads, and just as they stopped, an iron cage fell from above, locking them inside. Tula looked up with interest as Lucy Lin stepped forward to stand before them. I need to make a small correction. In all history, no one who ever stepped into the Black Palisade came out alive. So, I am not going to let you go at all. Tula, completely unmoved, stretched out his hand and checked the strength of the iron bars. After a moment, he turned to the leader and remarked, This thing is strangely strong, Lucy Lin said coldly. Triumphant laughter. This is cold iron 10,000 years old, you scoundrel. The struggle is futile, so just surrender and accept your fate, both of them. They cast another look of distrust at him. Atula just smiled. I noticed you quickly switched to the other side. I must admit, I like your style. Just then, the same big thug who was there before appeared, pushed the door and went inside, and a squad of soldiers followed. In a moment, the cage holding Atula and the leader was completely surrounded. Each face showed a clear intent to kill. Meanwhile, in the main prison, the extraterrestrial seed began. The sprout broke through the stone and soil extremely quickly. Tariff. All prisoners rushed back. Something is growing extremely fast. In a moment, the plant tore the prison to pieces, leaving everyone. He was completely stunned, and could not understand what this thing was when the plant continued to grow, the prison collapsed, and the prisoners screamed in panic. The voices of comrades echoed everywhere. In the main hall, the leader remained completely calm. He stroked his beard. I predicted that you would react exactly like that. I told you I would erase all your records if you joined G1. This was not a lie. You threw away your only chance to survive. With your own hands. The tip of each spear here is covered with the poison of the monocorus, and even one scratch means a death sentence. There is no cure. Let's see how long you last. Men, attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the soldiers rushed forward, simultaneously thrusting their spears into the iron cage. And then, something unexpected happened, causing Lucy Linna's facial expression to twist as usual. A strong jolt shook the entire room, frightening the soldiers and hulled. The attack was stopped mid-strike. In the cage, in the leader SI, there was two law. It spread widely. The trembling came from the otherworldly tree, which was now massive roots grew from the prison yard, tearing apart the complex S structures. Events unfolded alarmingly fast. Inside the prison, inmates were fleeing to save their lives. In panic, "Master, are you okay? What exactly did you bring?" "Something is wrong here." The majestic fortress, once, that proudly stood on the mountaintop, turned into unrecognizable ruins within moments. Panicked screams continuously echoed from all sides. God, I don't understand what is happening. Everyone immediately leave the building. Frightened screams spread through the air, like a scene from the apocalypse. Routes were already winding towards the main hall. From the side, the floor and ceiling began shaking more and more. Someone shouted, "Everyone beware, the ceiling is falling." As soon as he spoke, the ceiling immediately collapsed right onto the cage hanging beneath it. The entire cage was suddenly buried by a mountain of debris and rubble, completely hiding Atula and the chief from view. A sound burst out from under the pile of debris. Brute, who was fighting with A2, low roared and threw off the debris, appearing at that decisive moment. At that moment, he covered his subordinates with his own body from the crushing debris. Just freed, he growled at his subordinates and asked why they were in such a hurry. First, take control of the situation. His men instantly lined up neatly, rattling They obeyed in unison, but as soon as they spoke, the roots burst out from the ground, killing several of them, and immediately the air was filled with painful screams. Watching his men die right before him, the big man could not. Trying to help, he cursed, "Let everything perish," and right then from behind. Suddenly Lucy Lin shouted Wan Yan, but the words barely sounded. The word barely escaped his lips before the roots completely engulfed the body. A scream of horror burst from Wan Yan. The deputy chief, in the next moment, several. On the surface of the root, holes tore open, and they were immediately blown to pieces by. Inside, Lucy Lin was not a simple loser. He was not going to lose so easily. At the last moment, he revealed his true power. Breaking the wooden cage, Wan Yan rushed to him and asked if he was okay. "Sir," Lucy Lin replied sharply. "And what about our targets?" Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q. The question made Van Yan freeze in place, and he sharply turned his head to look. Buried under a pile of debris was an iron cage. He made his way to it to inspect. Damage. Approaching closer, he froze in disbelief. The cage was made of millennia-old frost steel. It was a compli. He stood stunned and heard a surprised voice say that everything was completely torn apart. Someone spoke nearby. The chief and A2 Law did not run away. Instead, they said they were standing nearby, stroking the trunk of a massive tree. "This looks exactly like one of the seeds I gave that guy." The one with the strange nickname Atula nodded in agreement. "I thought the same." The chief looked puzzled, thought aloud why this had grown all the way here, and asked you if you think that guy is somewhere around here. Loa's face darkened, but he remained silent. Just then, a hand claw pressed his head, and a voice cut through the air, regardless of whether he was here or not. "I couldn't say." Before the chief's stunned gaze, The attacker lifted Atula straight off the ground by the head. Showing no mercy, Atula's face was slammed directly into the floor, cracking the very stone beneath them. Despite everything, Atula showed no reaction, passively allowing the man to treat him cruelly. The chief, on the other hand, did not give up. He was especially worried because he knew that the boy could not be killed. He roared, saw him, and corrected himself. No, kill him, and make sure that the old man dies with him. Dante, stand there, get to work. Grab them, men. Still stunned by the shock, finally came to their senses. They rushed together, directing their spears at the chief. The chief's face was calm. He was not worried at all about the attack. Even when a forest of spear tips closed around him, he just stood, hands clasped behind his back. But at that very moment, unexplained, it happened exactly as expected. Before any spear could touch him, roots torn from the floor destroyed all the attackers. The air again Everything was filled with splashes of fresh blood and painful screams. However, even seeing such a terrible sight, the chief did not change his facial expression. Many believe that plants cannot communicate, but in reality, they do. Although sometimes they are a bit slow, they always recognize their master. As soon as the sprout fully grows, they are no longer slow. Then he cast a sidelong glance at Lucy Lin. There was no other choice, so he gritted his teeth and gathered his strength. When another root suddenly grew out of the ground in front of the leader, and then without hesitation. During the presentation, the frightened young man panicked and rushed straight at Lucy Lin. Probably he dodged to the side to evade. On the other side, Van Yan thought he had caught Oscar. He was completely exhausted, but something unexpected happened. Despite the enormous pressure, no matter how much strength he applied, Asura remained completely calm and easily got up, and he could not keep the boy on the ground. Asura stood up and gave him a cold look. Now it's your end. After that, he raised his hand and waved him off. He pulled the opponent's hand away from his head. Then he punched the boy directly. A blow to the jaw. The young man did not have time to react and instantly staggered. His face was covered in blood. Asura did not stop and delivered another blow which sent Van Yan flying, hitting him against the wall right near Luzaland. Seeing how his subordinate was beaten so brutally, Luzaland felt a new wave of horror. Van Yan clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face is a mask of pure rage. He is strong, I admit it. But this, he began to say, looking at Acer, he noted. In front of the boy was something strange. It was the lower part of his own body. Separated from his upper body, it finally fell to the ground. Van Yan looked down and saw that he only had the upper part of his torso, and could not believe it. This is impossible. At the same moment, Luzaline also noticed the terrible condition of his subordinates. While both were caught in terrible distrust, they suddenly heard the leader's quarrelsome voice. Room. You constantly give in to emotions, learn to control them. Asura tried to explain that this time he used power correctly, I swear, but the leader was still furious. If not this, then what was it? While they were arguing, a sudden noise startled them. Both sharply turned their heads to look at Lucy Lin, seeing their terrible appearance. Power. He decided to break free and smash the door right to all of us. He had no strength left to fight. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he fled for his life, escaping. The entire city of Chinky was completely in ruins, destroyed by huge tree roots, and not a single building remained intact. In fact, Luzalan had only taken a few steps when Sura was already on his heels. Feeling the presence of the pursuer behind him, he sharply turned around. He looked around nervously. It was clear that he no longer intended to run. Instead, the QE energy around his body began to explode. Sura could not contain her surprise, and Luzaline barked in astonishment. Remember this, boy. When you make an enemy of the Imperial City, you will learn a lesson firsthand. After he uttered these words, his figure suddenly vanished on the spot. Asura was left stunned and had no idea. I can comprehend what just happened. In one moment, the man who stood right in front of, there was no trace left of him, leaving only smoldering remains of a piece of cloth. Standing there, lost in thought, the leader's voice sounded from behind. So it was necessary to resort even to tricks. It turned out he had more tricks than I thought. But what did he say before he ran away? Asura replied, still confused. Said to wait, that he would soon come to take revenge on us. But do you really think he is that? The leader stroked his beard, pondering. That was not part of. At first, that was the plan. But I decided that if we teach him a lesson, he will retreat on his own. We never thought he would start pursuing us so decisively, especially after such a demonstration. I have a bad feeling that we just turned a minor annoyance into a real enemy. Lucy Lean could have escaped, but the otherworldly paths are still destroying this place, torn apart. Among the ruins, many people were screaming in pain. One soldier was crushed by a massive stone and is trying to free himself. Suddenly he shuddered because right in front of him a prisoner was raising a wooden stick. He was about to bring it down on him. After dealing with the matter, that prisoner made a sound. Holding his breath, he heard another sound right behind his back. The rest of the prisoner. From his sect, they rushed here, and Xu Chang returned to them to ask what it was. The man explained the situation there and inquired how many of them, in his opinion, were still breathing. The situation looks grim. The vines are so dense that there is absolutely no... Another man spoke up, if so. Then everyone on the other side must have been crushed by the vines. Bang's face became stern. We still definitely need to... All right, let us light a fire to make sure of this, and destroy the Black Demon Squad. At that very moment, another strange sound cut through the air. A sound came from the nearby ruins. Xu Chen doubted. You just said the vines are so dense that everyone should already be crushed? Asked one man. Another replied tensely. No. That's exactly. It happened when I checked. The sound is getting louder and clearer. Suddenly a carriage harnessed with horses, with two Asuras, appeared in their field of vision. Xu Chang's face was tense. They moved from time to time, Mo. At that moment his master approached from behind. If one can move freely through this black demonic territory, then there is no place left for death. Get out. They are definitely conspiring with each other. Everyone, advance and occupy that. Hearing the command to put him down, every man's face hardened simultaneously. The group gripped their weapons tighter and closed ranks. The carriage moved forward, until a huge boulder blocked the way, making further movement impossible. The Asura had no choice, had to stand up and get down. Approached the stone wall, raised his fist and immediately struck hard. Against the wall, shattering it to pieces. That single blow not only destroyed it, the wall released a shockwave that passed through the ruins for tens of miles behind. Seeing this terrifying display of power, the men in front could only stare wide-eyed, eyes wide open. When the obstacle disappeared, Asura returned to his place, and they continued to ride the carriage forward after seeing that incredible power. The sect leader quickly changed his tone. At second glance, they donned to quite see. They look like bad people. Xu Chang nodded in agreement nearby. Yes, I thought so too. Xu Chen, do you think we should talk to them first? Okay, let us do that, master. Soon, deep in a part of the forest filled with many old, abandoned, a man ran out from among the trees toward one of the buildings. He quickly went inside for a moment, then came out again and waved to the group of people. The people were hiding in the distance. The group in the forest was, of course, Shuchuan. Chang and his men saw the young man as signal. One of them said, "It seems we found him. Let us go, master." The group quickly headed to the house. When everyone entered, someone announced, "The Valley of Heavenly Feather has prepared food for us, so we can eat and rest here for the night. Tomorrow, at the second meeting point, the members of Heavenly Feather, the Feather Valley will meet us and personally guide us." The men exhaled together with relief. "We are very grateful. All right, I will distribute the food. So come and take it." Outside, two from Asura were talking to the second one. "Master, are you leaving already?" The leader simply nodded. "Indeed, I need to pay off a debt." And the disappointed crowd tried to convince him to come all the way here just to turn around and leave. "I don't understand how you could do that. In any case, you have already made the journey. Stay at least for lunch before leaving. Please come in, you two." Noticing their sincere invitation, the leader felt that he had no choice but to postpone his affairs and go inside. When night came, he had to postpone his affairs again and go inside. In a remote forest, deep in a winding cave, a man crouched to the ground, and before him stood a figure dressed entirely in black. So, the organization was destroyed, and its leader escaped. Left alone after the others were exterminated, the man on his knees replied that he should have. With his life, he tried to atone for the failure, but this situation is too serious. He had not yet finished when a dark figure tore the silence. "I will decide whether to spare your life," after which he extended his hand. He extended his hand and grabbed the man's head. A strange burst of energy instantly erupted from his palm. He pressed his palm into the other's body. The man on the ground turned out to be Lucy Lin. He had just escaped from the claws of two from Asura. Instantly his eyes shone. Eyes wide open, blood vessels bursting in them, while the dark figure pressed even harder. The pressure increased. Lucy Lin's pupils became eerily red. The sect, Its leader and his companion were having dinner and talking with others about raising their cultivation to gain greater power. This is an interesting story. Failure. Then they asked if such things often happen in the martial world. The sect mentor explained that no, not quite, but said, in rare cases, a person can acquire extraordinary inner strength thanks to a strong, like a blow of fate, but mostly these are just stories passed down as legends. In fact, such an event is so rare that it can happen only once in 100 years. As for the resurrection of the dead, it requires exponentially more energy than simple healing of the living, possibly due to the images left in the deceased. The deceased is too strong. The leader listened, his confusion growing. You just said that you transferred power to another and even resurrected the dead, and you claim that this sacrificial king is capable of that. Returning to the cave, Lucy Lin lay sprawled on the ground, her condition unconfirmed. Conscious and motionless, his fate was uncertain. A dark figure stood over him, lost in thought. This one turned out to be strangely resilient. Saying this quietly, he turned and left. His lonely footsteps echoed through the long cavernous corridor, and suddenly a voice rang in his mind with an order to stop. He approached the sealed doors and folded his hands in a bow, announcing a report for the divine healer and saying that the humble one had an urgent matter. A voice came from behind the doors warning that it must be truly urgent to disturb the healer. As meditation, the dark figure replied that the matter was serious, and with permission, could resolve it herself. The voice responded coldly and ordered to take care of it. The dark figure silently accepted the order without a word. At that word, he turned and left. Deeper in the room was a quiet pond of water, and in its center grew a single old tree. Beneath him sat a figure in pure white, while a dark figure retreated. The person in white spoke. What caused that noise outside? A disembodied voice replied. It does not require your attention. Master, the figure in white clothing, such a side. It is not time to be distracted by trifles. Then he slowly raised his hand. Below, from the surface of the water, a whirlpool instantly burst forth. Spinning, the vortex grew in strength and intensity, rising upward until it towered over. Above the man's head, a waterspout hovered and began to thicken, as if trying to take on a human form. But this was not the time to be distracted by trifles. The king of the fallen apostles. My old friend. The end. It all began 14 years ago. Then Miriam of the Central Plains stood on the edge of a knife, ready for full-scale war with the Northern Demi. The cult, including orthodox and unorthodox factions of the Miriam Alliance, two forces, sworn and eternal enemies, were forced to cooperate against their common enemy, the demonic cult. But at that very moment, shocking news has arrived. The devilish cult, the most powerful all power throughout Jianghu was completely destroyed by some mysterious unknown force. As soon as the news was received, the Miriam Alliance sent investigators to confirm the report. When they arrived, they discovered. It turned out that the demonic cult was just a name, and its once mighty fortress was now empty, a lifeless ruin. No one could believe such a report. After it was confirmed, orthodox and unorthodox factions began to celebrate. However, a few people felt deep anxiety about this mysterious new power, but their fears were drowned in overwhelming joy over the demise of the demonic cult. The vast majority welcomed this unknown entity as their invisible savior. A few days later, two mysterious figures suddenly appeared at the Miriam Alliance headquarters, carrying together a large chest resembling a coffin, under the watchful, suspicious eyes of the entire Alliance. The Alliance. They marched to the central square. These two men called themselves subordinates of their so-called invisible savior, wrote a letter to, "Our master has a message for you. We will return in 10 days for your response." Having completed their tasks, they returned and left with an air of absolute. They left as a gift the corpse of the iron-blooded demonic emperor, the very leader of the demonic cult, feared by all, along with a list of very humiliating terms for capitulation, traditional and non-traditional. The factions of Doka immediately fell into chaos. Some demanded war, others insisted on negotiations. Many were simply frightened by this new power. Some even declared that they would leave the Miriam Alliance, claiming that their pact was made only to fight the demonic cult 10 days ago. However, they never reached an agreement. True to their word, a mysterious group returned. This time it was not 2 men, but almost 12. Their message was clear. If the Miriam Alliance, if they refuse to surrender, they will be exterminated. The leader of the alliance quickly stepped forward. He approached forward, greeted them very politely, and explained that they had no intention. He was going to surrender and wanted to negotiate, but he did not even manage to finish his sentence. He was mortally wounded. The assembled martial arts master, Junhu's people could only freeze in horror, with their mouths agape, while the leader of the alliance and several other sect masters were instantly killed, or a life of humiliation. It did not take long before everyone understood only two options remained. A terrible catastrophe struck the central plane, a world that had long been governed by balance. The architect of this catastrophe between orthodox and unorthodox factions, it was none other than the divine healer with the white face, along with his 3 personal guards and 8 rakshasas. These are 8 monsters personally created by the white-faced divine healer. With only a few people, they destroyed all the main forces of the central plains of Muram. After the defeat of the Muram alliance, they moved against other sects throughout Jianghu. Soon, an apocalyptic wave of bloodshed swept across the central plains. Wherever they went, every sect that refused to submit was mercilessly and completely exterminated. With only 12 people, they managed to gain control over the entire martial world of the central plains in less than 100 days. This was possible because countless factions saw their overwhelming power and voluntarily pledged allegiance. Most of these groups were either newly formed. From the borderlands came troops and forces, all seeking an opportunity to establish themselves in the central plains. But what shocked the most was that many of them were once members of the same alliance that fought against demons. The cult, the divine healer with the white face, accepted them all, and together they continued their path. They continued the destruction of the central plains. The remnants of the martial arts alliance, deprived of the will to fight, became mere trophies of war. The struggle for power ended the era of righteousness and marked the birth of man, a massive organization known as Jiwangsayong. After listening to this entire story, the leader pondered. The sect leader, of course, continued. Of course, there are still people in Jianghu who uphold the spirit of justice, but the leader killed them. I am truly sorry to hear about the circumstances you found yourself in. I need to know this. Did anyone really witness Zhuangxiang enhancing someone's power, or bringing the dead back to life? The men answered. In the hustle, in the combat world, this is known to everyone. The leader of the sect's eyebrows furrowed. He explained that this is well known. After all, 8 rakshasas are the most convincing proof. But the leader still doubted and thought it might just be their claim that Jiwangsiyong is the very person. The sect leader answered who gave them this power. Even if they never, having said the word, everyone could understand it. I do not know all 8 Rakshasi beasts, and at least 3 of them are infamous throughout the entire war. Golden Rakshasa, Taojue, Red Rakshasa, Huang and others. Go, as well as Blood Rakshasa Sasa Yongji. They were previously members of Blood Rakshasa, from the alliance of non-traditional factions, known together as the 3 demonic bastards. The combat skills of these 3 were never considered first class, but they were known for their sadistic and ruthless methods, so even other members of the unorthodox factions kept their distance from them. One day, Kaojo arranged a fight and killed his son-in-law, a merchant connected to the leader of the Muram alliance. This incident shook the world of martial arts, in a world that bred fears that the alliance would split on the eve of the Great War with the demonic cult. To reduce tension, the leader of the Muram alliance personally severed Kaojo's head before all the heroes of the orthodox faction. Ungo and Sasiongi also lost their martial skills and were expelled from the Central Plains. But while the sect leader was explaining this, he interrupted. That man who was beheaded resurrected again? The sect leader nodded sternly. Exactly. Moreover, after the destruction of the Meridians, it is impossible for a martial arts master to restore their skills did not recover, no matter what miracles they encountered. Any attempt to circulate energy would end in a fatal qi deviation. However, Huang Guo and Sa Xiongyi not only regained their skills, they became true monsters. Creating power that surpasses any supreme master in history, considering the initial strength and potential. Such a result is simply incredible. When people talk about their martial skills, they do not say that they have improved. They suppose it exploded. Moreover, if you compare the scale of their enhancement, Cao Ju, who was resurrected from the dead, is on a completely different level than the other. His skills can no longer be called martial arts. The action shifts to another place. A man is suspended between 2 pillars, his body covered in scars. Below him stands a figure in a black cloak. It seems he was brutally tortured. The man in black calls him Huang Guo. I know you are not asleep. It turns out the man suspended here is the Emperor of the Red Beast himself, Huang Guo. As soon as the man in black fell silent, he woke up. Opening his eyes, he looked down and snorted coldly and angrily. With a sneer, he says that such a noble being as you, a black beast, is unbecoming. To go to such a miserable place. My punishment will not end soon. The black beast explained that a month ago someone wiped out the punitive squad and the black garrison. If you bring them to him, he will lift the rest of your punishment. Huang Guo pondered for a moment. If you want them taken alive, look for someone else. The black beast replied that he would not accept these conditions and returned them alive. Better that way, but they can also be killed. As soon as he finishes. When the verdict was announced, the chains tightened and the 2 stone pillars instantly shattered. Homeko landed right in front of him. It was clear that he was hanging here only by his own will. These chains never truly restrained him. Well, I agree. Sleeping here all day still became boring. The scene returns to the group Atula. The leader asked again. So, where is Zhuangxiang located? Is there no fixed place? The man nodded. That is correct. Hearing this, both Atula and the old man. The men were left speechless. After a moment, the elder spoke again. You say you don't know where Zhuangxiang is? The man shook his head. Not exactly. Their location is not permanent. I will start with an explanation in the modern martial world. The term Jiaowang Sun refers to these 12 people and their followers. But originally it was an honorary title by which followers showed respect to the 12. And it means that each of them is a king of the martial world. And together they are a fortress forged by stars, guarding the divine healer with the white face. In other words, these 12 people are Zhuangxiang multiplied by 12. Wherever they appear, that place becomes... The old man was puzzled and thought it meant that these 12 are always together with Zhuangxiang. The man continued to explain that in the early days, this was not necessarily so. When they first took control of the combat world, they usually appeared as a group, but in recent years no one has seen all 12 together. The virgin in white makeup, the healer and his 3 personal guards have not been seen for many years. Some of the 8 beasts have been seen in various places outside the boundaries of this sphere. However, all these sightings were isolated, and they did not seem to be on any official missions. Because of this, no one can be sure if they were the real 8 beasts or just imposters resembling them. Some even Theora, 12 long ago, left the Central Plains, and the organization that remained, they only use their reputation to maintain power. They have no permanent residence. They do not travel together. I forgot to mention one important detail. There is a place considered the home of the healer with the white face and his subordinates, a stone palace built deep underground. 2 laws in interest increased. The man clarified that it is a stone palace. The problem is that the exact location of this stone palace is also unknown. First noticed near the foot of a colossal stone mountain. But one day the stone palace, Alice suddenly disappeared. Strangely, no trace was left. There was a trace. All that remained was a huge, smooth stone wall, as if there was never anything there. Later, the stone palace appeared again inside. A cave, deep in the forest, thousands of miles from the original mountain. Then the stone palace disappeared again, as before, leaving no trace was left. Since then, the stone palace will mysteriously appear and disappear all over the world of martial arts, sometimes on a table, sometimes an island in the middle of a swamp, sometimes in the very heart of the desert. That is why I say the location of the Star of the Heavenly King is never suitable. Next, he shuddered, as if he remembered something. I make up crazy stories for beginners in the world of martial arts. World. The old man interrupted. Not at all. I am truly fascinated by this valuable information. Hearing this, the rest of the group let out a collective sigh, a feeling of relief. The old man continued and said that it seems we managed to gather extremely useful information. At that moment, a swarm of oil appeared. Suddenly, butterflies appeared. This completely confused the group. No one knew where they came from. It was also unclear whether butterflies even fly at this time of night. The swarm hovered and floated right in front of them. In a moment, everyone except Asura and his teacher fell to the ground unconscious. This was clearly the old man's doing. He lowered his gaze. He looked at the unconscious group and said that even when they wake up, all their memories of us will be gone. Asura looked puzzled, but that old man remembers. This is a man named Ba Dian, so this is the one we were looking for. The leader nodded without any hesitation. We will definitely find out when we meet him, our essay. Gathering himself, he quickly went outside and saw that Asura was still inside. Inside, he asked in surprise, "Why are you still standing, Asura?" They embodied it, gave us food, and even pointed out the right direction. It's simply wrong to leave them behind. Wrong. Hearing this, the leader froze for a moment. Here you are again. The next day, several men gathered at the top of the mountain. On the battlefield, the vines are too dense you can get through there. An elderly man, resting his chin on his hand, sank into thought. After a moment, he finally stood up. Now that we have gathered the bodies of the warriors in black, there is no point in leaving this ugly structure standing. When they saw that he had made his move, his men couldn't hold back. He trembled from head to toe. In a moment, a dazzling white light appeared. Suddenly, a terribly powerful strike broke through the tangled mass of vines, and instantly half the slope was completely destroyed. With the Asuras. At that moment, a man suddenly ran up from behind. "Sir, reporting. It seems we have found their tracks." Upon hearing this, Ho Anko sharply turned his head. The scene shifts to another part of the forest. All the fugitives regained consciousness, and now again, they are running, fleeing for their lives. We only have to cross this mountain, and we are safe. "Master, you need to go further," the old man replied. "I am fine, just keep going." They ran, and suddenly a white light flashed ahead. Then a powerful explosion sounded, completely blocking their path. The area instantly was engulfed in smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, a deep chasm appeared before them, completely blocking the way forward. On the other side of that abyss stood none other than Hong Ko. When the group, regaining consciousness, their eyes widened in horror at what they saw. Huang Ko looked down on them arrogantly, "Little rats," and could not believe that you reached here in such a short time. Their pursuer, Shichlathu Huangku. At this moment, Ho Anku. Suddenly men appeared, blocking their escape route and completely surrounding them. They were completely trapped. Huangko laughed coldly. "I don't believe you really thought it is possible to get out of here alive." Cold sweat ran down everyone's faces. "Still," Ho Wanko continued, "a little hope is good, so I will give you a chance. On the way here, did you happen to see a short one? Where is the old man and the young man who are riding with him in the carriage? Maybe today I will spare your lives." Faced with his question, the men exchanged glances. The sect leader stepped forward and spoke. "Who are you?" "We have never seen anyone like that." Hong Kong's eyebrows furrowed. Looking the man in the eyes, he tried to understand if he was lying. The leader's face, he was firm and showed no fear because his memory of Aulu and the companion was completely erased. After a brief inspection, Huang Ko sighed. "I understand. In that case, you can all die." After this, a terrifying aura immediately burst from his body. Seeing this, the men quickly formed a defensive perimeter around their leader to protect him. At that moment, another horse-drawn carriage arrived. The newcomers turned out to be Ola and his companions. I told you the Gogenka people were clearly surprised by their arrival. A short old man and a young man are riding with him in the carriage. The guide, "We still haven't found Te Wong Tin. Maybe we just need to follow them. Maybe we can somehow help." Atula nodded and stepped forward. "Hey you, stop right here." Huangko looked at him thoughtfully. "Wait a moment before you speak. Young warrior, may I ask you a question? Are you interfering because you know these people?" "I don't care," answered someone named Tulaw. "I don't know who they are. I've never seen them before. Enough. Enough of this pointless chatter. Make your move." Ho Wanko unleashed a fierce laughter, and questions about this made the leader, who was sitting in the carriage, shudder with surprise. Hong Kong suddenly struck with his palm, and everyone was also stunned. Before the astonished eyes of all present, a powerful wave of destruction swept by. Productive energy exploded outward. Instantly, the sect leader and his men, everything was completely destroyed. Aula saw this with his own eyes, and his eyes immediately reddened as the dust finally settled. No one was left. Everything was leveled to the ground and buried beneath it, and ruins. Honko's eyes widened, realizing that the bodies of his own men were among the debris, and he showed no remorse. "I wanted to warn you so that you would avoid this disaster, but it's a pity that you were all too narrow-minded to notice it. Stop the carriage." The leader's face darkened. He turned his head and looked intently at Olu. Noticing that something was wrong with the boy, he loudly called Allah, but the boy did not respond, and remained sullenly silent as his silhouette began to bowl. The leader sighed with irritation. He is doing it again. Ahead, Huanko also felt the change. He sharply turned his head. His entire attack happened instantly, but Hong Kong Ko still. He managed to dodge. There was no fear, On the contrary, he laughed with wild delight. Ha ha, like that, now better. So, the power literally shattered the ground beneath them into pieces. The mocking laughter of Kosa faded on his lips. His face instantly twisted into a twisted. When his first strike missed, Allah cast him a cold look. Swinging the staff again, Homoko was instantly covered by a storm. A storm of earth and stones. In a moment he landed softly, his eyes, "Fixate Allah, better open your eyes wide and look, kid," Allah carelessly moved forward. A terrible aura pulsed incessantly from his body. Hoang-ko was not going to just stand and endure this. He went on the counterattack. They delivered a powerful palm strike. The place where Allah stood was immediately enveloped. A bright white light flashed, followed by a huge explosion that blew everything around apart. The forest, debris, and dust scattered everywhere again. Loudly, Hoang held back the attack and silently watched. Soon, the silhouette of Aula appeared again in the settling dust. Seeing him motionless, standing, Huangko's eyes widened in complete disbelief. Huangko. The attack was incredibly powerful, but when it reached Aula, it passed effortlessly. Everything was blocked, and Hong Kong was internally stunned. But that audacious one just walked past. My technique was disrupted like that, and it was my Huangma palm, using 7/10, my full strength. A warning from Haklatu involuntarily flashed through his mind. Listen, dog. You said you wanted to break out of this imprisonment, so start using real skills and fight for real. At that moment, everything disappeared without a trace. By the time Hong Ko regained consciousness, and Ola was already above him bringing his staff. He struck downward with the force of thunder. Then he made another swing, which seemed about to slip off. The body of Hoang-ko was split in half, but all his blows hit only what remained behind him. Behind him was the real Huang-ko. Your moves are too simple, rough, and completely unfit for your destructive power. I think with these sloppy attacks you will at best just touch the hem of my robe. He again delivered an extremely powerful palm strike to Ali, but before that guy could land. He felt imminent danger and did not dare to take the risk. Huang-ko suddenly stopped the attack and retreated. Without looking back, Ola struck him in the back several times with quick blows of the stick, almost making the man pee himself out of fear. Huang-ko retreated, his face twisting and consumed by even greater rage. He roared, wildly channeling his inner energy. "You kid still drinking Mother S milk," he shouted and charged at everyone. "Ola, once more, try to block my continuous soul-rending strike," he shouted. Unleashed a powerful barrage of palm strikes. Allah stood opposite. Unshaken, he constantly twirled the stick. When they collided head-on, when it disappeared, the earth trembled again and cracked beneath them. In a cloud of dust, the two relentlessly exchanged blows. In a moment, everything. Finding an opening, he powerfully swung the staff in a counterattack, but the opponent jumped into the air to dodge, and upon landing responded with a palm strike. Allah swung the stick again to block the blow. The exchange of moves ended with one. Some were thrown into the air. Blood ran down Allah's face from a cut on the cheek. Opposite him, Huang-ko watched with admiration. "Very good. To think you can fight me on equal terms, Hoang. I am the co-author of Sheech Law Thursday, kid. Looks like I have to reconsider my opinion. You are just a snotty brat. And from now on, I, Allathu, will use my most powerful technique against you." Having said his piece, he again feverishly began to direct his true energy. This time he used a technique called the Art of Bloody Frost Thunder. Instantly, a dazzling white light burst from his body and formed a barrier of light. It quickly spread in all directions, and in a moment it arranged a large section of the forest. At the same time, numerous attacks occurred. Launching from inside the barrier caused the light screen to immediately begin to break down. With a crack and scattering of rocks, the rock wall was completely destroyed, crumbling into. Through the settling dust, the battered figure of Gomoko was visible. Others could barely sit. Instead, Iola stood aside. He, completely unharmed, slowly advanced forward, not rushing to strike, and patiently waited for Hong-ko to get up. The man was now covered in blood, cold sweat pouring from him like a waterfall as a look of pure horror was directed at Ola. Ola simply sneered and said that was all he was capable of. Hearing the mockery, Huang-ko gritted his teeth. Clenching his teeth from pure, genuine rage, he feverishly began to direct his energy returned again. But Allah was not just standing and receiving it, he acted proactively. Swinging the staff, he caused another powerful explosion. Debris and dust rose. Things flew in all directions. When the smoke cleared, the battered Gonko, the form appeared again, now sprawled on the ground. He was completely powerless before Aula. That last blow drove half of his body deep, Despite this, he was still alive, lying there and gasping for breath. To catch his breath, Ola asked him again. I will say it once more. That's all you have? Ho-Anko fiercely raised his head and looked at him. You damn monster, if you have the courage, tell me your name. Ola did not answer, just raised his staff once, even stronger and lowering it with devastating force. From afar, they watched silently. Below, Allah's final strike carved out. In a deep crater in the ground, the body of Honko was completely destroyed. He was left with only 2 legs. The leader, looking at the terrible scene, sighed. That boy should have been left alive. We could have extracted information from him. It shouldn't have been done. The scene? We moved to the Roadside Tavern, where several visitors are sitting and drinking. Their cheerful feast was interrupted because they got scared. All with wide-open eyes looked into the distance at several figures approaching. Sorry, I cannot rewrite explicit sexual description. I can offer a neutral, less explicit version of the text. They were forced to carry his luggage. From their appearance, it was clear that both were being forced. Visitors who saw them were horrified by what they saw. It seemed they were heading to the tavern when a young man ordered his 2 servants to stop. Then he casually dismounted and slowly approached the counter. We are leaving soon, so buy us something to eat. Eat quickly, and also prepare food for those 2. Soon, several luxurious dishes were served on his table. Seeing this, the young man looked a little irritated, so they told the servant that he brought too much food, and the embarrassed waiter pointed to the 2 servants and replied that, Sir, you said to prepare food for them too. Hearing this, the young man fell silent and plunged into thought. After a short pause, he sharply whipped the whip, and 2 plates of food flew, flying towards the 2 men. The food splattered on them, causing them to make a sound. Someone grumbled during the painting. The young man looked at them coldly. Did you just do that? Sound? He asked. Do you really think you still deserve to be treated like a human? Then he continued. They needed to be cruelly beaten and humiliated right there. Other visitors burst out. Cold sweat appeared on the spot. The 2 beaten men did not dare to shout. They could only whimper pitifully like dogs. Hearing this sound, a distorted expression appeared on the face. Admiration appeared on the young man's face. That's all. Keep barking like dogs. You are. After he beat them enough, he finally stopped. Server, tell me, do you really think that dogs have the right to sit and eat with people? If it concerns people, you must know exactly what to prepare for them. The waiter immediately understood and brought 2 bowls of dog food. Only then did the young man calm down and ordered them both to start eating. You will not have the strength to continue if you do not eat, so you will eat this food even if you hate it. Both are silent, on their knees on the ground and not going to touch F. When it came to food, his voice became icy. I told you to eat. They still challenge me, and having no other choice could only switch. They lose their pride and begin to eat like animals. The waiter watches from afar. His face turned pale, showing deep disgust. When they finished, the young man paid the bill and prepared to leave. It's time to hit the road again. The waiter and his father bowed politely. Thank you for visiting, sir. We wish you a safe journey. Outside, the young man, sitting on the back of the bigger one, persistently urged him to speed up. Other patrons in the tavern did not dare. They talked until the group had long gone. These 2 had an unfortunate fate. Here is the solar hoe. It is them. Good. They are returning at sunset. Even the imperial city would not dare to cross their path. I cannot imagine what happened. What caused them to end up in such a state, although I saw such a scene with my own eyes. It is hard for me to believe that this is real, and I cannot imagine who that young man must be. Break the solar hoe like this, everyone in the tavern whispered. Later that night, by the stream bank, the young man was sound asleep in. A hammock was stretched between 2 trees, and 2 members of Sanya Ho lay on the cold ground below, and all 3 were deeply asleep. Suddenly, from the darkness, a volley of hidden weapons was unleashed, aimed directly at the young man sleeping in the hammock. The arrows passed through him, and he was hit, coughing a fountain of fresh blood, and the figures hidden in the forest joyfully greeted, saying it was a direct hit and that they had brought him down. The noise abruptly woke the 2 Saniho. The men quickly crossed the stream and ran to them. Sect leader, are you okay? Tell us what happened to you. And vice leader, please, sit on your legs. As soon as we heard that the Safong sect headquarters was in trouble, we mobilized all our brothers and threw them here as reinforcements. Please, for G, tell us if we are late. But 2 from Saniho remained on their knees silently, without uttering a single word. The newcomer looked confused. Sect leader, what did you say? I can barely hear you. The elderly leader desperately tried to warn them. Go away from here. Run now. He barely managed to say, or you will all die. when a young man's voice sounded behind them. Well, well, old man, what are you doing? I am just starting to have fun, and you are trying to drive away my new toys. Seeing a young man sitting and speaking casually, his body pierced with arrows. This completely stunned the men. No one could believe he was still alive. In a moment, everyone in the group drew their weapons. The young man suddenly grew. The end. That's it. That is better. It is only fun when there is some resistance. But in the end, you are all just a bunch of idiots blindly rushing to your own demise. A terrible and ominous aura began to emanate from his body, forcing the men to tense up, break out in cold sweat even. Two from Saniho tensed up, their eyes reddened. The man smiled wider. Everyone come forward. I will send you to your grave. But when no one dared to rush forward, he was truly surprised and asked what happened and why no one was attacking him simultaneously. In the old sect, the leader's eyes grew fiercer as he stared piercingly at the young man. The youth stood with a smile, watching and waiting. Eventually, the old man gathered himself and turned away. At that moment, none of his subordinates dared to make a reckless move. The young man sneered. So you really want to do anything? The men looked at the subordinates behind him and gave the order. Tame and Co., you will also accompany the hall chief and his deputy. Immediately remove the master from here. The rest, create 6 harmonies from. Form a wedge with me now, he barely managed to say as an attack began. He committed suicide. The terrible blow of the young man instantly destroyed the whole. In a row of men, he then stretched out his hand and pulled an arrow from his body. Throwing it to finish off the last group, it was then that a hand reached out, caught the arrow in the air. The young man could not hide his surprise. Others were just as stunned. The burly man could not hold back, could no longer stand it, finally stood up and shouted a warning to the others, telling them, for their lives, you want to handle this guy, I will hold him back. Run all as fast as you can. The young man pulled out another arrow from his flesh. Don't spoil my pleasure. This is not the masterpiece I wanted to create. If you all run away so easily, then The burly man roared again. Seeing his desperate plea, stop standing like idiots and go now. Another replied hastily. Yes, we are leaving now. The young man's eyes were now red with rage. The next moment, the burly man was hit. The others watched in complete horror. The deputy dormitory manager shouted loudly, no. The young man laughed maliciously. That ugly boor spoiled my beautiful painting with his actions. He released another arrow. The burly man was hit several more times. The arrows passed right through him and hit the men behind. The man did not stop, continuing the furious hail of arrows. The men were all present, completely defenseless, torn to pieces and destroyed by the relentless assault. Instantly they all disappeared, leaving behind only a bloody mess. The only survivor was an old man on his knees on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The young man's side looks like I accidentally broke my toys again. Now it is clear, old man, that your subordinates risked everything to save you. But in the end, that bungler among your students tried to protect them to his last breath, and then they all died. This is a very touching portrait of mutual destruction. In any case, this person finds it strange that you managed to remain unnoticed before this. Besides the irritation because the photo did not turn out, I must admit, you deserve praise. Or maybe it is because we took your. While he was speaking, he told me that he held the child and grandson hostage, and that you were very patient, having placed a few things on the ground in front of the old man. As soon as he saw them, the old man shuddered. The young man continued, if that is the reason, then I must ask your forgiveness because it is unknown what may happen, so my people were nearby. Prepare your descendants in advance. Picking up small things, the old man saw his family before his eyes. No, it cannot be so. He fell into despair, sobbing, poured out his soul. The young man just stood silently and watched. After a long pause, the old man pulled himself together. Seeing this, the young man smiled with interest. The old man finally received. Rising to his feet, the old man looked at him intently, his eyes blazing with a fierce spark. That night he had nothing left to lose. There was no point in enduring this shame any longer. More, you are an absolute freak. I swear, I will tear you into 100 pieces to finally bring peace to the souls of my relatives. The young man suddenly laughed excitedly. This Asura had heard legends all over the world of martial arts that when rage reaches its peak, he can unleash a power beyond imagination. You look now as if you have been completely reborn. The old man did not waste words and immediately rushed forward. Starting the attack, the young man's facial expression remained completely impassive, without any sign of fear. In a moment his hand was already. Fresh blood dripped from him. Despite the old man's rage, in the end he was no match for him. The old man's body was cut in half, and the winner's life continued. Excellent. This is boring. I was wrong to place hopes on such a worthless pile of trash. Stop hiding and show yourselves. You run around me like a pack of rats. State the reason for your arrival. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people emerged from the forest. Sir, we are messengers from Lord Black Asura. We have a message for you, Lord Bloody Asura. Shichinji, the blood of Shura has taken an interest. Black Asura, you say? What is so urgent that he needs to send a message? He acts as if he is my boss. If you value your life, get out of here before I kill you all. The messenger hurriedly. Fired, sir. It concerns the Red Asura Huanggu. He died in battle with a group of masters. He who returned from abroad. Hearing this, the blood in Sura froze. Wait, I didn't understand what you just said. The scene shifts to another place. At that moment, his entire nose was bleeding continuously, and the leader sitting nearby was watching. Allah is confused. You are bleeding again. How many times has this been? I told you about this. Warned you that if you remain stubborn and do not control your power, this is exactly what will happen. And then they might. They continued the journey by carriage. Does your head still hurt? It's better now. My head is still a little dizzy, so you should lie down and rest. Are you already used to using the staff? I am getting the hang of it, but it turns out to be not easy. Controlling it turned out to be harder than I expected. I always preferred bladed weapons. Something like a sword from Demon Slayer. The old man cut it off, that's all. That's not an option. Now you need to focus on controlling your power. Your body is still too weak. It won't withstand the huge mental strain from such power. And if you just swing the sword blindly, you want to be able to control it. Attempting to control its power will only increase the strain on your body over time. Over time, this pain accumulates, and if treated incorrectly, it will lead to serious side effects. Once you master the basics of using the stick, you will gradually learn to use it more effectively. It is very useful for distribute your strength and control the weapon with every strike. The scene changes again, this time in a village at the foot of a mountain. There was a man. He asked the local residents for information. After listening to them, one of them replied, "Let me see. It seems we have already seen that carriage. Look, that is the coach right there, behind which the young man was walking." In the direction they indicated, and he was frightened, because it was exactly the wagon in which he was staying. What he was looking for was indeed right there. Ola and the old man also appeared in his field of vision. He hastily wrote a letter and tied it to the leg of his carrier pigeon. He quickly sent it with a short message, and after some time it ended up deep in the forest. The wheel tracks disappeared again. Yes, sir. My subordinates and I, they searched thoroughly, but found no trace of that carriage. Hewitt Lothu. He was confused. He did not understand who these people were and how they managed. They slip away from us every time, as if their carriage has some kind of transformation. The magic simply disappears every time we approach. Maybe they are the ones doing it. You just wanted to provoke me. At that moment, an eagle descended from the sky. His men rushed to retrieve the message. We found them, sir. Scouts found the carriage at the foot of the mountain, near the village. It seems they are moving towards the Valley of the Moon 10,000. The reconnaissance squad is still tracking them, sir. Hewitt Lothu nodded. Good. If you lose them this time, you will answer to me with your life. The scene shifts to a suspension bridge stretched between two cliffs. Asura and his group were already here. He stopped the carriage and got out. He sat down, as if with a certain purpose. Seeing that Allah had risen, he reminded. He was told to rest more, and Ola replied that she was already fine. The old man headed towards the stairs. Just rest. Everything that is not said is different. Word. Just sitting there and quietly watching him. A look of complete boredom appeared on his face before he flopped back into the carriage. Hey, Swiftlight. I miss the fire lizard very much. Threw a grenade at the horse in response. He looked up at the tree trunk, and suddenly his eyes froze in shock, because a silhouette was visible on the tree. Seeing the fire lizard, he exclaimed excitedly, "Fire lizard!" He entered. His scream scared the creature, and it ran away. They all hurriedly jumped out of the carriage and ran after it, shouting, "Wait for me!" Swiftlight just stood and threw grenades several times. The scene returns to the village. Hewitt Lothu was carried through. In the forest near the subordinates, he suspiciously asks what it is. One of the men asked, "Sir, have you lost the trail again?" We confirmed that the traces of the stroller were nearby, but upon hearing this, Vaitlat sighed for a long time, so he then ordered Ma, carrying the sedan chair, to lower it. "Tell me, did Blackrock buy it? You were sent to look for those who liquidated Red Rock Shasa, so the matter is serious." "It doesn't matter. He would never bother me with trifles. This means that our opponent, this is quite impressive. And if so, you are all completely negligent in performing duties. You do not complete assigned tasks and slow. You move too slowly and do not respect time at all. However, over the past few days traveling with you, I noticed this. Fear gripped the men. Please, sir, forgive us. Sighed. All right, enough that you admitted your defeat. In any case, this is a great opportunity to teach you to value time. And from your own lives I will become a hunter, and you, fools, will be mine. Pray that you have an hour. Run as fast as you can, because after this everyone I find will pay with their life. Then you will finally understand what it means to be fast and value your time. All right, now run. Hearing this, the men froze and began to break out in a cold sweat. My lord, we will really have to do this as soon as the word is given. Left his mouth, which in Lathu made his move. And so the man's life was cut short on the spot. The rest of the men were horrified. Near the sight, they really never expected him to kill one of his so decisively. Huitlathu's face was fierce. I told you. I gave you an hour. You will run. The men no longer hesitated. When it lasted longer, they panicked and scattered in 4 different directions. Thu froze in place and calmly surveyed the escape routes. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep, conscious breath to use his sharpened senses. He began tracking their paths. In a moment, one of them appeared in his imagination. The young man's blood froze as he fled, realizing it. Letu was already breathing down his neck. The first target fell instantly. Just as quickly, Huitlathu attacked the second, and he met the same fate. In a few moments. Elsewhere, Ola was moving, searching for even the slightest sign of something. Salamander. Suddenly he felt a presence nearby and sharply turned around, only to find a small squirrel gnawing on a cone. At the moment when he was noticed, and it quickly ran away. Paula sighed irritably. Too bad. I really thought it was a key non-co, while meanwhile elsewhere. In a part of the forest, the leader stood before a gigantic ancient tree. He approached a hollow in the massive tree trunk and went inside. Humanoid F. On the inner wall of the tree appeared a face. When the leader entered, it addressed him as the emissary, and said it had woven a labyrinth here. The entire forest. How did you still manage to find your way here? The leader slid his hand into his sleeve, searching for something, and after a moment pulled out a strange object. The life force of this trinket in my hand is almost exhausted. It hardly works, but sometimes it proves useful. The only reason this old man still hasn't thrown it away is the wooden spear. Understanding flashed across his face. So, here it is. Chrono. The leader hid the compass. As befits a forest guardian, you, the keeper of these lands, would recognize it immediately. The guardian spoke again. You are not mistaken, but I fear you are too late. My spiritual essence has already penetrated this forest and spread through every root and leaf. The form you see before you is only an empty shell, the leader interrupted. I suspected as much. Even if you are only the shell of the forest guardian, you still have enough strength. They waged war to resurrect this completely abandoned forest. The forest keeper continued. Since the day I arrived, I severed all ties with the human world. My sole purpose was to care for this forest. And now, as my life force fades to its last sparks, you still do not leave me in peace. Peace. Hearing this, the leader stroked his beard and pondered. Before answering, he carefully chose his words. Listen, we can do this simply or complicatedly. Just give this old man the information I need, and I will trouble you no more. The old man knows that all the forests of this world pass on their knowledge and memories further. Appointed guardian. I would like to find out if anyone practices the forbidden art of resurrecting the dead. Upon hearing this, the forest guardian fell into deep silence. After a long pause, an answer finally came. The one you speak of is the lord of the imperial city. He is a sorcerer who long ago possessed. At the mention of the title emissary, the leader's expression soured due to the news. The frame returns to the edge of the forest, where Huitlathu had just finished off another one. The target, compared to those 2 little pigs who only knew how to escape by running away. I admit, you are a bit smarter. You really had the sense to hide in the crevice of this boulder, leaving no trace. But if you really want to completely erase your presence, calm your breathing and quiet that wild pounding heart. Otherwise you will be heard as if you are shouting, "Here I am." And then he looked to the side, in the other direction. Good, now that is a different matter. Just one last foolish thing. The boar went hunting and immediately sharpened its hearing, listening for any movement. Soon, he precisely determined the location of the other man without hesitation, he rushed forward and sped through the forest at incredible speed. Soon, a figure appeared ahead. The young man laughed excitedly. Haha, there you are. But the person ahead was not his target at all. It was Allah who understood. It was not the man he was chasing. The young man stopped abruptly in surprise. Before Allah he just stood, completely stunned. His eyes wide open, he stared intently at the boy. Ola was just as confused. Their gazes met, and both froze in silent confrontation. Both were silent. For a moment the bloody Asura beast snorted irritably and coldly, not understanding what it was and why it was happening. A stranger boy. At that moment Asura spoke. Hey, stop the noise for a second. If you interfere with me finding my companion beast, you want to leave here intact. Blood guarantees a... He froze for a moment because this boy dared to threaten him. What was that? Are you seriously talking to me now? Asura replied, Ear. Who else would I talk to? Have you never heard the word quiet? Have you done this before? Keep making noise and don't blame me if I start cursing you. The blood of Asura beast froze again in disbelief. But just then a hawk flew past him, and its talons tore. Blood ran down his face, and that was not all. At that moment, someone came up from behind and stabbed him right in the chest. The attacker turned out to be the very last runner he had been chasing, fully awake. The scene unfolds, his curiosity now at its peak. The blood of Surabista, Dispy. Though pierced, he simply burst out with wild, excited laughter. Ha ha. No, 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 no. Not bad. You really caught me off guard and struck the sword right in a vital spot. Seeing that his attack had not finished the job, the young man jumped back, fell to his knees, and began begging for mercy. The subordinate asks your forgiveness. Lord, is the blood upon us or a beast? I swear I did not want to betray you. Meanwhile, something monstrous already You did not close the wound on the face of the bloodied beast. Not at all. You only uttered a. Excellent work. Actually, you are quite skilled. Starting from today, you will officially become mine, blood of Sura beast's dear new ward. You should be glad that the young man just watched, completely stunned by what he heard. Opposite them, the Sura was filled. There is a question. It is unknown who the man was that took the sword. He was hit right in the heart, but he moves as if nothing happened. When the attacker again raised his eyes to the blood of Sura beast, his horror only intensified because the wound on his face from the hawkish claws had almost disappeared, as if it had never been. The stab wound in the chest was healing the same way. The blood of Sura beast was a little puzzled by his frightened reaction. Don't look like that. It is just a parasite that makes me immortal. That's all. Now that you are my subordinate, get used to seeing this. The frightened man pointed behind the beast and shouted, No, Milo! Lord, that very man killed Lord Huang. Read Asur. Hearing this, the Bloodasaur sharply turned his head. Surprised. Some Sura just looked empty. The reducer looked like a beast. I don't know who Vangu is. I don't understand at all what you are talking about. Blood of Surabi. The voice became sharp. You are a bastard who killed Huang. Asura thought so. Suddenly understood. Remembered Huanko. A little star. Now I know who he is. Asterisk. The thought barely appeared. Like fresh blood splashed into the air. He didn't even have time to react when the bloody beast threw him into the air. The body hit the ground. Into the rock wall, pressing him into the stone, while he coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood, which... The young man watching from behind stood with wide-open eyes and in a cold sweat. What is happening? What just happened and how did it happen? In a moment, the bloody beast just disappeared right before my eyes. The next moment, he rushed forward like a storm, instantly attacked the opponent, who received a direct. He was hit and flew back. This seems impossible. Maybe. It was hard to believe that Lord Bloody Beast could defeat him so easily. But exactly. Suddenly he was struck by an unexpected realization. He sharply turned his head, only it was visible that the bloody beast was also thrown back, and now he was stuck in the trunk of the tree behind them. The tree instantly cracked and fell, and the bloody beast seemed he looked better than Asura. He raised his hand and wiped a stream of blood from himself. Lips. Remembering the exchange, he rushed forward, sharply hit right in Asura's chest. At the same time, Asura threw a powerful blow right to the face. Both hit, throwing him back. The other flew backward. It was incredible when I stood right in front of him. He did not react at all. But at the very moment I touched him, he managed to instantly counterattack. From among the debris, Asura Kovi quickly began to break free, raised his head, gaze cold. He looked confidently at the opponent. I was still trying to understand if you were Honko, I wanted, when it was still new. And yet you decided to make the first move, simply The world before him began to blur and spin, and he grabbed his head. Groaning in pain, damn it, the bloody beast gave no chance and launched a new attack. Asura reacted just, quick, dodges the blow. The bloody beast sneered, fought like a cornered beast, then suddenly struck with his knee right to Asura's head. Asura was hit against the rock again, but this time, suddenly throwing out his hand, he grabbed the man's knee and squeezed tightly. The man howled in pain from the crushing grip, and could not understand how this guy could be so strong. Asura then swiftly raised his other hand and grabbed him by the throat. Before the man could even realize what was happening, he was pulled down and his head hit the rocky ground. Asura rose from the dust and debris. Leaning back, he struck the man in the head with a single punch. That was enough to completely crush the skull of the blood beast. Finishing him off, he stood there, gasping heavily. It was not due to the effort during the fight. A tearing headache made him then turn back and leave. He thought in surprise why he suddenly had a fever, and noticed that it was very annoying. Only a few steps, and he froze in place. Blood. The beast whose head he had just crushed was rising again, swarming over its body, incessantly healing the wounds. The shattered body was quickly recovering, and it was visible to the naked eye. In the foggy state of the blood beast's consciousness, a fragmented memory surfaced. Before him appeared the image of a white-faced holy doctor, who was looking inside the boy. It can be said that misfortune clings to this child from unwavering grip. Because of this, these larvae feed only on necrotic flesh of his wounds. This is truly incredible. Right inside, exactly those who were attracted by the stench of his wounds to lay eggs ultimately saved his life. From this day, I, this divine healer, will grow. A new beginning for you. These larvae will become part of your body and you will live with them as one whole forever. In a moment, Bloodbeath will come. Was completely healed. Asura, completely confused, asked, so those little larvae really help you heal, so you are some kind of immortal? The portal, the bloodstone Shasa snorted contemptuously, coldly replied, you have something. I admit the walks are not bad, but show me how you handle this. After these words, he sharply threw his hand forward, and something instantly rushed to the sword. Right where he stood, a powerful explosion occurred, and smoke and dust rose. When the dust settled, the battered figure of Asura appeared, struggling to get onto one knee. On his knees, he clutched his head in pain. The bloody noise came slowly. I slowly crept closer. I can deny it, your body is very resilient. Your hands are also extraordinarily strong. One of your strikes could probably send my head flying. But if that's the limit of your strength, then no. You will never be able to kill the progenitor. Asura watches the parasite writhe. It was his enemy, and suddenly everything became clear. I just thought it was some kind of whip. I never imagined that you really turned larvae inside your body into weapons and used them as a whip. Shots from the bloodstone trembled. Wait, how could you know that? Asura replied indifferently. You are not the only one who can pull off such a trick. In this world, there is a monster that can extend 10 tentacles and wave them like a whip. Compared to it, you are just a gnat. The blood Rakshasa. He was engulfed in rage. You miserable rat, you dare to compare me with another one. He immediately lunged forward to attack. It was searching for. At that very second, Asura's head was almost crushed, but he managed to duck. Asura rushed forward and closed the distance himself. If you only gnat, you shouldn't worry so much, because you will always remain just gnat. Bloodstone Shasta waved his hand again, causing another powerful explosion. Asura quickly jumped back between them to retreat to a distance and avoid the blast wave. Quickly. He raised his hand and lowered the scarf. I doubt I can control it. Did it with his left hand? If I had known this would happen, I would have used. To finish you off faster and not waste all this time, he was going to use his scarf as a weapon against his enemy. Opposite him, the body of blood Rakshas began to start trembling violently. Parasites began to burst out from the back. Nasuru was stunned. Wait a minute. It can be that he will do this. Parasites began to appear en masse, quickly covering the back of the blood Rakshasa, with countless sharp spikes that grew longer and longer. Asura watched with complete disbelief as everything scattered in all directions. At the same time, they all rushed at him, and his position was again engulfed. A cloud of dust and debris. Asura was instantly thrown out of the smoke cloud. Clenching the scarf with all his strength, he looked seriously at what awaited ahead. Became clear in an instant when countless tentacles burst from the bloody Rakshasa. Breaking free from the dust cloud again, Asura continuously twisted his scarf too. He deflected the blows. The tentacles that caught his scarf immediately tore apart. He said with a sneer, if these are just one or two of those weak things, then that much strength is more than enough. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another wave appeared. A wave of tentacles burst from the smoke. Asura wrapped his scarf around it. Then he struck them to the ground with all his might. Then added a blow. A hard blow from above shattered the ground beneath them. The shredded tentacles instantly and feverishly began to regenerate. They fully restored. He saw them crawling toward him again. Or sighed in despair. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Let's see. To cope with this type of regeneration, I will have to adjust my output power precisely. All right, but suddenly his vision began to blur. Damn it. Of all possible moments to get sick right now. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the tentacles lunged forward simultaneously, and Aula had no choice but to jump back. Barely dodging the attack, he almost landed when he shuddered again. A long tentacle flew by, aiming at his stomach, and he managed to duck, just in time. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half. But the attack did not stop. Stop there, another one wrapped around his hand. It was crawling up with a terrible. It quickly engulfed his entire arm. In panic, he jerked sharply. He tried with all his might to tear it off. Before he could free his hand, his legs were also trapped. His whole body was grabbed and cruelly pulled. In the distance, the opponent threw him to the ground, left him in the dust. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he immediately got up. Under his feet, another powerful explosion thundered from the collision. The young man, watching from afar, the man looked as if pure tension was engraved in his fate. Rumors among the 8 demonic beasts turned out to be true. They say there was someone who supposedly possessed absolutely astonishing power, a power such as, beyond imagination, its bearer could hardly be called human. And although the martial arts of the bloody monster Suthanchi were known, incredibly deep, and its power itself should not have been like that, unworldly and grotesque. Bloodthirsty beast Suthanchi. He was known as the one who never carried weapons, but knew how to wield swords and spears. Swords appeared as if out of thin air. According to legend, when the bloodthirsty beast, he faces an opponent he considers the strongest, and unleashes 2 whips of pure terror. There was power, but until now no one had seen him use it. Whips, it was just a legend. The mind instantly returned to its own stealth. Attack on the bloodthirsty beast, and then the terrible regeneration that awaited ahead. They crushed him to mush, and finally countless tentacles that burst out from his back. This creature had a body that could regenerate from a sword through a pierced chest or even a half-crushed head. But most importantly, was the true nature of those legendary whips the same, regardless of how they were viewed? Looking at this thing was a very strange and alien creature. But wait, maybe the real reason no one ever saw Lord Blue. The true form of fiend beast is such that all who have seen it are already dead. Perhaps the bloodthirsty creature simply never needed this form before, unfortunately. If that is the case, then I am dead, and a terrible image of bloodthirsty beasts flashed through his mind. Again in his head. This is really my end when he was lost. Deep in thought, something hit the ground right in front of him. When the dust settled, when everything calmed down, the image of Allah appeared. His opponent had thrown him far away, fell face down in the dirt. Seeing Olu broken, the young man, tension rose sharply. Bent over, he raised a long sword in a defensive pose. Allah lay on the ground groaning in pain. The young man saw him raise his head. He raised the sword to strike, but the fierce expression on Allah's face made him freeze. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and at that moment the voice of blood sounded. The evil beast spoke. So, you are still breathing, it seems. The body is so strong that even I, with immortal flesh, feel a slight sensation. Envy. But it doesn't matter. Thanks to you, I had a bit of fun in the last hour, or something like that. Probably annoying to fight someone like me who just want to die, but this freak is now bored. It's time to end this. Tentacles popped out of his body again. In panic, but Ola, showing no fear, pushed through. Getting to his feet, the young man saw this and began to scream, begging for mercy. The whip popped out and instantly wrapped around the long sword in the boy's hand. Suddenly, like a scarf, it controlled the long sword and sent it flying. One slash was enough to cut the tentacle in half, then followed a barrage. Blows cut it into many tiny pieces. The longsword was the relentless vortex tore to pieces every tentacle that dared to approach Olya, and the other one the bloody demon could only watch, completely stunned. The young man's jaw dropped in incredible astonishment. Then the longsword flew back into Atulila's hand. The expression of the bloodthirsty beast darkened. The beast sensed something. I was very mistaken. Only the sight of a Tuli with a sword was extremely frightening. About acquaintances. I will explain to you clearly. You are doomed. Bloodthirsty. The beast's eyes turned red again. The severed tentacles were scattered on the ground, quickly gathered again. Immediately formed a circle around everyone. and his companion. Then all at once they buried themselves in the ground. To appear right next to the bloodthirsty beast, they quickly turned and merged. When he returned to his body, Allah did not move at all, and soon, all the tentacles were completely engulfed by a bloodthirsty bee. I thought you were just an arrogant fool who relies only on brute force. It turns out you really know how to wield a sword, but it doesn't matter. The sword won't change anything. As you can see, my body, immortal. Tu-Law waved dismissively. Immortal my ass. There is nothing immortal. You probably already forgot what I told you. Listen, this is not the first time I have dealt with people like you. Taking the initiative, he rushed forward. The bloody beast, seeing this, swung, but as soon as its tentacles. When they appeared, Allah shattered them to pieces, and he was completely shocked at how easily Allah destroyed his attack. Salt, swinging his blade, flew past the monster, leaving two powerful Sul flashing in its wake, instantly carving a V-shaped cut into the body of the bloodthirsty beast, or something like that. But the tentacles inside his body immediately got to work, starting. When the healing process began, a confident smile appeared on his face. Keep it up. You can cut me as much as you want. It is still useless. Ola raised the sword again. It does not matter. I just need to keep you pinned down. Saying this, he flicked his wrist. The scarf twisted the long sword like a drill and threw it forward. Another powerful strike tore the body of the bloody monster into pieces. That strike so shattered the body that it enraged him. After the move, he fell to the ground again. The long sword then returned to its place, the grip of Tu-Law, while the bloodthirsty beast lay sprawled on the ground. I cough up fresh blood. That is audacity on your part. You allowed yourself to catch me off guard. I need to know into how many parts I must tear you to quench my anger. Atul-Allah just stood silently watching him, not responding. Lies. Suddenly the bloodthirsty beast realized something was wrong. The wound on his stomach felt different. Only then did Atullah finally die. Finally spoke. The wound is no longer healing. This is my signature. Movement. Spiral piercing. This is a technique I perfected after the first encounter with a person who had abilities like yours. The stronger the rotation, the hotter the wound, the more parasites inside you burn to ashes from the scorching heat and lose the ability to regenerate. They will not recover. I don't do that anymore. That's exactly how my master taught me. This technique was originally developed. This is for the staff, but it works the same with a sword. You felt it firsthand, so now you understand. This is where your immortality lies. The end. The bloody Rakshasa gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. The tentacles wildly burst out of the body again, and the form instantly took shape. Completely wrapped in pitch-black tentacles, Allah released his signature piercing technique. Blood Rakshasa was not just standing and waiting for death. Above, it shifted and threw out tentacles that rushed to intercept. As soon as their attacks collided, his tentacles flared up like dry straw. The young man could not believe his eyes. When the smoke and dust cleared, a deep trench appeared in the ground. Allah slowly approached to inspect it. In the trench, blood splattered everywhere among a pile of soft, charred tentacles. From inside came a voice, Bull. The bloody Rakshasa repeatedly shouted, "Save me, please, save me. I don't want to die." Ola stood and watched, completely unmoved. He watched silently. After a moment, he raised the sword again. I cannot rephrase text that calls for suicide if you or someone else is in danger. Contact loved ones, emergency services, or a support hotline. He decisively plunged the sword down. The bloody Rakshasa was fined. Eliminated. After dealing with everything, he rose from the trench. Only then did he notice the young man trying to escape. There was no intention to kill him, so he did not pursue, allowing the young man go. As for Allah, he went in another direction. Headache. It flared fiercely again inside him, and he fell to the ground. Unconscious, an unknown time passed until a warhorse arrived. The leader in the carriage spoke and asked if you found him, and then quickly, "Jump off the carriage." I told him to rest a bit. I don't understand why he keeps. Because of such wandering, he is now so exhausted that he simply fainted on the ground. Meanwhile, somewhere a falcon was circling in the sky. His fate. The nation was located in a remote cave on a rocky ledge deep in the forest. The message on its leg was soon delivered to Black Rakshasa. When he opened the letter, he was frightened. First Vangu and now Suthunchi. The fall of Huanggu happened because of his arrogance and underestimation of the opponent, which created an unexpected variable. But the bloody Shasa Sutanchi, despite his unstable and cruel nature, was definitely not the kind to make it was a foolish mistake. Moreover, his body had an almost immortal regenerative ability granted by the divine doctor. Many images he had before remained in memory. Previously accumulated flashed through his mind. The image of Allah destroying the monster quickly appeared. Lucy Lin from Black Sect used poison, spirit technique to observe that man. His destructive power and speed of movement they were truly dangerous, but he only knew how to attack and fight chaotically. Never learned any formal combat or spiritual arts. Maybe it all turned out that way. Maybe I missed something important. Now is not the time to worry about this. People from the Assassin S Guild, the Black Axe Sect, and already 2 of the 8 Rakshasas are dead. The situation is out of my control. I must immediately stop this and report to the Divine Doctor and follow his instructions. The young man opposite reacted confusedly when he suddenly uttered the words, Divine Doctor, and asked what it meant, sir. Black Rakshasas. In my name, the Divine Doctor appointed you head of the 8 Rakshasas. Use my authority and summon all 8 Rakshasas at once. The other man did not dare to ask more questions and immediately fell silent. He took his hands and accepted the order, then turned and went to carry out the mission. The expression on Black Rakshasa's face became tense. Cold sweat appeared on his skin, causing irritation. The scene shifts to another place, where a pale face. The Divine Doctor got lost in the endless dark void. In a moment he spee. Ahead he noticed a figure. It was the leader himself. Peter also felt something unusual and turned to look back. His gaze seemed as if going beyond the boundaries of space and time. This stunned the Divine Doctor. One look was enough, and he instantly returned to reality. He was sitting there, alone inside. So they have already found me. The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt, clutching his head. It annoyed him. I still couldn't pinpoint the exact location. He felt our presence in some dimension. We couldn't fully enter, so I had to retreat hastily. Suddenly a picture flashed in his mind. Everything was engulfed in a sea of flames, and the one who made all living animals tremble with fear was now gone. It was nothing more than a faint memory. I am no longer the person I used to be. He is no longer the man I once knew, yet my instincts still say otherwise. They scream in fear every time I am near him. The scene returns to the leader and his group. The group, seeing the leader return, left Suru completely bewildered. It was unclear why the leader suddenly looked back. He shook his head. Nothing. I just thought there was something behind us. That's all. Right then, a strange sound came from ahead. Someone was lying sprawled on the ground. Right in front of the carriage blocking their way, they found an unconscious person on the road. This completely confused Asura and the leader. They gave the young man some food and drink. From the way he devoured the food, it was clear that he was starving for it. After a long time, he instantly finished off the entire giant, a barrel of food. Then he fell prostrate before both of them. You are my saviors. The truth is that I am currently on a secret. Because of the mission, I cannot repay you now. But if there is an opportunity, I will definitely repay this kindness, he said, and left with their carriage. Soon they met another person, scattered in the middle of the road. This familiar scene caught Asura and the leader. He did not know what to say at all. He was also given a bucket of food. Like the first one, he ate it as if he had not eaten for several days. After finishing, he also bowed his head to the ground before them and said, I don't know how I will ever be able to repay you for this. Actually, I am on a secret mate. Right now I don't have free time, but I will definitely do it. I will definitely repay this kindness in the future. The 3 just stood stunned and silent. After a moment, the leader couldn't hold back and asked if you both know. Both men immediately started to defend themselves. Their hostility flared up. He reacts instantly. He is familiar. You can immediately see that he is a fraud just by looking. No, 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 no. I look at him. Besides, I don't talk to fraudsters. What was that? You are a miserable beggar. Don't you dare call someone a fraudster. Don't consider yourself special. The group walked a little more until they reached the bank of a stream. There they found another person lying and blocking the way. Having become the norm, this person was also eating as if hungry. They also fell prostrate in gratitude. I don't know how I will ever be able to. Thank you. The leader is getting more and more familiar with this scenario. He decided to intervene and said, Let me guess. You are also on a secret mission. She instinctively nodded and said yes, but a little late. Later she noticed that something was wrong and looked confused. I don't know what secret mission this is about. I have amnesia. My memory was completely ruined, and I couldn't understand whether I am a man or a grasshopper. Only seeing my face in the reflection of the stream did I finally recognize myself. The leader decided that this was not amnesia. The man was completely lost, in his head. At that moment, those two young people began to sort out their relationship. At first glance, it is clear that you are a pair of con artist beggars. You two are married, apparently. Damn beggar, vile swindler, you want to die. The woman froze from their sudden quarrel, then turned around. She unbuttoned her tunic, checked, and rejoiced. It turned out everything was fine. Girl. I don't know if this is good or bad, or if I am doomed. All four were left completely speechless from all this. Hey, you two, tell me, is it good to be a woman, or am I All is lost. You have no right to call me a child, old witch. The leader sighed, irritated. You really do not know each other. We all spoke. Listen, old man, if you see someone who has fallen on the road again, just do us all a favor and walk right through them so the group could move on. This time we walked for a long time and fortunately did not encounter anyone unconscious on the path. The guide finally felt a little better. Relaxing, he addressed the three of them and asked, So, where are you? Three-headed. Yet all three tensed at the question, their expression. Becoming serious, the first young man replied, Excuse me, I ask, dear sir, for what reason do you ask, leader? He answered casually. I can give you a ride if I don't know where you are going. Hearing this, the group's behavior immediately changed. Now everything became clear. This, haha, is really a pity, but it is a strictly secret mission. Unfortunately, I cannot tell where we are going. I hope you understand. Dear sir, the same applies to me. The leader was watching them closely. He fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. I understand. It seems you all have urgent matters. Then I will give you a ride. We will find a suitable place, and everyone will disperse. The young man scratched, explaining, I did not want to complicate things for you, dear sir. Sir, the leader shook his head. Not at all. You have your own matters. So do we. It is better to disperse here. After all, you plan to accompany us endlessly. The young man chuckled slightly. You are right, but just leaving it like this without rep, your kindness leaves an unpleasant aftertaste. However, the leader insisted that they be sent off. Don't worry. There was no need for such formalities. It was then that Ola, who was standing ahead, I noticed something. Grandpa, our path ahead is blocked. There is a whole gang of people around, all armed to the teeth and looking threatening. I think we can be their target. We need to determine a plan. The leader stroked He thoughtfully touched his chin just as the young man in the yellow tunic suddenly spoke. Dear sir, please wait a minute. It seems there is an opportunity to thank you. Help arrived faster than I expected. Obviously those scoundrels targeted you, our protector. Allow me to handle this and destroy them all. The leader was about to warn him, but at that moment the youth had already rushed forward, disappearing from the place without any fear. He directed the man's sword straight at the crowd. Seeing him approach, they drew their weapons, acted in unison, unfolding an 8-directional volley formation. Diving down like a hawk, the youth unleashed his most powerful technique. With the highest clarity and true emptiness, he instantly found himself in the heart of their formation. He was the epicenter, and from there a terrifying wave of energy burst forth. Before they could finish forming ranks, the men were thrown into the air, crashing hard into the surrounding trees. With one move, the young man completely destroyed their formidable force. Everyone was unconscious, their fates unknown. The young man stood in the center. Asura watched the bloody massacre, hands folded together as if in prayer. Everything unfolded. I was stunned. The leader simply made a sound of admiration. So, you are not just a skilled talker. The other two men in the cart remained eerily calm and silent. Then the young man turned. Turning back, he clenched his fist into his palm as a sign of respect. You flatter me. Old master, replied the leader, I was not praising you. Just at that moment, the leader of the attackers suddenly shakily stood up, pointed a threatening finger and said, You vile bastard, don't you dare think this is over. The most elite agents of our sect Bloodfall will do it. He didn't even finish the sentence, before the man in yellow lunged forward and with one swift kick threw him back. After the victory over the opponent, he stood there again with folded arms. They quietly chanted a Buddhist mantra. The group watched, completely bewildered. After a short pause, the young man returned again with folded hands. You are too kind, old master. The leader was confused. I was silent. Then I added that those guys were not for us, but for you, and asked what you thought about it. Faced with this question, the young man's face immediately darkened. You flatter me, old master. The frame shifts to Hook Lathu. None of them came. The messenger stammered, saying that the issue was not that they did not come, but that he could not reach them. All the places considered homes of the 8-stone shas were empty, except one. I repeatedly sent carrier hawks with a summons, but none have returned so far. Hearing this, Haklatu twisted his face into a disgusting grimace. The passenger hawks did not return, those miserable fools. They dared to challenge us. My summons? After a moment he calmed down, and a thought flashed through him. Wait. What did you mean earlier when you said except this? In one place. The messenger explained. Yes, that's right. The only one I could find was Master Tao Ku, the golden Rakshasa, near his home. But he said that if you have something to tell him, then come and say it yourself. Huklathu got angry again. Damn it, all these vile people are the same. Fine, I will go see the golden Rakshasa myself. The scene returns to the group on the road. This may be a rather direct question, but may I? The leader asked in response, where are you two going? And added, why do you need to know? The young man waved his hand. I didn't mean anything bad. I also have my own destination, and I was just trying to understand how far I can go, to accompany you. If you feel uncomfortable answering, don't feel obliged, the leader replied grimly. We are on the trail of a man known as Lord of the Imperial City. In response, the faces of all three men twisted. At the same time, the leader, seeing their reaction, was confused. Something is wrong. The man in yellow grabbed his head. A faint, deadly aura emanated from his body. After a moment he looked. He stood up and sighed deeply. I really would like to help you both. But I am bound by a top-secret mission. I sincerely apologize. The leader sharply asked. I think you are trying to find a way to make a mistake. Well, stop it. It was just a meal. You keep calling me your benefactor all the time. Honestly, this is humiliating. I will accept your gratitude, and that is quite enough for me. The group moved on and quickly reached the village under the mountain. Three men decided to get off the cart and say goodbye there. Next time we meet, I will definitely settle the score with you. When my mission is complete, I will surely find both of you. Good. If fate allows, they will meet again. All three stood silently and watched the horse-drawn carriage. When they had driven away and were already far, the man in yellow laughed coldly. It was strange that he said it so matter-of-factly, as if they were heading to capture an imperial city. Lord. Although those words were arrogant, I must admit one thing. These two are really dangerous. Much more dangerous than I imagined. I was going to stay a little longer nearby and watch them. But if it continues like this, I fear I want to be able to dispel their suspicions. He stood there, thoughtfully looking at the carriage. A moment later he was mistaken. Finally he looks back and to his surprise sees you two. Ochi. These two were not worried at all and were already walking together to the village. The young man watched as they walked away, thoughtful. Those two are beautiful. They are suspicious. No, that is too mild. They are extremely suspicious. Meanwhile, on a deserted cliff stood a neglected straw hut. Black Rakshasa was there to meet Golden Rakshasa, but Frank, I just don't understand how a recluse like you, a person who is completely renouncing the world, to be chosen to become the Golden Stone Shasa, the famous Tauku, the Golden Rakshasa, disdainfully said that you came here not just for nothing, but to tell me something. Black Rakshasa Vorkan. He began to speak with a grim expression. Recently, two unknown strangers killed the red Rakshasa Huangko and the bloody Rakshasa Suthanchi. After further investigation, we found that they are the same ones who destroyed the Red Assassin Squad and the Black Assassin Division. I sent Huangko and Suthanchi to find them. I laid them down, but never imagined they would be killed so brutally that their bodies could not be restored whole. Honestly, I wanted to resolve this quietly. I never thought it would come to this. Although I tried to keep this news to myself, I feel anxiety spreading among our people, and that's not even mentioning the martial arts masters of the Central Plains, who constantly circle like vultures. They are just waiting for an opportunity. As soon as our city shows any sign of weakness, they will attack. That is why I believe we must crush this crisis as quickly as possible, even if it means mobilizing the entire city garrison. Power. But before we do that, I want to give you a chance for revenge. I want you to personally find the two bastards who killed Huangku and Suthanchi and capture them alive. If you can kill them. That's also an option. Tauku listened to the whole story. His expression remained unchanged. Not moved at all, no trace of emotion on his face. I refuse. The Black Stone of Shasa angrily asked what you just said. Tauku answered indifferently. The white-faced divine healer allowed me to live. spend the rest of my days in peace, as I see fit, so I believe. There is no reason to take revenge for Huang Ko and Su Thunqi. The shot of the black stone, and he roared to Tao Ku that you three were sworn brothers who vowed to live and die together. Let's act together. You will not let the killers who killed your sworn brothers just escape. Tao Ku sneered. Sworn brothers, happy memories of. Three of them flashed through his mind. Yes, it is true. The faint memories of those days still remain in my memory, but I am no longer sure that the one who swore together with Huang Ko and Su Thunqi is the same man I am today. The me back then would probably have kept our commitments, but the current me will not, so there is no reason to lead me down that path again. Listen to me, Workeen. If not the white face, the divine healer directly commands me that I will not leave this place. You can go now. Angrily, the black Rakshasa struck the table with his fist and rushed to his feet. Shut up, Tao Ku. You forgot that the deity with the white face, the healer himself, entrusted me, Black Rakshasa from Workin. With that, he commands 8 Rakshasas and all internal affairs of the imperial city. Their F4. An order from me, Black Rakshasa, is an order from the white. Before the very divine healer, my will sometimes coincides with his. Gold Rakshasa Tao Ku, tell me once more, who gives orders now? Kim Lathu remains silent and completely unfaithful. Just then, what was not expected happened. The Hawk Lathu who was before. For him, it turned into the white-faced divine healer Haklot. Through roaring, Kim Lathu Kao Ku. Since you recognize your master, stand up and wait for my order. I command you to depart immediately. Catch 2 freaks from another world who destroyed Hong Kong and shoot them. Uthanchi completely enchanted me. Kim Luthuba. With respect. Yes, my lord. You are a subordinate. Kim Lathu Tao. Kao accepts the order of the great white-faced divine healer, but it is unclear. Whatever trick Hawk Lothu performed, in the end he managed to enchant Kim Lothu to carry out his orders. The scene shifts to Asura and his team, who are taking something. Break in the abandoned ruins. Asura was training in the courtyard, while the leader watched from the side. A memory from the past served in his consciousness. From the boundless darkness, suddenly a voice sounded. Wake up and respond immediately. Eastern Immortal. Atop. I need you to suppress the Apostles' rebellion. For this, I am counting on you. I ask you to become their overseer again, my lord. I cannot. The man I am today no longer has such power. Even if I returned, my spirit would be ready. But the body is weak. The voice sounded again. I cannot restore the full power you once had. But if you agree to my request, I will give you something. His place. I sincerely hope that you will lend me your strength, my former Asura. That is why the leader returned to the world of martial arts below. Asura trained a little, then stopped, out of breath. The leader spoke. I believe that you have finally understood how to use this characteristic. Half, said the leader. Asura replied, I do not know that. I am still not very confident. I still do not feel quite comfortable holding this in my hands. By the way, leader, didn't the forest guardian tell you who that S? The sorcerer clarified if this was the ruler of the sovereign city, and the leader nodded. Paman, also known as the Lord of Space, that was before. Confused, Asura asked the ruler of the sovereign city about the title of the Lord of Space. You say he really controls it. No wonder Guan could not find him. He can simply move through space anywhere at any moment. So, we need to figure out how to get to the sovereign city. If only I had known this earlier. I would simply have accepted that guy Lucy Lin S. offer to join the independent city. We wouldn't have to worry about all these troubles, said the leader. But that's exactly when the real problems would start. When you arrived there, boy. While He went to talk to the forest keeper. One of the 8 beasts recently beat you. Sura replied irritably. Listen, I wasn't humiliated. My body just wasn't in the best shape. That's all. On the leader's side, fine, as you say. In any case, most likely, the rest of the 8 beasts gathered in the sovereign city. They might even be stronger, or at least not inferior to 2. You already knocked them down. And that's not counting the 3 great divine generals and their guards, who are said to be stronger than the 8 beasts, and are at the top. Above all stands the Lord of the sovereign city, who is called the white-faced divine healer. If you rush into the sovereign city without a plan, you will most likely have to fight them all at once. I just explained the situation, everyone answered. Yes, sir. But he still looked a bit confused. When night came, his whole group went inside to warm themselves by the fire. So, Allah, the leader began, tell me how it was when you faced 2 members of Batlatu. Allah looked surprised. How was it, sir? The chief nodded and asked, How did they stand against the opponents you mentioned? They fought earlier. Everyone sighed. Is that all you wanted to ask, Chief? They were not too strong, but definitely not weak. Also, added the Chief. And yet you had to fight those two not once, but twice. His face darkened. You didn't even finish the sentence before I interrupted you, the Chief interrupted. When you fought the first one, emotions got the better of you. You lost control. As a result, physical tension arose, side effects that you had to deal with for some time during the fight with the second guy. You were so exhausted that you fell and fainted. I don't need to see your fighting style personally to understand that this is an obvious conclusion. Allah objected. That is not true at all. Chief, I already explained that I was sick beforehand. The Chief did not believe and said that this is not an excuse for your behavior. While the two were immersed in conversation, Toke Kwang, lying aside, suddenly jumped up and fired. Oh no. The sudden movement scared them both. Confusion appeared on their faces. What happened, Ta Quan? Are there visitors there? The group is currently hiding in an ambush in the forest. You are completely sure that it is them? Yes, sir, it is them. These two are undoubtedly the criminals the unclean are looking for. A real city. All right, let us move. Sect leader, wait. Better to report this to the imperial city. We need to find out exactly which one. There's no point in saying this, fool. If we capture these two depending on their... Given the importance, we could join one of the main forces in the imperial city. I, your sect leader, would be satisfied with a small reward from a simple bounty. Not about the report. I meant something else. I just heard about these two. We are not ordinary people. Shut up immediately. We are killers of the Hall of Self-Destruction. Men who survived long in the realm of Asura and have no fear of death. Your sect leader will achieve nothing great if he hides out of fear. There is nothing to fear before two wanted criminals. Enough talk. Let us go. Just as they were about to rush forward, their path was blocked by a lone figure. Stop now. These are my targets, so return immediately. The group froze for a moment in silence, then quickly gathered together to... They whispered among themselves. After a moment, the leader turned around. He turned back with a pleasant smile. Understood, great warrior, if so. If that is your wish, we will stop here. But do not think that we will simply surrender. You are very mistaken, little scoundrel. Do not consider yourself someone important. They tried to steal food right from our hands. Meanwhile, Ola and the Chief went outside to see what was happening. In the distance, the group was already... A chaotic fight began. The group was no match for the lone warrior. As soon as they rushed forward, they were thrown back and scattered in different directions. With one move, he knocked out the entire group. On the spot, it looks as if two random factions just collided right under our doors, so forget about guests, Chief. Having dealt with the people from the self-destruction hall, the lone warrior looked intently in their direction and instantly ran towards them. The leader was confused by this. Wait, Ola. It seems a guest appeared unexpectedly. As soon as he spoke, a figure flew right over their heads. The attacker struck with a kick, aiming directly at the leader's head. Ola sharply pulled him back at the last moment. If this had not happened, it would have been a complete disaster. The force of that one blow was so immense that it shattered the ground and formed a crater. The opponent was masked. His true identity remained a mystery. Ola and the leader quickly landed at a safe distance. Do you also belong to the 8 Rakshasas? And the leader. At first, they asked and warned Ola not to kill this time, to take him alive. Ola nodded and rushed down to attack. The other man did not hesitate. Energetically jumping back, he created distance. The chase began. 2 men, one pursuing, the other fleeing deep into the forest on their path. Suddenly the trees began to fall and loudly hit the ground, as if everything around him succumbed. In the chase, he wildly swung a stick, breaking everything in his path. After a moment, the young man finally stopped and turned to him. Everyone was watching his opponent carefully, thinking that they could not understand. But something about this boy was off. He was not particularly I am fast, but every time I try to strike, my stick just slips. He passed by him in the strangest way. Apparently, he is using some technique that I do not notice. Well, one more attempt should clarify this. With this thought, he, again rushed forward and aimed a direct strike with the stick at the man. A moment before the strike, his opponent leaned back, avoiding the attack. The miss did not surprise Alya. He immediately clenched, with his free hand and a powerful blow. But even this mighty strike was easily avoided. Allah did not stop for a moment and continued. A sharp strike with the stick made the man jump again, and he kept retreating. Retreating, he finally found himself with no place to go, his back pressed against a huge tree. Allah did not miss the opportunity, and immediately intensified his attack. Now, you are caught. He sharply brought the staff down on the man's head. But the unthinkable happened. The young man really stopped the blow. Even Allah was... The turn of events completely stunned him. The staff stopped, paralyzed by an invisible technique that did not allow a single step. Then the masked man said that you seem not to know how to use internal energy. If so, then you definitely will not leave here alive today. Immediately, all his eyes turned red with rage. The young man then began to fiercely direct his power. A bright golden aura flared before him, completely enveloping all the personnel who witnessed this spectacle. Allah could not hold back and gasped. In a moment he was crushed by the overwhelming pressure of the opponent's internal energy. He stubbornly did not let go. The young man warned him, "If you do not release that staff, you will forever lose the ability to use both hands." Again. Despite the warning, Ola squeezed the staff even tighter. He pulled back one hand, lowered into a low stance, and began directing all his strength onto both legs. After a moment, the young man slowly began to stand up. Despite all his strength, he was forcibly lifted off the ground. He could not believe it, because everything seemed absurd and impossible. Ola was silent and simply continued to press. Suddenly the man was thrown backward. Another surprise awaited ahead. When the dust settled, he was nowhere to be found. Somehow he detached himself from the pole and was now tumbling in the air, gracefully landing at a safe distance from Allah. One thought continuously circled in his mind. He is simply using pure physical strength, and yet he managed to lift my entire body through that staff. Even after using the 1000th Jinn drop, he turned out to be much stronger than I thought. Opposite him, Ola casually waved the staff, and all this time just stood and spoke. The young man asked how exactly you intend to kill me that way, and his face immediately, "You say that I only talk, do nothing, and just sigh sourly. Look, I have orders to take you alive, so I must act carefully. Here you go. I guess I'll have to beat you a little until you calm down and surrender." Annoyed, the young man clenched his teeth and roared, "You damn bastard!" Asura's face became serious. If you have decided, then let us begin." After that, he disappeared into... The spot instantly appeared next to the young man. "I guess I need to speed up the attack to finish this quickly." He delivered a powerful strike with the stick, but Ola's eyes immediately widened in shock, because the young man put his own body forward to directly block the stick. The blow barely pushed him back a step and left no scratch. "Very much." The young man laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, you are trying to tickle me. As for me, it's true. You don't direct even a gram of internal energy." Ola ignored him and lowered the stick again. This strike immediately sent tremors through the earth, completely shattering it. The shockwave leveled the entire forest in its path. In a cloud of dust, two figures remained standing. All his attack again. I was stopped by the bare hands of a young man. "I must admit, I am surprised that you can do all this just with the strength of your body. I have always been proud of my... Usually I boasted that my body was invulnerable to any blade, but even I am having a bit of trouble now." To cope with your attacks, he deflected Allah's staff, then rushed forward. He moved at incredible speed, constantly lost in thought. His movements and... The battles are very difficult. It seems my team will contact soon. But at the last moment he easily shifts his torso and dodges my move. Moreover, his entire body seems wrapped in some protective energy field. If I can T-land a clean hit, I'll just have to grab him and figure it out further. Considering this, he reached out and firmly grabbed him on the opponent's clothing. But at that very moment the man's finger tapped on it, his body. Then he released the heavenly thunder destructive finger, a powerful strike. The strike hit Alan directly, throwing him into the air like a kite with a broken string. Having made a successful strike, the young man boasted. "Let me explain this. The technique Heavenly Thunder-Breaking Finger is a pressure point move that uses the victim's own body against them. The more internal energy a person has, the more explosive the technique becomes. Seeing how far you flew, I can't even imagine the terrible amount of internal energy you have accumulated. An ordinary person, instead of being thrown back only 10 steps, you were carried much further, and the more I see, the less I understand. It's strange that a person with such hidden power in their body doesn't know how to use it. Perhaps you acquired that huge internal energy by some secret method or pure luck, or some great master passed all their life energy to you." Leaning on his staff, Ola quickly wrote to convey energy to you before their death. Something grows again from the ruins as the young man fearlessly approaches. With such a serious injury, if you keep forcing yourself to stand like that, your life will be in danger. We are losing. It seems our battle will end much sooner than I thought. You feel tingling, burning in your limbs, and movement problems. This is the result of my heavenly thunder finger. It disrupts the flow of qi and blood in your body. If you remain in this state and try to move, let alone attack, you will simply destroy your internal energy. Simply put, you are in for real torment. The end. Two ignored his muttering and raised their staffs again. The young man, and shouted, "You are a complete fool. I explained everything to you, and you, still so stubborn. It seems you are really seeking death. Whatever." All slammed his staff with a crash. This single strike carried. It was an absolutely terrible destructive force. The surrounding earth and stones once again scattered in all directions, all caught in a continuous, frenzied storm of staff strikes. Deep confusion grew inside him. Life goes on here. That man does not understand internal energy at all, so he cannot regulate qi and blood after receiving my heavenly thunder technique with one staff strike. His body has already returned to its original state. In a moment, all former. It seems I have completely underestimated your strength. Therefore, I will have to fight you more decisively. After brief consideration, the decision is made. I will double my strength to deal with you. The action shifts to a cave, where the old master passes on. Giving energy to the young man, drops of sweat appeared on the old man's face. With every tense breath, white steam burst from his lips. He was clear. He struggled hard. True qi continuously flowed from his body down his arms, and it passed into the young man. The one who received the true qi also had a tense expression on his face, gasping heavily from the strain. After a few days near the lake not far away, near the mountain, the young man struck with his palm, raising powerful waves around. Across the entire surface of the water, a single palm strike split it in half and revealed the lake bottom. But it took a long time. A long time passed until the residual power faded and the lake returned to its usual state. The young man stood and watched the surface of the lake with admiration. So, this is Dao Fai, the art of exterminating the purple cloud immortal, and the root of Qi's circulation for this. This technique is the same as the white cloud lotus of the Kunlun sect. But before I use it again, I need to come up with a really cool name for it. Just then a voice sounded from behind, addressed Hyung Gun, and asked if he was still training, after which the boy quickly turned his head and replied, "I am already returning, sir," and hurried inside. In the cave, he was met by 5 elders with long white hair and long beards. Our kingdom of the wandering immortals has always been a refuge for those who sought to escape from Shai, the shackles of power and the endless riots of Murim, to pursue the state, to become immortal by reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. The so-called martial masters are a completely different breed. They live in constant conflicts and conquests, driven by the desire to dominate everything under the sky. It is a vicious circle without end, so regardless of how the martial world changes, regardless of the outcomes of its wars, the sphere of the wandering immortal remains apart from all this. The only thing that belongs to the wandering immortal, the kingdom shared by Miriam, is the source of the very martial arts in the martial world. In the world, there have always been 3 great powers, orthodox and unorthodox, docs and demonic forces. If one of these 3 powers rises and destroys the other 2, or if all 3 annihilate each other, the kingdom of Shandu does not care. After all, such a result is only so. Now it is necessary to find out the current state. In today's martial arts world, a mysterious stranger from the West has appeared. He uses strange and dark arts to create a devoted army for himself. He recruits people from all factions. The righteous, unorthodox, and demonic have suffered devastating losses, putting them on the brink, complete destruction. Has the fate of the martial world of the Central Plain now ended up in, if it falls into their hands and such magic begins to control the martial arts, the spirit of chivalry in Jianghu will disappear. So although this is a secular matter, we who aspire to the pinnacle of the martial path can no longer stand aside. Still, the best course of action for martial arts masters in the world, to rise independently, to personally expel this ruler and his legion, sycophants. Only then will they be able to regain the position that rightfully belongs to them. Yonggong, have you recently heard about those who dared to challenge the imperial city? The youth replied, "Yes, master. You mean the 2 foreigners who eliminated 2 organizations that were henchmen of the imperial city? If so, then I really heard this story," the old master continued. The martial world created by the imperial city, which was a building erected by a foreigner, is now being destroyed by 2 other foreigners. From the perspective of Jianghu, relying on foreigners is never right path. Even if these strange foreigners eventually destroy each other, we cannot They cannot be fully trusted. Baekhyun-gon, disciple of Shandu-rei. Helm, listen to my command. You have received the life force of the 5 elders, and the full essence of the martial arts of the Xiandar kingdom. You will be our MS. If necessary, deliver our will to the elite warriors of the combat world, and unite with them to overthrow the city of the Emperor. And if the opportunity arises, watch closely. Identify 2 foreigners who oppose the city of the Emperor. Thoroughly investigate first explain their origin and intentions, then convince them to withdraw from this conflict. This battle is ours. We are masters of martial arts. If they refuse this offer, you must strike without the slightest hesitation. These were the final instructions from the elders before Baekhyun-gong descended from the mountain, and the man who is now fighting, Asura, turned out to be the same Baekhyun-gong, the basis for my. Around them the battlefield turned into a desolate wasteland, but both seemed Baekhyun-gun in perfect condition and still full of immense power. He thought to himself, but now that I think about it, that man suddenly whispered something. It was something, and it seems to have significantly increased his speed and attack power. Exactly. This may not end as easily as I hoped. I wanted to finish this, quickly, without taking his life. But I never imagined that my one finger would turn out to be heavenly. Thunder technique is completely useless for him. It is something absolutely incomprehensible, the man muttered again. Asura looked at him coldly. All right, everything is decided. Baekhyun-gong was stunned. He did not understand what exactly was decided. While he, still puzzled, Asura rushed forward without any hesitation. If that attack had hit, he would have struck him several times with his staff. In fact, Baekhyun-gong's body would have been pierced in at least 4 places. But fortunately, in the end, his reflexes were not slow. He instinctively jumped back at the last moment. Avoiding the deadly blow, stunned again by the shock, he could receive. Even faster than that, it did not stop for a second and sharply rushed forward. Even more. Baekhyun-gong did not block or counterattack, focusing only on evasion. After a barrage of relentless attacks, his clothes had already begun to fall off, showing signs of wear. Although I used the technique of a nimble steel body to dodge, his strikes still easily break and pierce my phantom leg and arm. It is unknown where such a monster came from. Aola did not give him time, thinking, shortening the distance to strike again instantly. This time, Baekhyun-gun did not dodge and stayed in place, desperately channeling his ki. Bad. I must use the silver grip technique to stop his strike first, and then. But things are never that simple. All his staff suddenly started spinning with terrible force. Baekhyun-gong was completely stunned. He turned back, heart pounding with horror. It was his staff. If it did not stop spinning, a destructive wave of power crashed down on him. It broke the mask on his face and a thin stream of blood flowed. But none of this changed anything. Stop. He raised the staff again, ready to deliver the final blow. Sudden recognition made him stop. He lowered his staff and bent down to check if it was the one he met today. At that very moment, Baekhyun-gong sharply pressed both hands to his chest. He roared, releasing endless celestial art. Black Dragon's XP. The world fell silent, and for a moment it seemed the fight was over. But it was not so. A terribly powerful explosion of energy sounded, piercing through his body and destroying everything in its path. The attack was so enormous that it broke through several mountain ridges and raised dust. Dust and debris swirled in the air during the chaotic storm, and at its very center, Ala was still standing facing Baekhyun-gong. Baekhyun-gong, nailed. Lying on the ground, looks up at his opponent and sees Asura standing there. He froze completely. A wave of panic overwhelmed him. Suddenly he realized what he had done. Despite how much I longed for victory, I could not use the most powerful technique of the boundless celestial against a person who does not know a single combat move. It is wrong to think that the limbs move, let alone the internal energy. But if I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have risked my life. But that doesn't mean I had to use that technique. God. I don't understand why I am talking such nonsense and what I am even doing. I can just stand still. I have to heal him, now. A direct hit from the Black Dragon's space would definitely cause him a powerful shock. It probably caused his heart to stop, but since his circulation isn't working, internal energy, the damage shouldn't be life-threatening. That's all. If I manage to restart his heart again, he will survive. I need to hurry. Seeing his body start to sway and fall, the young man began to panic even more. Hey, careful. But suddenly all his legs tensed up. He became immovable again. The youth was completely stunned by what he saw. Asura looked at him closely, then delivered a devastating blow. They struck right in the face, not giving him time to react. The scene shifts to the villa. At the foot of the mountain, the streets were bustling with lively trade. A beggar who arrived from Aula appeared in the local tavern. Having just eaten heartily, he went out, leisurely cleaning his teeth. He felt completely energetic and did not realize at all that they were being watched. Nearby, several men from the imperial city had their eyes fixed on him. Soon the young man left the village and headed into the forest. He quickly reached the half-ruined, abandoned house deep in the forest. However, the men from the imperial city were secretly following him, continuously watching him. When he went inside, they simultaneously drew their swords and moved forward. They also quickly entered. There was no sound. And then, everyone was knocked down, lying scattered on the ground, covered in blood. Only one of them was barely alive. The young man asked him, "Surviving this long means your martial art is quite good. Tell me who sent you. Your mission was only to observe, but you were exposed, and decided to attack. I understand. Your wounds seem lighter than those of the two comrades. I planned to keep you alive so you could report to your master. So start talking before I change my mind." The man tensed. He broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes were already red. He was about to confess, but before saying a single word, he began to cough. Blood flowed uncontrollably. Soon he died on the spot. Not joining his two comrades, seeing this, the young man could not hold back. "I am a little disappointed. He is already dead." At that moment another voice sounded. They passed him the message. Still, it is a miracle that he survived this law at all. For a long time. The young man thoughtfully stroked his chin. I think he only remembered the name. Another interlocutor confirmed that it was Hook Lasso. It seems so. The young man pondered about Hook Lasso, the leader of Pau Lasso. A person of such a level took an interest in us, so it is worth being a little proud. Another voice warned that Hook Lasso controls the entire Impu. The young man replied that being in the field of his attention in the imperial city is dangerous. If he is targeting me, that's not a problem. But the real problem is the fire. These legs do not belong to me. It's another person. A small crack can destroy. A large dam. He needs to extinguish that fire to save the imperial city. That's why he investigates and watches them to fight back, another voice conveyed. Again. I have long thought about it. That fire at his feet you speak of is that group of newcomers. The young man did not hide this and confirmed it. Exactly. Another person realized this. So, that's all. Now that I think about it, everything becomes quite clear. Recently, in the combat world, rumors circulate that many leading sects are joining the Empire. The city fears what those two newcomers might do. The young man agrees. "Reed, you guessed it right," another person continued. "And one more thing. I found out who the others in the carriage with us were, besides those two newcomers. As for the girl who was with them, I learned nothing. The young man who was with you that day comes from a mysterious cult called Sion Yu Gyeong." At first, the young man was not interested, but when he heard the name Sion Yu Gyeong, he immediately became nervous. "Wait, explain what you just did. You mean Sion Yu Gyeong, the place where legendary martial arts masters train diligently to enter the realm of immortals through their skills. Are you really talking about those times that time sees in Yu Gyeong?" Another person confirmed it. "Here it is." The young man still did not believe. "Are you sure? Your intellect does not err, because when you think carefully, if they are really from Sion Yu Gyeong, then no matter how young they look, what would their actual age be?" He fell silent, then suddenly understood something. Wait a minute. If such a young man from Tiendu Rome says so, it seems that it can only be one person from the legends, the heir of the inner energy of those immortals, the White Dragon. This is Baek Hyun Kwang from the Earth Alliance, and I did not even recognize them. I realized that the strongest fighter of this era stands before me. I am still far from this level. Another man was puzzled. So he is the strongest martial arts master of this era. Young man, on the other hand, discussing this is somewhat pointless, because we do not interfere too deeply. In the affairs of the Muram Alliance there may be other considerations, but if it is only about martial skill, no one in this world can surpass him. That is a fact. In pure combat mastery, no one under the heavens can defeat that Beckfell. These words completely stunned the other man. Hey, he is really that monstrous, and it is unclear why someone like him would approach those foreigners, explained the young man, right now. Now these two foreigners attracted the attention of the entire combat world. Perhaps he wanted to meet them personally, like us, or maybe he had other intentions. It was just some kind of coincidence. The other man did not believe this pathetic excuse. Secondly, no, there is definitely something more here. It cannot be a coincidence, as you say, the young man sharply replied. Oh, really? Really? So what exactly happened that makes you say that? The other man. By the way, I was just about to tell you, but you kept interrupting me. Last night my people sent another report. They said that Baikwen Kwang went to F. Again those foreigners. The mask completely concealed his face. He engaged in a fierce fight with the younger foreigner. Hearing this, the young man guessed. This morning Beck said he would definitely repay the favor, so it seems that is exactly what he intends to do. Mentoring a novice in the world of martial arts also serves as a way to repay a debt. I am beginning to suspect that Beck has the same character. He is obsessed with fulfilling every promise, no matter the cost. Another man continued explaining. The fight between them was too brutal. No one paid attention to what they were doing. To be a mentor, as you say. I suspect Beck Yangchuang's true motivation, the reason he is hiding. His identity was to provoke that foreigner to reveal all his power. Because that man single-handedly eliminated 2 organizations within the Imperial City, and also destroyed 2 members of Bat Law Thursday, despite everything. The power of Beck Hyun Kwan in confrontation with someone like that is obvious. This definitely will not be an easy task. According to the report, their attacks were blindingly fast. The slightest mistake in a moment could mean instant death. The boy interrupted, irritated. Hey, it seems you didn't listen to me at all and don't understand what this is about. The strongest actually means that he is the most powerful person on this planet. On the planet, when his peers were still wandering the lower rungs, the white dragon Baek Hyun Kwan had already risen to the level of martial arts he is on par with the immortals of the Tienda Kingdom. In the martial world there are many geniuses, but Baek Hyun Kwang is on a completely different level of existence, and calling him a genius among geniuses is not an exaggeration. It does not matter which organization that foreigner destroyed or whom he defeated. If his opponent had been Baek Yongkang, he would have had no chance of winning. Especially in a one-on-one fight, he would not have survived. The only reason that guy is still alive is that Baek Yongkang decided to spare him. If Beck wanted to kill him, he would be dead. That punk would have had no chance. However, I must admit, that Outlander is not an ordinary Joe. I can believe I missed the chance to see. These two clashed. The other just looked back, throwing a silent hint, a comment on his short monologue. After a long wait, the first guy couldn't stand it and asked what you did. Something happened. The other man looked puzzled. What do you mean? The first clarified that he was asking about the result of the fight. Who won, who lost. The scene shifts to Olya S group on the battlefield. One of the two fighters fell, and surprisingly one of them lying on the ground is dead. It is none other than Ola. The demonic boy kneels beside him, desperately trying to provide first aid. No, I can believe it turned out this way and that your heart no longer beats, baby. I'm so sorry. I never wanted this to happen. He truly sobs from the soul, full of regret, like a little child. But this is all just in his imagination. In reality, he is tied up in a corner, completely unharmed, and sitting by the fire enjoying hot pot with the chief. The chief sighed. That guy is still fighting with B. He has a battle in his dreams, Ola grumbled. I hit him hard, and he still dreams of killing me. Incredible. In a moment, the chief suddenly cut his finger, and fresh blood quickly dripped onto the paper. Talisman. He waited until the paper was completely soaked. Then, he pulled back his hand, and with a wrist motion sent the talisman flying. It sharply lunged forward and hit Baekhyun Kang right on the mouth, tightly closing his mouth. Then both approached and sat in front of him. Fresh blood on. The talisman quickly took the shape of a mouth. The chief loudly shouted, Oracle. Lies. I command you to reveal the identity of this young man. Mouth answered immediately. This man is known as Baekhyun Kang. He is 28 years old. A young immortal who entered the mortal world under the secret directive of the elders Sion Yu Gyeong. Food and drinks mean nothing to him. Interest in him. A young unmarried man with a good character, and he has a special passion for watching stories on the Hugo Review channel. Chief, pressed. You just mentioned Sion Yu Gyeong. The oracle confirmed that it is true. This is a very secret sect, a place where martial masters who left the current Muram gathered. The chief pondered and asked if this meant that this youth was not sent by the divine Imperial Alliance, to which the oracle replied no. On the contrary, he was entrusted to overthrow the Imperial City. The chief stroked his chin and thoughtfully asked if his main goal was to overthrow the Imperial City. The oracle confirmed that this was indeed his task. The chief paused for a moment, his thoughts impenetrable. The oracle continued his report. He is not just a bearer of internal energy. His significance is much deeper. He is a master in cultivates Kai thanks to secret martial arts passed down by the immortal Xian Yu-Gyu. Mastered legendary techniques, including the art of divination. He has perfectly mastered all immortal arts, including medicine and mathematics. And as the vessel of the will of the elders Xiong Yu Gyong, he transmits their teachings to the outside world, so he is also called the Guide. It was then that Bai Gyong. Kang suddenly opened his eyes wide and, waking up, frantically looked left and right. Trying to speak, he made no sound. After a moment, finally he looked down and only then realized he was tied up. This plunged him into even greater panic. He strained with all his might, trying to break free from his bonds. Seeing this, the leader began to explain that although it is a bit worn, it is a special artifact that has captured many. After many years of fighting monsters, it will never break, no matter how much force you apply. Pause. I have a few questions for you, so please, young man, don't get tired and just listen to me. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Brock Hunter tore the ropes with his immense strength and freed himself. This completely stunned both of them, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Just after breaking free, he reached for the talisman tightly attached above in the mouth. Then he began to scratch it with his claws, trying to tear it off. Ola. Tired, she swung the stick and hit him right on the head. Young man took the blow, a bump immediately appeared, and he fell to the ground. The leader said it was incredible how he dealt with the magical ropes. Not just tore them, but smashed them. According to the leader, it seemed that not the usual mana was used, but some kind of internal energy. Allah was still puzzled. His ability to redirect attacks was impressive, but in direct confrontation, he easily lost. Moreover, his face and head looked like his weak spots. Group of leaders. In any case, we need to quickly ask our questions before he arrives. Soon the informant S words will have to be verified. All bro. Hawk Hunter's things are neatly set aside. After the chief completed his task. After a few questions, he and Ola let him go and allowed him to dress when he was dressed again. He bowed to both, then said that since this was behind, let him introduce himself properly, and began to say that he was actually from the kingdom of Tienda and his name. But the leader interrupted him before he could finish. Interrupt him. You are an emissary from the kingdom of Tiende, known by the title Hipdi Along, Brock Hunter. You are 28 years old, and your hobby is reviewing stories in a row and publishing reviews on the Hugo channel. You received orders from the master and the elders of the Tiendu kingdom will enter the world of laypeople to help them. The overthrow of the combat masters stunned Brock Hunter. The old man was not wrong in a single detail. Yes, exactly so. Then it became clear to him that something was very wrong, and his expressions. Howard. Wait a second. This is impossible. How could you know all this in such detail, Elder? The leader replied casually. It reads on your face. Naive Brock Hunter really believed him. He hurriedly turned away and tried to wipe his face. Seeing his actions, the leader and Ollie could not help but sigh. Honesty and kindness can be forgotten. He looks more like a complete fool. The scene, deep in the forest, a solitary figure moved decisively as the action shifted to another place. Soon it was Thursday for Kimla. An impressive pavilion appeared on the way. In front of him, and inside, someone was sitting, waiting, listening to that. When footsteps were heard, the man turned his head and saw that it was Kimla Thursday. He quickly ran up to greet him. I am Chutan from the security unit. From this moment, it is an honor for me to meet you, Lord Kimla Thursday. Please, allow me to be your guide. Kimla Thu said nothing that was taken as a sign of agreement. Soon on the cliff, a narrow path wound between two steep rocks. Kim Lathu was walking, along with Chutan walking beside him. Suddenly Chutan stopped. It seems we have reached the end. Now a guide is not needed. But tell me, you should have at least some interest in whether I am one of the people of the imperial city. I thought you would at least ask me about it, replied Kim Lathu. I do not need to ask, because a young man brought him here, who exterminated Chutan's people and took his place. Because I am a killer. I was that person, and my task was to bring you here. That is why I eliminated Chu Thang. Your original guide, Kim Latu, remained completely calm, and the young man said with a sneer that he could not understand whether you are simply arrogant or truly that cold, as the rumors say, completely without emotion. But your attitude like that, this will not work in this situation, because I will now check if you can keep that stone colder, an expression when you look death in the eye. As soon as he finished speaking, from the cliff above, countless giant boulders poured down. Their target was exactly Kimla Thursday. The young man was gloating. The more difficult the challenge, the more we became more determined. So, Kimla Thu, how do you like our fight? Style. Kim Latu's facial expression did not even twitch. He just stood there. He looked intently at him. The young man no longer hesitated and immediately rushed. Rushing at the opponent, the once quiet canyon walls suddenly began to tremble. In a moment, a huge part of the rock at the place where they collided, the landslide collapsed. What was once a narrow pass barely suitable for 2 people, now turned into a wide-open plain that could hold 10,000 men. In the very center was a dense cloud of dust and debris that covered everything. But through the haze, the silhouette of Kim Latu was visible, still standing, landing. After everything, he remained completely unharmed. The young killer, however, was nowhere to be seen. From beginning to end, Matthew's face remained an icy, emotionless mask. He did not linger, he simply left, returning to continue his path. High on the cliff behind him was a young man. Appeared again and watched this boy, who is a serious threat. So this is a masterpiece of the imperial city Kim Latu Toaku. His confrontation with Outlander will be simply incredible. The scene shifts to Ali, and his group was now riding in a carriage and talking along the way. Listening to Brock Hunter's explanation, the leader suddenly realized. So, that's how it is. If I understand you correctly, the matter of the imperial city is a question of the warriors and must remain in their hands, and we, outsiders, should stay aside. Brock Hunter confirmed that exactly. Simply put, I was just trying to explain it so as not to offend you, Elder. But it seems I lack the gift of eloquence. The leader shook his head. It's not that I understand your point of view and the position of martial arts practitioners, but we also need to take care of our own affairs. Hearing this, Brock Hunter's facial expression, and everything was ruined. The leader continued, now that things have gone this far. Will, you really intend to follow your master's orders and try to neutralize us? The boy jumped. I think so, but no, this is not about me. I am not that kind of person, I swear. Wait, come on, senior. What do I need to do for you to understand? While Allah was pushing the cart and listening to his chatter, his murderous intent did not change at all. They were disguised, and the young man recalled his master's words before leaving. However, you should meet them first. The decision can be made later. We want you to meet them before making a decision. That is exactly what my master said. What he really meant. The leader questioned him again, so I have no reason to believe. Let at least one of your words remain. I cannot trust the words of a person who was sent here to finish us off. The young man was again confused and uncertain, did not know how to explain himself. After a minute, he answered with naive simplicity. But everything I said is the absolute truth. If I intended to take you too, I would have done it long ago. Hearing him like that, when someone casually mentioned killing them, the leader got irritated. Boy, by the way, do you remember anything about your fight with that guy? The young man's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course I remember. Although now, thinking about it, everything is a bit unclear. It just seemed to me, after rescuing Aula, I was completely exhausted and fainted, not even noticing it. The leader finished the thought for him, so briefly, that Guy Allah died from a single blow of yours. But it happened only because you put in your mind and strength to save him, and he returned. And that's all you remember? The young man confirmed. Yes, that's exactly it, sir. The leader sighed. I would expect you to remember almost everything except for those were the moments when you were completely out of yourself. The young man, still incredibly naive, fully agreed. Yes, that's exactly it. Ahead, steering the cart, Allah's face darkened with pure irritation. I really should have just finished that guy once and for all. On both sides. All right, enough. I guess I'm starting to understand the picture, and in general, you are clearly not one of the dogs of the imperial city. All right, I am letting you go. You said you had nowhere to go. Just saying. Let's each go our own way. Better just to part ways. The scene shifts to Kim Lathu, who has just arrived at another pavilion. There, a subordinate from the imperial city was already waiting for him. Nguyen Min from the guard unit requests an audience with Lord Kim Lo on Thursday. Kim Lathu looked intently at the man, pausing for a moment before asking, If I remember correctly, this position was assigned to Chutin. When the men answered, my lord, there were several of them. Due to circumstances, I, Kim Lathu, ceased communication with him. So he is dead. The man shuddered. His surprise was visible. He no longer tried to hide it, gritting his teeth, and answered like this. Sir, Kim Lathu mused. I see, by the way. Have you already found that group of foreigners? The man replied quickly. Agreed, my lord. Allow me to lead. turning the frame back to the leader and, in his group, everyone opened their eyes wide in surprise, as if they did not believe he just said he would not go. Brock Hunter confirmed this. I will not go. The leader tried to convince him, asked him to move, but Brock Hunter remained steadfast. I cannot do this. Seeing how incredibly a stubborn man, the leader's eyes widened with disbelief. Now Brock Hunter explained, I have already decided. I will go when I return your debt, and not a minute earlier. They immediately started arguing. I don't need you to return anything. This is business, so just leave, but I really can't go yet. Senior, think about why I deliberately concealed my identity from the very beginning, and consciously provoked both of you. The leader would. I am not interested at all. Do you think an old man like me cares about this at all? Baek Yoonggong insisted that he wanted to personally see what our friend Allah is capable of, and check if he has everything needed to bring the imperial city. The leader interrupted. Enough. I told you I wouldn't. Despite the chief's intervention, he continued to speak. His combat skills turned out to be stronger than I expected, but allowing him is a huge risk. To face the entire imperial city alone, the leader muttered, his irritation. Understood. Listen, old man, have you gone deaf or something like that? Bake the young G. Continue explaining. The only thing we cannot rely on is the hidden internal. Aula has deep energy. No matter how immense his internal energy is, it is useless if he does not know how to use it. Therefore, this younger one strives. Help him. He thought that when Ola learns to properly direct that, within him pulses deep internal energy. It is only a matter of time before he leaves the state of complete rebirth. Yes, when I have to meet him in the near future, I will have more options. The leader stroked the bearded man thought deeply. For now, I will choose to believe what you say. And why did you come here, directly violating your teacher's order? Don't tell me nonsense about repaying a debt. One lunch is not worth such trouble. Whatever it is, say it straight. But Kyonggang's face became serious. Senior, honestly, I just thought it would be much more interesting than blindly following orders. Besides, my supervisor said the final decision is mine, so I am not obligated to do as he pleases. The warhorse they were riding suddenly stopped. Everyone is called to the leader. We are here, not far ahead. A huge fortress stood at the foot of the mountain. Baek Yoonggong was stunned. This is the Taiguan sect you heard about, the leader replied. Them? Baek Yoonggong answered. Of course I've seen them. They say that when the imperial capital, began the conquest of the Central Plains, that was the very first, the sect fled and surrendered. Worse, they helped exterminate their innocent comrades in the martial arts world. Rumor has it they were so eager to please that the city lord rewarded them, giving his own clothes. The guide sounded he was skeptical. Regarding his clothes, they wouldn't just throw away the empire's clothes. Baek Hen-guan explained that no one would throw away the things of the city warlord, because everything the imperial city lord wore would be considered. They say they consider it a relic, although in reality it's just a cleaning rag, and it is so valued that it was hidden in some special storage or treasury. Understanding appeared on the leader's face, just as I thought. If those clothes really are here, then you will have a way to get to him. The forest keeper clearly said there is a hidden path to the imperial city, and it is right here, in the Taiguan sect headquarters. Then he laid out, make acquiring those things the main goal. They treat that outfit as a sacred relic. Obtaining it will not be easy, but the miserable group was ready to kill their own for a piece of personal. So now you don't need to worry about restraint. Boldly destroy everything and everyone who stands in your way. Just bring those Sealy. Come back to me. The scene shifts to the wild beast GM as he was. While he was talking to Wen Min, another man ran up with a frightened expression, shouting that something went terribly wrong. Upon hearing the news, Kim La-thu instantly disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, in the Kwangmun sect, the outer wall was already beginning to collapse. An explosion made a hole, and through the center of the rubble a figure was visible. Allah entered, walking confidently. Inside, the martial arts masters were completely stunned by the spectacle. Everyone slowly approached and found themselves face to face with them. However, their leader remained outside and waited. The scene shifts to a healer with a white face, who calmly sits and sips tea. Suddenly he shuddered and sharply asked, "Who is there?" He could not understand how she had sneaked in here. Behind the stone partition in front of him stood a mysterious figure, and it was the same woman who traveled together with Allah's group. As soon as the white-faced divine healer saw her face, he was even more shocked, could not believe it, and said that you are the one who did this. Before he could finish, the scene changes again, and the once majestic and impressive building now lies in a pile of abandoned ruins. At first glance, it was clear that the architect of this destruction was Allah. Broken buildings and fallen bodies were scattered everywhere. On the roof, Brock Hunter sat and watched the whole scene, witnessing the destruction. Having seen it with his own eyes, he could not help but whisper in admiration, "This guy is really impressive. Otherwise, his power is simply incredible. Is it really true that he supposedly cannot even use internal energy?" On the other hand, I saw several moves where he seemed to use it, for example when he broke the Taekwondo gates on Monday. Maybe he just acts instinctively. On the battlefield, Iola did not retreat. Waving his staff and stunning opponents, he was completely unfazed by this. A crowd of men tried to surround and capture him, but the result was always the same. One swing of his stick threw them into the air. After a few moments, most of the attackers were harshly thrown aside. The rest lay unconscious. Around him on the ground, Aula. His face became an icy mask. Stay. He was looking straight ahead. There was a man covered by his subordinates. They shouted at him to stop. The man nervously offered, "I will tell you a secret. Rope." Ola raised a scrap of fabric to his face and snorted coldly, and said, "Now you have spoken. You should have just given it from the very beginning. Otherwise, I would have found it myself after I was done with you." A middle-aged man was panically giving orders to his men. "What are you doing? Do not stand just like that. Go now and bring the sacred robe of the divine healer with the white face. Faster, move." Seeing this, Asura spoke again. "I already said, I don't need this." Meanwhile, Brock Hunter, who was still watching, could not hide the tension on his face. But things are clearly escalating. The tension rose. Even possessing unparalleled strength, he fought so roughly. If he knew how to combine his combat techniques, he would be no different from a wild animal. Inner energy flowed through his body, so he probably could become the strongest man, master of all the world of martial arts. The young man just stood, looking down. Someone stood right behind him and was evaluating him. It was then that he noticed a figure in. A person flew a great distance through the air at incredible speed. With lightning speed, he found himself on the estate grounds, silently landing on the roof, his gaze fixed on the aula below. The aula. He was still standing there with a staff in his hand. The newcomer just stood. They watched him silently and tensely. In a moment, one of the subordinates returned from inside. "I have it, sir." After a brief hesitation, the middle-aged man raised the item to Allah. In the wooden box lay a blue robe. The man said in a trembling voice, "This is the sacred robe you were looking for, young hero." All his expressions say, he sharply exhaled. Seeing this, the spectators could not help but covered in cold sweat. It was then that a loud voice shouted his entire name. Embarrassed, he looked over his shoulder. It was Baekhyun Guy. "Bang!" he shouted at the top of his voice. "Beware!" Allah turned, puzzled by his sudden outburst. At that moment, Kim Lathu descended from above and smoothly landed next to the two, astonishing everyone present. His icy gaze fell on Allah, who stood before the newcomer. Bala could not hide his surprise, and the middle-aged man's face expressed deep anxiety. The subordinates behind him were even more frightened. Kim Lathu was at the epicenter when a bright golden light suddenly exploded. The scene returns again to the fair-faced divine doctor, to whom a man approached. He folded his hands in a formal greeting. "The divine guardian Bayek Gahui." When I was paying homage to the fair-faced divine doctor, the doctor noticed. He looked at him for a moment before speaking. "Are you ready to show yourself to the world again?" The man burst out laughing. "This is really no problem, sir. During intense training, I completely forgot about it. I came only because you suddenly appeared in my thoughts, divine doctor. So, I decided to drop by. Yes, there is something I wanted. I must say, a few days ago I came across a person who looked extremely like you, sir. So today I came to ask about it." Pale face. The divine doctor looked surprised. Someone who looks like me, Baka Hui, stroked him. Chin deeply immersed in thought. "Yes, you probably did not know, but they were. Someone is riding in a horse-drawn carriage. Lately this has been talked about in the martial arts world. An old man, like your exact copy, is riding with a young companion." Hearing this, the pale-faced divine healer shuddered, momentarily feeling recognition, and tension was read in his eyes. He urgently demanded to know where Bayakahu had seen them. Bakahu explained that he saw them in a village near the Volyong fortress, and regarding where they went now, I do not know. The pale divine doctor twisted his face into a grotesque grimace, but remained silent. Meanwhile, Becca, Louis continued speaking, laughing carefreely. I must admit, the young man really impressed me. He was extraordinarily handsome. With Sa, he had a somewhat wild appearance. His name was Allah, and his appearance was as striking as his name. The divine doctors. The shock intensified. He growled in a low, threatening voice. What are you? Just say it. Seeing his reaction, Begaukai was surprised, addressing him as Sir. The divine doctor narrowed his eyes and frowned, thinking about his name and whether it was Allah. The scene returns to Allah and others, where the territory was leveled again. Now, everything was covered with a thick cloud of dust and smoke. In the center stood Kim Lathu, from whom a formidable aura still emanated. Opposite him was everything. Kim Lethu was clearly surprised to see that the opponent was still standing, because his last attack was extremely powerful and unexpected. He did not inflict a single scratch on the boy. His entire gaze turned to the place where the old man. There was a man in his group. All that remained were a few charred, unrecognizable. Ola wondered mentally how he could unleash such a powerful attack, remaining thoughtful and continuing to watch the scene. When something made him jump, his clothes were now completely burned. At that very moment, Kim Lethu rushed forward and launched another attack. Divine Doctor, once you were captured alive, but after that trick I cannot. Did not let such an attack pass by. His clawed hand rushed forward, approaching Allah's throat in an instant. It seemed as if he would be caught, but he was. At the decisive moment, another hand suddenly lunged and grabbed his wrist, sharply stopping the attack. Kim Lethu froze, eyes widened and lips pressed tight. To my surprise, Pak Hyun-kun suddenly appeared. He coldly looked at Kim Lethu, then pointed with the other hand and released a strike with one finger. It was the technique, Heavenly Thunder, with one finger. Kim Lethu flew like a kite without a string and slid across the ground, still for a considerable distance before finally coming to a rough stop, lying in the middle of. Among the pile of debris, his eyes were wide open in complete disbelief. Barqueen-kun, smugly remarked, it seems you don't joke with inner energy. Can you? Then he turned his head and looked at Aula, who was still standing there. Completely confused, he quickly approached, snapping his fingers near his, pulled his ear to get his attention. Aula, come to your senses. Aula, Aula. Involuntarily said one word close. Quinn Kung replied yes, and your clothes are completely burned. Seeing all this, turned around to throw him that terrible look. Park Hyun-kung hurriedly tried to explain. Wait, it's not my fault, don't look at me like that. Then he pointed his finger at Kim Lethu. It was him. He is the one who set fire to the sacred robes of the white-faced heavenly doctor. At that moment, Kim Lethu was still lying on the ground, coughing incessantly, unable to get up. Barqueen-ko. Kung proudly boasted my technique Heavenly Thunder with one finger has already blocked his pressure points, so he won to be able to move properly for some time. But just when he. Finishing speaking, Kim Lethu began to move and slowly stand up. Park Vian-kung, completely unsuspecting, was still standing with his back to the opponent. He continued his arrogant boasting. If we attacked him now, we could finish this instantly, but that wouldn't be very fair, so we should wait a bit. Soon he felt that something was wrong and sharply turned his head to look. Kim Lethu rose again from the pile of ruins, although his body was still trembling strongly, which means the technique is still active. After a moment, he finally calmed down and exhaled sharply. Nguyen Kung sighed with frustration. He escaped so quickly. Apparently, Heavenly Thunder with one finger is now a common technique, but still. Now everything is under control. Just then he fired the confi. Used to looking at Allah, Kim Leto suddenly moved behind him even before Ola could respond. Suddenly Barqueen Kong sharply turned his head again and just managed to see Kim Lethu. He jumped into the air, seeing that terrible expression on the opponent's face. He could not help but sigh. His attention was a real killing machine. French suddenly turned to Allah, who was walking ahead in a trance, and he shouted at them, at the top of his voice. Aula, pull yourself together. Come back here now. Even before Ola managed to turn around, Kim Lethu's attack had already hit. Fresh blood splashed into the air, his eyes filled with a terrifying light. Lint, but his whole figure at the last possible second was still standing upright. Baikun-kun appeared again and blocked Kim Lethu's path. Listen, Grandpa, it seems you chose the wrong opponent, Kim Lethu replied with a grim face. The other was supposed to be an old man. Listen, it seems I was mistaken about the information. Barqueen Kung was suddenly kidnapped. Back, his eyes wide open in shock, and in the next moment a dazzling light flashed. White light exploded from their place. A fierce roar burst from Kim Lethu's lips. Rick of the Fiery Dragon, who destroys the sky. A terrible explosion. An incredible power immediately arose and again plunged the area into a cloud. Smoke and dust enveloped everything. Only the silhouette of Kim La-tu remained at the epicenter of the battle. Not far from him stood Bar Quin Kung, whose entire body was engulfed in burning flames, and his painful screams could be heard. The sound incessantly echoed in the air, but just as quickly the flames began to dissipate when he clasped his hands together and, exerting great effort, forced. The power blew out the fire. Witnessing this scene, Kim La-tu could not help but narrow his eyes in deep shock as the flames completely died out. Brock Hunter exhaled. The feeling was the same as during the fight with the third master, Wheel Qigong, but in this martial art there is something else. Let us see how the warrior of the imperial city wields this flame in battle. I think I know who it is, you golden silk beast, a real cow. You are here to avenge Asura for the murder of your sworn brother. The golden silk monster responded with fire. You think you can withstand my firestorm? A simple staff in bare hands will not stop my fiery dragon that destroys the sky. It seems he knows why the divine doctor sent me. Brock Hunter looked at him, embarrassed and confused. Wait a second. It seems there was a misunderstanding. The guy you need to fight is standing there. By gesture, of course, he pointed to the Sura digging nearby, among the debris, but the golden silk beast paid no attention to him, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Any potential threat to the divine doctor with the white face must be eliminated. A powerful blow was immediately directed at Brock Hunter. Terrible flames flared up again. The attack was so fierce it seemed like a war was going on. The very air around them tensed, but the strike missed. Brock Hunter had. Somehow he appeared again completely unharmed nearby and paid. The golden silk beast did not pay any attention at all, looking at the Sura ahead. Honestly, this man is the perfect opponent to make the Sura realize the importance. It took a lot of effort, but the child did not care. The golden silk beast sent a dagger-like glance. He was being watched, but Brock Hunter remained indifferent, casually resting his hand on his thigh. It seemed there was no other way. Without looking back, he felt the approach of danger. As soon as the golden silk beast struck with his palm, he raised his hand to intercept, and the collision of their palms lifted earth and stones into the air. Again it seemed that the golden silk beast was losing. He was being forced to retreat. Brock Hunter looked at him, his expression completely empty. If this continues, I will have to help him, and at that, he struck directly into the chest of the golden silk beast, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly through the gold flashed a hazy memory. In the head of the silk beast, amid his painful screams, a figure appeared, approached, raising the blade. No matter how much he begged for his life, that one. The blade still fell. He did not want to die, but could change nothing. His fate. He cursed himself in pain. I do not want to die. I want to know who you are. People do this to me. It annoys me greatly. And at that moment, a voice reached his ear, asking if he recognized it, slowly materializing an ancient face, as if his soul had long since faded. The voice continued, inquiring if all that remained was only pure resentment, and if he wanted to live, facing. To the old man's question, he reacted very emotionally. The old man smiled with amusement. Quite a sharp reaction. Perhaps it is not an obsession with life, but simply a consequence of memory loss. The memory of the past could have disappeared due to rage, which deprived him of a reason to live. This is really interesting, all right? I grant you a new life. Although I cannot restore the destroyed parts, I will resurrect you as a different being in full, and just like before, the fire dragon will become your salvation. Mastering the power of the fire dragon, you will gain it. No creature born of human flesh will ever be able to defeat you. Returning to now. After the last blow from Brock Hunter Kimla, the monster is again buried under a pile of ruins, crushed by the weight of the collapse. But this time it was different. The building almost immediately jumped up again. Dust and debris flew to the sides as a huge ball of fire burst out of it. At the epicenter, the figure of the beast Kimla instantly reappeared. Brock Hunter did not rush to attack. Instead, he retreated and watched. Kimla beast with a powerful roar released a shockwave of the fire dragon, provoking a catastrophic explosion. Completely unmoved, Hunter did not retreat. His hands made a series of complex gestures, when a shining blue sphere quickly appeared before him. The technique he used, it was an art that shattered the fiery wheel. The attacks of the Kimla beast SL, crashing into him, he froze in place, but did not stop there. Brock Hunter's technique began to attract the attack, absorbing it power. In a moment the flames completely disappeared. Blinding. Suddenly, a white beam shot out and rushed straight at the Kimla beast, who had no chance to escape. and could only prepare for the strike. Dust and stones again covered the entire area, and a deep trench appeared in the ground, extending all the way from Brock Hunter. On the other side, Kim Lob. The beast remained circling among the debris, coughing from its mouth sip by sip of something. Blood. It raised its gaze to Brock Hunter. His eyes filled with full Believing this, Brock Hunter did not use his advantage, and instead spoke. Martial arts, forged by true dedicated training, have the highest value, and strength gained by cheap tricks and forbidden practices will never replace it. They strive to surpass techniques refined over millennia. The Kimla beast barely got to its feet, its whole body trembling from The anger did not give up. Instead, it desperately searched. It accumulated internal energy and charged Brock Hunter again. Brock Hunter easily dodged the claw strike by simply ducking. The world instantly turned upside down. In the depths of the Kimla monster's eyes, something flashed. Brock Hunter used an unknown technique to send him back, flipping, and just like that to Kim's forehead. The beast was harshly thrown to the ground. The movement seemed easy, yet blood still burst from its mouth. A thick cloud appeared again. Dust and debris filled the air. Brock Hunter did not even look back. His back was still turned to the opponent. In vain. No matter how hard you try. You are trying. Just stop. Say if you are ready to surrender this time. As soon as he uttered the words, Kim Labus attacked again. Brock Hunter had no choice but to interrupt the speech and raise his hand to fend off the attack. Delivering a quick kick right to the jaw, he stunned the beast, spat out another stream of blood. Brock Hunter stared at him. His expression, the body stiffened as he raised his fist. You are still not satisfied. He broke the energy source. The blow hit Kimla Beast's torso directly. Blood poured again. The strike looked simple, but its power was devastating. The beast's eyes opened wide and became empty, then it sluggishly fell to the ground. By that time it was no longer rising. The eyes rolled back, and it was losing consciousness. The Master's voice still echoed in his mind as if, in the blink of an eye, his body withered and aged, turning into They began to pale. Brock Hunter's eyes were fixed and serious, and does not blink, not missing a single second. In a moment, only remains. His clothes and shoes lay on the ground. Soon even his clothes were blown away by the wind. From beginning to end, Brock Hunter simply waited silently, not moving at all. And this made one wonder what was happening. In his imagination, this area was now completely cleared of any trace of Kim Lath. Thursday. In a moment, Brock Hunter climbed out of the crater and was again on. He stepped onto solid ground, muttering to himself. Look at this. I told you, Brock Hunter, that I am heap try long. I am not far. He sat on the roof. Someone was secretly watching everything. It's hard to believe that such a formidable person as Kim Lethu, the true cow, could not even meet face to face with that man, if Batlathu are monsters created by the whites. Before the divine healer, Brock Hunter turned out to be a monster born by Muram himself, and the result of a millennia-old tradition. The observer suddenly realized this. But we came here initially with a different purpose. Watch the fight between Kim Lethu, True Cow, and that punk Allah. The thought frightened the young man. Right, Brock Hunter. Hunter just got involved for no apparent reason. But it had been a long time since his martial arts were seen in action. So it turned out not to be so bad. After all, that is how it turned out. Meanwhile, Allah picked up a charred piece of debris that survived the fire, looking thoughtful as Brock Hunter walked by. He approached and, seeing the boy fiercely punching the air, asked confusedly what he was doing. Asura threw him an irritated look. He didn't know where he was, and Brock Hunter, pretending to be dumb, only made him angrier. Where did the one who set fire to the divine healer's house disappear to? He waved his hand. He's already gone. I let him go. Asura's face twisted with anger. A murderous intent emanated from him, and he looked at him piercingly. Asura sharply asked what exactly was said. Even Brock Hunter was surprised by the boy's expression. To Brock, it seemed unimportant. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Asura did not waste words. He just swung his staff right at him. It was an attempt to attack me, so you stood between us, and it looked like you were conspiring with him. Elsewhere, a man in black was watching through his binoculars stunned. The greens suddenly began fighting among themselves. The boy suddenly jumped up and grabbed the binoculars. Let me see. Below, Brock Hunter was dodging the relentless blows of Asura's stick, and at the same time trying to explain. If I hadn't chased him away, you probably would already be dead right. And now this only made Asura even angrier, so I have to thank you for that? On his face. Yes, they are fighting. Show that famous little brat the tape. Martial arts of the Central Plains. The man in black was surprised at how excited his comrade was. But his excitement was so strong that Brock Hunters felt their presence, paused his defense for a moment, dodged another blow, and looked their way. Wait a second. It seems we have them. The stick hit him hard, right on the head. On the roof, the man with green hair was stunned. The man in black nearby, not hiding his admiration, asked if that boy acted like that. To finally get rid of him, the scene returns to the cave of the white-faced healer, where he was watching intently. This is Ola, Blake Huxley. Confirmed. I am traveling with an old man who looks very much like me, Blake Huxley. Confirmed once again. It is him exactly. The white-faced deity. The healer's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Allah? So can the man who looks like me really be? So he has a star? Not just alone, he is also traveling with Allah? This cannot be. Such a thing cannot exist in this world. This is incredible nonsense. That crazy old man, seeing that he suddenly became pensive, began. Ahway asked, "What are you thinking about, sir?" The divine doctor came to his senses. "Nothing, but you just said that these two are the subject of conversation everywhere. World," Fakahui was puzzled. "So you don't know, too. Sex, which belonged to the imperial city, fell. And everyone thinks that the collapse of the Guild of Assassins and the House of the Black Snake is their doing." The divine doctor was. It happened again, and Bakawi was stunned. "So you really heard nothing in that case. It is worth knowing that according to rumors, the 8 stone beast strikes are dead, and it was done by Huan Go. And Cheonji, the divine healer, really had no idea. Huan Go. Baekgehai clarified that so Cheonji was killed by them. Not them. Both of them were killed only by Osira. The eyes of the divine doctor widened again as he pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Baekgehai stood there with a carefree smile. "That's all. Are you familiar with that group of foreign martial arts masters?" The divine doctor did not answer. Bon chose silence. After a moment he spoke again. "Return. If you return, I will tell you everything you want to know." "I know." Baekgehai covered his mouth, quietly giggling. "This must be a joke." "I am sometimes not that curious," the divine doctor repeated in a deadly tone. "Seriously, this is not a request if I forced you to stay. Right here." He asked how you would act. His words made everyone freeze in dead silence. Again, Baekgehai ran his hand over his chin, pondering. A sudden question I had no choice but to risk my own life. They looked into each other's eyes for a long time, after which the divine doctor sighed deeply and said that you are so stubborn, and he really cannot understand you, Baeka, who... We just smiled in response. You never knew how to do that from the very beginning. The divine doctor waved his hand and ordered him to go away. "This is the only time I will be so merciful. Next time I will not spare you." Baekgehai joined his palms, bowed sincerely and deeply to him, then soon disappeared from this place. Only the divine doctor remained. After a moment he called. A voice permitted for Guanbo. As soon as Guanbo finished speaking, a voice was heard in response. "Yes, sir. By your order, the divine doctor ordered him to summon." The frame shifts to the black beast Rexos. He sits alone and reads the letter sent to him, his heart pounding in his chest. "Even the golden Rakshasa was killed. This cannot be. The Taiguan sect has been destroyed. It is unknown what is happening. The young enemy, the artist Lauren Marshall, destroyed the Taiguan sect and took the life of the golden Rakshasa. Perhaps this is a mysterious warrior, and it is unclear how he manages to do something like this." Yes. At that moment someone entered from outside, white. Face divine doctor summons the beast Black Rock Shosa. Hearing this, the young man was covered in cold sweat, his eyes wide open in horror. Above, another scene. Baekhyun's gang again confessed everything under the influence of the talisman. "I have no choice but to meet him." He doubted whether what that man said could be true. "Untie him." To him. "We can apologize when he wakes up." Allah quickly ran up to untie. Baekhyun's gang watched as the leader sat alone and studied the burnt fragment of the divine healer's cloth. It is a pity we couldn't get it completely. Cloth. You can hardly make anything out of such a scrap. The scene returns to the place where the divine healer is located, where Hawk Lathu arrived. He is summoned, he kneels with his head bowed to the ground. He looks extremely worried. Above him sits the divine healer with a fierce face and clearly angry. In a moment, his agitated, distrustful voice echoes in the cave. The assassins core the Black Demon Guild. First ancient relics, then a ton of key, and now even a real cow. You should have told me earlier. I need to know when you planned this, and Hawk Lathu doesn't know what to answer. Himself. He can only keep his head bowed and completely still, which only fuels the wrath of the heavenly healer. He clenches his fist very tightly. That cracks begin to form on the armrest of his chair. This man, can you recreate their appearance for me? Kim Lathu replied, Yes, my lo. Sir. I engraved in my memory the images of the head of the Ohio Guild of Black Demons and those who accompanied Thon Chi, ordered by the divine healer. Come closer and show me. Kim Lathu obediently complied. She stands up and slowly approaches, trembling, extending her hand to take the divine healer. The healer's hand. In an instant their hands touch, and the eye of the divine healer. Flies spread their wings wide. Before him flashes a scene where Ola carves monsters. Then an incident happened in the tavern, and later the salamander that exploded. Each image is seen with perfect clarity. His face is also fully visible, completely revealed without any concealment. The air becomes heavy from a long, deep silence fell. After what seemed like an eternity, the divine healer finally spoke again. Did you notice their trail? Hearing Huklu, having received the report, he gave orders, do not let them notice you, watch them, and do not miss any of their movements. I will summarize. You will return soon, so wait for my command and come back. As if granted. To receive pardon, Guklathu immediately loudly accepts the order. Then he quickly gets up and walks away. The divine healer sits there, deep in thought. He thought, at least, recalling his previous conversation with Bek Gawe. He did not make anything up just to provoke me. He sits there, his expression incredibly gloomy, not a word. The image of a leader and everyone around. The image of this child again appears in his thoughts. Something is wrong with this child. No matter how much I look, he still looks like a person who has not fully matured. However, he bears the name Aula, and its meaning remains unclear. Unless he was chosen as the bearer of Aula, he could not just use this name. The more he thinks, the more mysterious it becomes. Soon a bold idea appears in his mind. It occurred to him that this person might be a divine vessel, and that it concerns Sura. And from this thought he instantly jumps to his feet, standing breathless and very excited, as if a revelation had occurred. That explosion completely erased about the core of the murder. Judging by the shape and power, it seems he used fire spirit, like a red salamander or nymph. Exactly such a strange PO. The plant that destroyed the Black Demon Guild, as if he always carries those seeds with him. The only time this child acted personally was on Thursday, when he fought with Pala, and the most impressive thing is that he defeated all three, especially Kim Lathu. The trio is a cow, but this is impressive only if you evaluate him as an ordinary person. If he is a divine vessel, then there is nothing special about it. Initially, the vessel is just a container for the soul of the summoned god, because it must contain the enormous power of a transcendent being. DeFi. The divine vessel itself has superhuman physical abilities. If the god does not dwell in the vessel, then it is just a weak monster. Right now Olu cannot be summoned, so I cannot draw any conclusions. You are really trying to catch me with a low-level creature. At the same moment, another voice sounded, asking if those foreign warriors are giving you trouble. If you say the word, Divine Doctor, I will need only a few days. Bring them all before you, on the side of the divine healer. I think I am the one causing trouble. You. There is really no need to resort to such extremes, said the voice. Again, you do not trust me, divine healer. That is why you forbid me to act, replied the divine doctor, and added that this is unimaginable. One thing. Regardless of whether we like them or not, we will eventually have to face them, so there is no rush. Another person continued. But what I sent, your actions contradict your words. I feel deep concern from you, divine doctor, and only want to ease your burden. It mutates. During the march he used this, and anxiety gripped him. The image of Allah flashed through his thoughts. Again in his imagination appeared two Alas along with their leader. His anxiety arose from great uncertainty. When you realized when the enemy is worthless, he ceases to be an opponent and becomes simply prey. And as how to deal with this prey is entirely up to you. What you feel is anxiety. It is the thrill of the hunt. The scene shifts to the leader and his group. Standing at a distance, he watched the commotion. The commotion was caused by Allah and Baekhyun Kang. Baekhyun Kang shouted angrily at him, I told you. You are doing it wrong. Focus at least for a second, otherwise I will lose it. Back. Irritated. You are behaving too loudly. Baekhyun Kang got even more irritated. I am furious, pointing and shouting. I say that the correct strike comes from the center of the body and is transmitted down through the arm, and I don't care. Ola objected, I like my version better. Baekhyun Kang was boiling. It's just a strike. Use your inner energy, fool. From now on, if you don't do it right, I will just hit you. Understood. Allah, in anger, immediately turned and attacked him. The leader said, I have to tolerate you, but you have clearly crossed the line. Hyongkang, blocking the attack, growled back through clenched teeth. Alias San got even angrier and raised his staff. Now I am bad if you want to fight me, come on, really. I will just knock some sense into you and start your training from scratch. They immediately rushed at each other. Their clash shook the whole forest. Watching from on the roadside, I sided with the leader at the moment of his resignation. I was a fool to expect. At those two. The scene returns to the divine doctor, who was still walking. Quietly, alone in the cave, when a distant memory surfaced in his mind. He was resting, warming himself by the fire, when suddenly he heard a voice. To him, he looked left and right but could not find the source. The voice seemed, it is the echo of the void itself. I am your master, the one who answered your prayers. Have you already forgotten who gave you the power you now use? Hearing this, the man immediately fell to his knees and pressed his forehead to the ground. With reverence, my master, my God, please tell me that I must do this. The voice did not answer. Slowly rose to H. The legs stood still, gaze directed at the horizon. In the distance, a few figures are visible. They were slowly approaching, their number increasing as they moved, all heading towards. Nearby was a cave. The crowd quickly moved inside, descending the stairs, and a long winding procession moved forward, and soon everyone found themselves in the hall. Below, everyone simultaneously knelt and bowed their heads in reverence. For God was gravely wounded, imprisoned, and seemingly abandoned. He sought revenge on those who brought him to this state. But we, the apostles who responded to his call, did everything within our power to fulfill his holy will, for self-destruction for the sake of rebirth in the divine body was too risky. Rebirth in the current situation was priori. With his divine power, this path seemed much. It was necessary to offer countless lives as tribute. But it was a necessary sacrifice for the return of God. From the piles of bodies, fresh blood flowed incessantly. It twists with cracks in the earth before gathering in the adjacent pit. In the center of the pit, on the ground lay a body pierced with spears, the lower half completely torn off. Soaked with the fresh blood of his followers, the body slowly began to recover, generate. Over time, in that barren, lifeless desert, life began to sprout from beneath the ground. Vegetation gradually developed. The god inside finally fully recovered, his limbs completely regrew, and the long spears that once pierced his body were pushed out. Reborn again, he felt euphoria. His roar must. The sky and earth and the mountain before him instantly crumbled. From the rubble emerged his silhouette. Nearby a crowd of followers awaited his return. The god stood and looked at his captivated follower. I will return to my place. Finally, the goddess rebirth succeeded, and he led us on a march for revenge. Many enemies. An obstacle rose to block our path. The closer we approached paradise, the stronger it became. The enemy's resistance grew, but nothing could stand in our way. The final battle with our kidnappers took place in paradise. From the head of our god, 2 horns began to grow, then 2 wings burst out first from his back, with a long tail whipping behind, and then from the sky. One powerful lightning struck the earth. The force of the mass. The lords of paradise were terrifying beyond imagination, but the might of our god. God simply crushed them all. His power turned out to be a colossal whirlwind. The battle was fierce, and when it subsided, only dust and smoke remained. In the very heart of the battlefield, our god stood tall and defiant, while the lords of paradise, completely defeated, fled into. Thanks to grace, we, his followers, celebrated his glorious victory. And it was then that from time to time, though defeated, the lords appeared. Paradise refused to accept its fate. In despair, they summoned from the east a terrible creature, the god of destruction Allah. The arrival of Allah completely changed the course of the war. Our God, who expelled the lords of paradise and proclaimed himself Alma, the mighty Allah, the god of destruction from the east, summoned by those very lords. Between the two of them an official battle began. A terrible aura enveloped the wide expanse, causing the sky and earth to tremble. Thunderous explosions echoed everywhere and leveled the ground. Wherever the attacks hit, the followers were no exception. We were in chaos. We were practically buried under stones and debris, losing lives. At the epicenter of the battle, 2 gods fought with incredible ferocity. Under the relentless assault of Aula, the Almighty could only grit his teeth and defend himself. He had no chances for a counterattack. His wings were quickly torn and shredded, and his tail was cut off behind. In turn, Our god managed to cut off one of the other deity's arms, after which both broke. The arm tore off and flew aside, but Ola was not at all confused. From the very same wound, 2 new arms quickly grew. Now he somehow had 3 arms, and the almighty being stood opposite. Despite the severed leg, he was still full of strength. Both again rushed at each other. The fight erupted again, raising a dazzling say. Despite the dust and debris, the very cruelty of this clash was much greater. It became more powerful than before, so much so that it formed a vortex visible even from outside. In space, terrible whirlpools formed and repeatedly collided as the battle. When they finally passed this place, only a desolate wasteland remained. In the very heart of the conflict, a bottomless abyss was dug in. The earth after 100 days of brutal battles that tore the heavens. Our god, even having given everything, shook the very foundations of the world. In the end, he faced destruction and the god of ruin. Summoned by the masters of paradise, they suffered the same fate. Both entities disappeared from this world, and the lost peace was restored. The lords of paradise established a new world order. Each of our surviving apostles received their judgment. Your sin was that you awakened a forbidden entity and used it to seize power. You will be punished. To remain between life and death, to endure eternal torment. Soon a voice from the darkness sounded, stopping everything. Only a mortal dared to enter here. If you have not received the Master's recognition, I will turn you to dust. If you bear the mark, given by the Master, show it to me now, replied another voice. Again this nonsense, you sound like the guards at the gates. I was told I would be warmly welcomed here if I just came. I cannot comprehend what is happening here. It seems this is some kind of test from the Master. I will figure it out later, but for now, get out of the way, or I will just break through. The first voice sounded again. Fool, you mistakenly think that a person here can simply... Countless cracks instantly spread across the front face of the rock ahead. The board shattered into pieces. Among the debris appeared a figure radiating an incredibly powerful aura. He was slowly approaching. Moving forward to a certain place, he sighed, then, I declare, this will be difficult. I was entrusted to decide your fates, although I do not know the whole story. I ask all of you to forget this. Discard the past, obey me and follow my orders. If you swear this oath, I will lead you out of here. The figures mounted on the wall responded to this statement with a heavy, deep silence. Eventually, they decided. They took the oath and set out with him. After returning to the mortal world, much had changed. The lords of heaven, whom people once worshipped as gods, the gods lost their power and gradually faded. It seemed they no longer intervened in the affairs of the world. It was then, finally, the greatest dangers we feared disappeared. The Eastern Sage. Our savior freed us from the hellish torments we thought we would never escape. This is Dun Liao, our lord, and also, the leader who guides us, the perfect king sent to us by the heavens, exactly that. Everyone believed. Then we did not even know that we were being used, doomed to be discarded like sacrificial pawns. The Eastern Sage appointed one. We were his messengers, and willingly carried out every order. Our mission is to return the sacred artifacts left by beings called gods. The power of these artifacts far exceeds human understanding. Without magic, we have little chance to conquer them, however. But with his stunning power, the sage defeated everyone. Even the so-called guardians of the afterlife fear him. Every obstacle that was insurmountable for us he solved easily. One could say that he is a being who stands between gods and men as an arbiter or sage. I often wondered if such sages as he could have other, more mystical abilities. To my question, the sage willingly explained this, so to speak. Not everyone is like me. Truth is strength. What I am using now, I did not acquire through exhausting training, but borrowed from the old man. Friend, until I meet him again, I will return this power to him. Looking back, I see that the whole purpose of my journey was to find him. I never thought I would be so lucky to meet all of you. Do you have any more questions now? The young man stood up and asked, What is your true purpose in collecting these sacred artifacts? If you don't want to answer, don't answer. Immediately there was silence, and the sage stood confused, thoughtfully, while our group waited in quiet anticipation. Stroking his beard, he said that if he gathered all the sacred relics, he would gain power surpassing even the gods. When that time comes, I wonder if I can become the new god of this world. And then, when he asked if we would still follow him, we froze and broke out in a cold sweat from the stern expression on the sage's face. Then after a moment, embarrassed, we answered that, of course, we would follow. And he sighed, interrupting us. It was just a joke. You have no reason to be so afraid. I will give you an answer to your question when the right time comes. What I heard did not cause any relief. In fact, we only became more tense. He really was just joking. I could not be mistaken. When he spoke about becoming the new god of this world, the look in his eyes was completely sincere, as I suspect. The Eastern sage's goal is the same as ours. It is identical. The dream we once shared. Sometimes he plays the role of the perfect leader. Sometimes fights with all his soul, side by side with us, even at the cost of life. In private, he is extremely warm and friendly to everyone. Being near the sage was like seeing our old dream come alive. I thought everything would continue peacefully like that. And then one day, he and his companion, they approached the cliff and came across the massive body of a monster lying there. Although it was partially hidden under stones and forest, its gigantic size was impossible to miss. As soon as I saw it, I recognized it as Allah, and the rest of us froze in horror at that very moment. When I saw it, my pupils narrowed. If I recognized it, you would definitely know what it was. Anyone could recognize it seeing it so close. When we saw it, I was overwhelmed with absolute horror. We used poisonous techniques and bone curses to completely destroy it, but did not expect that this would simply trigger its regeneration. Then we tried many other methods, but they proved futile. It restores its body. While we speak and see this happening, we cannot stop it. Suddenly someone interrupted, "Wait a minute, this situation might not as scary as we think. Even if he is the god of destruction, his divine power is completely exhausted, so he cannot paw. Since he can use his divine body, his recovery will never be fully complete. Even if he manages to recover, he will only be just a god in form, not a true divine being in such a state. He is no different from a vile demonic beast, ready for our conquest. If we cannot kill this thing, we must take control over it. If we manage to tame it, someday it might become the very weapon with which we defeat them. You are masters of the garden. You are curious to see the expressions on those scoundrels' faces when they have to face this." Hearing this, others began to murmur in agreement. "That's a plan, truly a brilliant trick worth considering." "Such a thing. You are a genius," the reporter continued. "There is only one. There is one. We need to know how Huan Chunyuan will react when he learns about this plan. That is the biggest obstacle. Don't worry. I'll deal with him. You all just focus on—" They agreed to tame this monster and fully trusted it. He stood and thoughtfully looked down at the creature. "Asura, you are the one who killed the gods and destroyed our god. Now your life belongs to us, so stay in place. Once a revered god, like you. I will make sure you are forever remembered as a vile deity imprisoned in this disgusting shell. Soon, in Huangchengyi. Lately, I have had many matters to attend to, so unfortunately, I was not paying full attention. We stopped at the point where you were supposed to show me something interesting, and Shimen confirmed it. Yes, master. I think it is better if you see it with your own eyes than if I try to explain." Huang Chunyan smiled, stroking his beard. "All right, I understand. I am curious what entertainment you have prepared this time." Let S approach and look into his mind. Jiamen thought to himself that everything was correct, and there was no reason to worry. The ultimate goal of Huang Chenyan is the same as ours. Although the garden masters were repelled, we still need his power to truly defeat them. If we convince Huang Chengyuan with logic, he will definitely agree. I just can shake a strong feeling of anxiety in my stomach. My mind keeps returning to Asura. When they were walking together, when suddenly a sound rang out in the hall. It can be. Geoman felt his chest tighten. Wait, what did I just hear? They quickly went outside. One of the men looked at him confused. What is wrong with you, Geoman? You look like you've seen a ghost. He did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the scene before him. The god of destruction spinning in his head, the sutra, and a deity summoned from the east, and Master Huang. He is immortal from the east. He comes from the east. Are they both from the east? Realizing the horror, an uncontrollable tremor passed through the body. His entire body is affected. This is not good. Wait a second. We need to find out the cause. Why suddenly can't I breathe? He tried to scream, but nothing came out. Master Huan stepped forward, and a low groan sounded through the air. There. His entire body became visible, and this sight completely stunned him. Stunned, he saw Ola in front of him, her eyes slowly The eyes slightly opened. For a moment their gazes met, and then Ola woke up, and dazzling white light burst from her body. It completely obscured visibility for everyone. Everyone froze and watched. Their eyes wide open in surprise, Master Huan stumbled and said, "Asura, finally I found you all motionless, but soon." Tightly closed eyes slowly opened again, and this only intensified. The crowd was stunned. One man couldn't stand it and approached, addressing the teacher. "Huang, what kind of creature is this?" The young man stood stunned, his body uncontrollably trembling as a memory surfaced. "The truth is, I did not gain this power through hard training. It was given to me by an old friend. I was supposed to return this power to him when we met again. Remembering, my entire journey was for that old friend. It is strange. Fate brought me here to find you." The young man suddenly opened his eyes, remembering everything. So that strange thing is, what was he talking about? After that, he turned to the others. Had the master seen this before? Asura and Master Huang stood face to face in absolute silence fell, but the young man trembled with fear. "This is bad," he shouted. "Stop." Everyone fall back. The others turned back to him. Confused, they did not understand what was going on, and when they looked at him, Ola began to move and growled quietly. Then she reached out her hand to Master Huang. The group had not yet noticed the approaching danger when the white light flashed again. Aula rushed forward and swung at Master Huang. His intentions were unclear, but in the next moment a powerful explosion swept through the area, lifting earth and stones into the air. The crowd was thrown back by the force of the rapidly expanding explosion, devastating. The landscape was destroyed, only ruins remained, and a young man survived. He struggled to rise from the ground, his face tense, looking at, in the distance, the place was completely ruined. Aola lay on the ground, one side of his head was crushed. His companions were scattered everywhere, dead or severely wounded, their faces bearing grim expressions. Ahead, Master Huang stood silently. He quickly turned his head he glared angrily at the survivors, then let out a fierce roar, noticing his expression. The men were covered in cold sweat. Master Huang stood with his back to Allah. Just as his eyes opened wide, Ola began to move again. He instantly destroyed the stunned survivors, their heads smashed in a bloody rain, and the terrified men behind suffered the same terrible fate. Only the young man in the distance remained alive. He froze in disbelief. Master Huang had just done that. He slaughtered them all. At that moment, he seemed like a true evil god. It is unknown how much time passed before his rage seemed to subside. Turning his gaze back to Allah, he released power with a single hand movement, a whirlwind straight into Asura. In a moment, only a wasteland remained. Only the earth remained. The only one who stood was Master Huang. It was all that the pale divine healer could recall. He walked, lost in thought. Master Huang is a true mystery. Since then, one question has tormented me. I want to know why you betrayed every single one of your comrades. Perhaps our behavior towards this angered you. What you called a friend may have pushed you to do it then. That was the only explanation I could come up with, but I could not understand it at all. The question is why you then returned and killed that friend with your own hands, and now you are looking for me again, bringing with you a boy named Ola, the very creature that you personally are. Finally removed, the more the pale-faced divine healer thought, the less sensitive he became. Done. The mistake was my attempt to understand the thoughts of a madman like you. Probably, it is a futile matter. Ahead stood a figure, a fight. When he approached, the man bowed deeply, clasping his hands, with respect. The divine healer stood before him, and they went out to talk. Beneath them lay a strange golden egg. He stood and thoughtfully looked at the egg. But whatever happened, I lower my guard next to you, so come closer. Come on, King F. Messengers of the heavens. I willingly will give your life and the life of that boy Ola to bring my great plan to an end. If not for the hasty actions of those dark beasts, I wouldn't have had to accelerate this plan. You will not defeat me with this body as before. I will prove how wrong you are and how much you overestimate your power. There is only one thing that stops me, and that is the boy Ovla. Who possesses that divine vessel? And if the boy truly merges with the power of Alag through the resurrection ritual, will he gain the same destructive power? You destroyed the original form of the ancient demon and turned him into your subordinate. Explain exactly what you intended, and I am curious what that boy will think when he finally learns the truth. The truth you are hiding. Meanwhile, in the presence of Allah, he was training now. His staff appeared before a huge boulder. One strike sent rope shattering into pieces. Baekhyun Kang, watching from the side, went overwhelmed with excitement. Yes, exactly. Returning to the leader, he shouted that he saw it, that this is the technique he taught him, and that it is incredible and absolutely perfect. The leader responded. Applied, irritated, incredible. You are thinking about those times. Baekhyun Kang enthusiastically repeated that this deserves his praise. I explained the boulder I really hit is intact, but those behind it shattered. This is a penetrating strike, an attack that, here pure internal energy is used. If he relied only on external force, the result would be completely different. Having internal energy and being able to control it are two different things. Even experienced masters of internal arts need years of hard training to concentrate energy into one strike. But I taught this in a few days. And Breda, how to accomplish this. It is truly impressive. After listening to his chatter, the leader nodded, acknowledging the argument. You are really right. Ola, who overheard the entire conversation, looked very irritated. Ignoring Beck, the leader turned back to. He asked the boy, what do you think, Allah? The boy answered, we must admit, this can increase endurance, but my body is exhausted and it slows me down. More and more I think that only a person who is truly crazy would want to learn this, and I seriously doubt why I am even doing this at all. When can I already put anyone on their back without this trickery? Hearing this, the leader looked a bit depressed, and Baekhyun reacted with slight surprise. Honggong's face darkened, he shook his head with displeasure and said that you are completely wrong. You have only taken the first steps on the path of mastering internal energy. When you truly master this technique, your speed, strength, and even your agility will be on a completely different level. You will be able to deliver much more powerful strikes with less effort, and even regulate their strength at will. This is exactly what you need now. The leader stroked his beard. Everything surged. All right, how much time is needed to master this to the level you describe? Baekhyun Gong hesitated. This? Well, an ordinary person would need about 30-40 years. But under my expert guidance and thanks to Asura's natural talent, 1 year will be more than enough. Hearing this, the leader immediately went silent and froze in place. Asura stomped and approached Spot, irritated. What did you say? I am not going to spend a whole year on this. Maybe I can learn it. That is too long, I pass, Baekhyun Gon said irritably and asked what that was. And when I did that, Asura's facial expression spoiled. The breathing technique you showed me. I must admit, my lower abdomen heats up, but then I feel some strange movement inside me, and it scares me a lot. Baekhyun Gon explained that this feeling means you are succeeding. This is your key, your inner energy. If you learn to use it skillfully, both body and spirit will become much stronger. Then illusions and dark magic will not be able to touch you. You. Asura opened her eyes in shock. Wait. You just said that? And I find it hard to believe. You have never really fought a true illusionist. You think breaking their illusions is a trifle. It's not a walk in the park, the young man growled irritably. You little scoundrel. I am Baekhyun Gon, Knight of the Dragon Order and their leader, who listened to their disputes from the side for a long time, finally could not stand it and roared, ordering silence. The scene then moves to another place. At the foot of the mountain stands a huge sprawling estate. Not far from him, a figure watches the estate through binoculars. This is the Iron Sea sect. Their leader is one of the 13 imperial pillars, the very foundation that holds the imperial city. The other sects are mostly just opportunists. If we can overthrow these 13 pillars, the foundation of the imperial city will crumble. By the way, what is the status of the Martial Heavenly Valley? They still haven't joined our cause? The figure in black nearby replied. Not quite, sir. They are still observing the situation. There are many. Due to internal conflicts and differing opinions, they promise to act only after reaching consensus. But so far we have heard nothing. Even if you wait, it is very unlikely that they will make contact. They were very proud of their Central Plains heritage, so they probably have. They are not going to cooperate with such a small organization as ours. Young man, he threw the binoculars to his subordinate. It seems we will have to wait a very long time. All right, then we will wait. They will not make contact. Maybe they are just barking, toothless, only cries about overthrowing the imperial city to look menacing, with nothing behind it. True fighting spirit. The man in black is a little surprised. In fact, the young man leaned back and rested against a large rock. He froze, looked at the sky, and sighed. If it weren't so, they wouldn't have refused such a wonderful offer from me. It is necessary to understand that the higher ranks in the imperial city are now fully focused on those foreigners. If we make our move simultaneously, it will definitely cause great chaos. This plan is not just simple, it is proof of the genius of the one who came up with it. When he finished speaking, the air instantly fell silent. After a moment, his comp, finally, in the silence, he asked the other man if he had anything else to say. No, sir, this subordinate has no objections. In the Brigade of Hungry Wolves, I only follow orders, to obey unconditionally, even if these orders seem a bit unreasonable. The man got angry, demanded to repeat what was said, and defended his side. Sir, excuse me, what is the plan in case of their fierce counterattack, and would swarm us like a swarm of angry wasps? The young man waved off. Don't worry. If that happens, we will simply retreat to Bin Kwang. Everyone goes their own way, that's all. We did not return to the center. At first, we had no plans for any great ideal. We are simply fugitives hiding in. From the shadows, someone said that someone is trying to be a hero. Another man nodded. I understand, Section Chief. It was then that an alarmed voice sounded. From behind their backs came an urgent message. It was from the Blue Wolf and Red Wolf squads. Gods. The young man stood up with a heavy sigh and asked for an explanation, emphasizing that I had clearly ordered them to stay in the shadows and wait until midnight to start acting, and inquired if something had happened. It is impossible to be mistaken. The messenger stumbled and whispered, Yes, sir, while the Blue Wolf squad reported that their target location, the Shining Guild, completely empty, and at the same time the Red Wolf squad sent a similar report. The sword sect that shook the heavens had disappeared as if evaporated. The young man opened his eyes wide at the news and asked again what exactly was said. The messenger continued his report as we sent a scout to infiltrate there. Passing between the yards, he quickly saw signs that everyone had hurriedly left. As if reacting to a sudden unforeseen event, the more the more they listened, the more incredible it sounded. It was then that something clicked. Both turned their heads and looked back, gripped by sudden cold. This thought struck them as they looked at the manor. The entire estate was now a dreadful, unnatural silence fell. After a moment, the main gates shattered. Leonard and the young man led their people straight through the entrance, as suspected. As expected, not a soul was visible. The men quickly dispersed in all directions to comb the area. The entire locality was completely empty. Not a soul here, Section Chief. It is impossible to understand how everyone could have disappeared. Gone. The young man just stood, stunned, his thoughts racing. I don't understand what is happening here at all. The scene shifts to a remote gorge where a large group of people is moving. A procession that looked like the army quickly reached the cave entrance. Someone was already waiting right inside. Seeing the figure, they could not help but think it was the Black Beast of the Battle Kingdom. The whole group. Immediately they bowed synchronously, hands folded in respect. Latikafa, Master of the Eight Gates and the Poisonous Blood Snake Palm, together with, my disciples humbly request an audience with the great Lord Black Beast. The figure gestured to invite the respected sect leader. You had a hard journey. Please, follow me. The entire group followed him deeper into the cave. Inside, a huge, spacious cave with a complex layout and numerous passages, everyone who entered froze with admiration and looked around. And La Tichfong said this was already the third time in the imperial city, but he had never imagined such an entrance. It existed. The black monster replied that you, sect mentor, forgot that the imperial city is not tied to any specific place. It can appear anywhere, but you don't get there by accident. The entrance you used will completely disappear after today. Forgetting something so fundamental is impossible. La Tichfong laughed shyly. I haven't forgotten, sir. It is just that every visit feels like sta. The first to speak was Lord Haklatu, asking about the other clans from the 13 pillars of the Emperor's shadow. Haklatu replied that everyone had gathered. Only your clan Fong Trong arrived last. Hearing this, he shuddered and apologized to the Lord, saying they had planned to come earlier, but Haklatu interrupted him and said that was enough, and that he does not hold this against you. Then the group moved on silently. After a moment, suddenly Lotik Fong could no longer remain silent. By the way, Lord Heckle, Latu, why did the white-faced divine healer summon all 13 pillars of the Emperor's shadow to one place? Didn't Evao promise to uphold the agreement made 12 years ago? Haklatu answered sharply, with irritation in his voice, adding that the old clanmaster seems too inquisitive. but you will soon find out everything. In fact, the divine healer decided to leave the Central Plains. Before leaving, he will bless you, as he promised many years ago. When the ritual is completed, all 13 members of the pillars will have power equal to, or even surpassing the power of the 8 beasts. And the warriors you brought will awaken their potential and become stronger, increasing twofold or even threefold. Hearing this, Latik Fong, he could not hide the noticeable impatience on his face. Is what you say true? Hak La Thu turned his head and looked at him. Yes, it is absolute truth. The promise of the divine healer from those years has come true, and they have finally awakened. They found themselves before great stone gates. We have arrived. This is private, a separate part of the imperial city, specially prepared for your Fong Trong clan. While waiting for the call of the divine healer, please make yourself comfortable and read. In the west, inside was a luxurious interior, a hidden refuge, hidden among the mountains and so organically blended with nature that it seemed like paradise. The men stood, not averting their gaze, with mouths open in amazement, and could not believe that such a place existed in the very heart of this stone palace. The men quickly dispersed to inspect the landscape, while Haklathu he quietly slipped away, closed the heavy gates behind him, with a sinister expression on his face. In his eyes, the gates were quickly and tightly closed. Then the scene changes. Returning to Allah's group, the leader, climbing onto the carriage, said that he did not know if you were just talking nonsense, but that no longer mattered. Thanks to that false intelligence report, I understand the situation. In any case, we can no longer afford to delay. It is a pity that Allah, He has not yet mastered his inner energy, but we must set out immediately. Brock Hunter regretfully noted that they did not specify the time from the very beginning, and warned, Veildard, are you leaving? Where are you going, Elder? Leader of the GL. He looked at him and remembered the imperial city, asked where it was located, and upon hearing this, Brock Hunter was very shocked that you both are heading there. You are leaving the city right now, and I don't understand why you are doing this. So, sir, the leader did not explain this to the man. If fate decides so, we will definitely meet again. Let us go, Zakone, shouted Brock Hunter. Wait, Elder, wait a minute. I haven't yet shown what I am capable of. So, Nat. Of course I must go with you. The young man firmly grabbed the side of the carriage, as if preparing to. When he climbed onto the board, he suddenly remembered something and hurried back the same way. I almost left the luggage. Wait a second, Bella said doubtfully. So, what's the plan next, boss? Are we just moving? The boss looked thoughtfully in response. It was clear his thoughts were elsewhere. After a pause, Baek Hyun-gon came out of the shabby house with a suitcase in his hands, saw that the carriage was already moving, sighed, and mentally cursed those two. You don't understand what it means to wait for people. Well, let it be. You want to get rid of. He easily dealt with me, after which he rushed forward at incredible speed. Speed, an old rickety cart harnessed to a single horse, is unlikely to go far. Still, if I apply my surface contraction technique during a smooth step, then there is nothing on this earth that I cannot catch up to. He almost immediately had to swallow these words, because the carriage that was just a second ago right in front of him suddenly disappeared. The young warrior clearly vanished without a trace, still moving like a blurred spot. He shouted, not understanding what was happening. He suddenly stopped exactly where the carriage had just disappeared and frantically looked around. He couldn't comprehend how it could have vanished, since the wheel tracks were still fresh in the mud. This is impossible. The tracks suddenly disappeared, and it was unclear what could have made that horse move, as if he was being chased by demons. Meanwhile, the driver was actually moving through space itself, so Baek Hyun-gon had absolutely no chance to catch up. Upwards. The chief took out a talisman and began to recite a spell. I summon you. Spirit of the lanternous fire, lead to the forgotten path. The paper amulet immediately began to emit spiritual energy. Then it exploded into ethereal blue flame. The chief addressed the fire. I beg you, lead us to the one who has this scrap of cloth. Using it as a guiding offering, the flame spark immediately burst forth at incredible speed, and the chief, seeing this, shouted faster. Tauta, follow that flame. Move. We definitely cannot lose. From his side. Since we are using only a small scrap of cloth as a beacon, the flame will quickly extinguish. If we fall behind, we will be lost forever at the borders of time and space. The Tauta sped up to the limit, at the edge of the possible, rushing forward. So the carriage broke through. The fabric of space pursues the ethereal flame. The scene shifts to a cave in the imperial city. My name is Lu Zealand, or more precisely, Azure Smoky Traveler, Lu Zealand. Once I was the commander of the Black Deadly Division and an agent of direct supervision. But in one night these otherworldly invaders destroyed my entire division, and my life fell from the highest peak into the deepest abyss. And the Marshal S. Guard, the Black Rock of Shasa, read my memories and decided to spare me from execution. But my gut said they would not do that. Just let me live. While waiting for the verdict, I took a great risk and escaped. My family, Luklin, knew the secret technique of phantom concealment, which was passed down only to the head of the family. Thanks to this, escaping was not the hardest part, and the real problems began after the escape. After I got out to freedom, I ran aimlessly and had no idea how to truly escape the reach of the military guard. Only when I finally calmed down did I again realize that I was still in the Imperial City. Damn it. No wonder everything seemed so familiar. I knew that the Marshal S. Guard were representatives of the Divine Healer, but I never thought their base was located right here. I found myself in the heart of the Imperial City. It turned out that for a long time, only high-ranking leaders were allowed here. And yet I, Lu Zilin, stumbled upon something strange. It became clear that I would not get out of here, so I crouched and watched from the shadows. To my surprise, I saw a group of warriors from the evil Fire Sword sect, one of the branches of the 13 Pillars of Imperial Extermination, which had never happened before. Usually, only sect leaders were allowed into the city. Someone activated invisibility technology and hid in the rock to observe them, thinking that seeing Wu Jin would be enough to stop the heart. Fortunately, the spirit concealment art of my ancestors allowed me to remain unnoticed, but it did not end there. Soon other sects appeared: the Tower of Bloody Depth, the Gate of Evil Fire, and the Valley of Lost Souls. They came one after another. Under the influence of strong curiosity, I finally decided to follow one of the groups and tracked them from behind, quietly analyzing them. It seemed they were representatives of the defeated brigade. The scene moves to another place where peach trees bloomed abundantly. This was the place where the Black R.A., the beast Akshas, at this moment led people from different sects to rest. They were fully immersed in a life of pleasures. Some played among the flowers and chased butterflies, while others feasted and drank to intoxication. Far from everything, as if in another world, a group joyfully bathed in a hot spring. Their life here could only be described as fit for kings. Lucy Lin was also present then. He was tense and sweating profusely. Thinking to himself, he did not understand what it was, and whether the landscape they saw really existed. This was different from reality. Yes, what he saw was a completely different world. What they did. There was no beautiful paradise here. There was only a crowd of people squeezed into one room. Everyone had a confused, dreamy look in their eyes. Even martial arts masters, as strong as sect leaders, were not protected either. Lu Zilin stood and watched. An uncontrollable tremor ran down his spine. They had probably fallen into Wu Jing's illusion art from the moment they were brought here, he thought. But even in my wildest dreams, I never imagined the illusion could be so powerful. When the mind is treated like this, stunning blow, recovery is practically impossible even after escape. People did not understand what Wu Jin was planning when he turned against those who had once been loyal to him, and it seemed too cruel. He was deeply tormented by a question to which he simply could not find an answer. Lucy Lin did not know how many days he wandered after he left. But then he got lucky. He overheard the reason from a completely unexpected source. Using the concealment technique, he listened silently. "My sir, you ask to hear the thoughts of your subordinate. As they say, when the hares disappear, the hunting dogs become food. Therefore, the task you entrusted to me causes me anxiety." Wu Jing replied, "Remember, they were kept only for utility. Now they are good for nothing, thus becoming prey. And with the hunting dogs, they are already useless. Sacrificing hunting dogs is much more effective than sacrificing ordinary people. Don't worry about anything." Upon hearing the words of the divine doctor, Wu Jing had no more objections. "I fully understand. Support." The orderly spoke, hiding to the side, and Lucy Lin looked at them stunned, because it turned out to be a pale-faced divine doctor. She did not understand what was meant by sacrifices, and did not believe that they were really going to do such a thing. Use all from the 13 pillars of the Emperor's assassins as sacrifices. These same sacrifices would be in vain while the divine doctor was coming. He sharply turned his head and looked back, staring intently at the cliff where Lucy Lin was hiding, and shouted, Wait a second. It seems there is something above. There. Hiding inside, Lucy Lin immediately panicked. The situation was bad. She thought she had been discovered. Standing tense and scared, he suddenly saw two horse legs above him. The presence the divine doctor felt was not his, but Tao Tzu Os. He brought a group of chiefs here, crossing the space. In an instant, they all appeared right before everyone's eyes. The black troublemaker opened his eyes wide in horror when the leader appeared from behind and everyone saw Aulu. The divine doctor also froze in surprise, eyes wide open in disbelief. The black row, Akshasa, instantly came to his senses and shielded the man. Sir, these are the very foreigners I spoke of through memory transmission. I don't know how they got here. I will hold them back. You need to leave here immediately. Now his face was an icy, emotionless mask. Seeing the opponent, just as he was about to strike, he lunged forward, not even waiting for Tao Tao. Landing, he rushed straight at the two of them, holding a stick. Rakshasa, seeing this, did not try to dodge. Instead, quickly gathering energy, firmly grasped the long staff and raised it high. The eyes of the black Rakshasa widened, his face twisted from their instant collision, provoked a powerful explosion. The ground around them cracked, and the two fighters, at the epicenter of the destruction. In a moment, the area turned into a wasteland. Tao Tao and the leader finally landed, while the doctor just watched, still stunned by the shock. His eyes were already bleeding. With reddened eyes after that chaotic maneuver, Tao Tao was completely exhausted and breathing heavily. As always, he simply collapsed from fatigue on the spot. The leader got off the cart and ordered Tao Tao to find a safe place, hide and wait for us. But as soon as he got off, he saw the boy lying sprawled out and shouted for him not to fall asleep now. Here, Tauta. Meanwhile, Ola and Black Rakshasa were frozen in a tense visual confrontation. The beast now drew its paired blades. Ola smiled coldly. Well, you're not as pathetic as you seemed, so you are one of the 8 Rakshasas. The Black Rakshasa wasted no words and immediately launched an attack. At that moment, Ola was called from behind. He paid no attention to the Black Rakshasa, turned his head to look. At the moment he turned, the opponent's blade. The blade cut through the air. It seemed as if it was torn to pieces, but at the last moment he jumped and avoided the attack. What the blades touched was only an afterimage. Ola ignored the beast. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the leader. The man stood there and called. He was calling, but his lips moved without sound. Paula watched intently, focusing on the shape of each word of the leader. Finally, he landed again on. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he sharply turned and swung the staff. The Black Rakshasa did not even have time to start the attack when Allah intervened. The blow struck him. Unable to dodge, he could only raise a couple of blades to defend himself. This blow from Allah had enormous power. The ground shook and suddenly exploded, raising a chaotic cloud of dust. The Black Rakshasa was thrown back. He hit the far wall of the cave. He lay with wide-open eyes in complete disbelief. Ola did not take advantage, just stood silently and waited. After a minute, he acted again. He glanced towards the cart harnessed with horses, but the guide was not visible. Only Tauta remained, sound asleep. The disappearance of the leader caused a full suspicion in Auli's head. Changed the scene. The divine doctor, having already left the battlefield, now moved calmly through the cave. As he walked, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. The spatial mage made. It's about his appearance. You have been wandering in vain all this time. I can only guess how long you plan to delay this. Your goal from the very beginning. At first, you wanted to separate me from Allah, and that was the real reason for your actions. He led me all the way here, and the divine doctor did not respond. Suddenly, the ground beneath the leader cracked, and in a moment a huge stone maw burst out, completely engulfing him. The leader did not have time to dodge, and only when he was fully swallowed did the divine doctor turn and look. True Master Huang, I really cannot comprehend. You. I may not know how you managed to break through the space-time barrier to get here, but you gave up your power a long time ago. I do not understand why you so calmly walked into the trap, fully aware of what it was. But to be perfect. Honestly, this quick and clean end was not in my plans, but I would rather finish you off now than blindly follow a plan that might leave a hole for failure. I think that is our biggest difference. True Master Huang, the rocky prison around the leader suddenly trembled. The divine doctor momentarily lost his confident expression and shuddered. Power was accumulating inside, ready to break through. In a moment, the leader completely broke him from the inside. He came out completely unscathed, without a single scratch. A talisman was pressed into his palm. As soon as the stone prison shattered, the talisman's light began to fade. Two men stood silently and intently looked at each other. For a moment, no one uttered a single word. Finally, the leader sighed. "Gia man, you are as talkative as always, even though I gave away my inner energy. Long ago, my energy and strength would have given joy. My basic abilities alone are more than enough to deal with your pathetic tricks." The divine doctor's eyes opened wide and shone. Shocked, he was silent. The leader continued. "Long time no see, Gia man, but I must say, something seems strange. You look exactly like me. I don't understand how this could have happened." The divine doctor's eyes showed veins. Meanwhile, Ola finally defeated Shaz the bee from Black Rock. The creation was now only a mangled lower part of the body. The upper part turned into a bloody mass of flesh and blood. Ola, slightly exhausted, stood, gasping, over the remains. He silently waited a moment. Then he turned back to leave. He looked surprised toward the place of Tao Tao, but the leader was not visible. At that very moment, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling. He sharply turned his head because the black stone released the beast he had just torn apart. Torn to pieces, he was standing there again completely unharmed. Ola was completely stunned. "The black rickshaw bee," answered in a cold tone. "The explanation is simple, you only. You saw the illusion of my death." Hearing this, everything fell into place. Searched for Allah. Suddenly remembered the moment when I finished it with my staff. The headless body of the Black Rock Shasa monster lay here. But now it was completely gone. Not a drop of blood remained on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. No one could comprehend it. Reality. It was then that the voice of the Black Rakshasa beast sounded in his ear. "Too late. You have already been caught by this Black Rakshasa beast. The bell has been ringing for some time, boy." Ola instantly turned around, but the attack hit only the air. The black stone projectiles of the monster disappeared. This only fueled his rage. He glanced and growled in irritation. The beast's voice mocked him. "Fight as much as you want. It is completely worthless. You want to get out of here alive. You are worthless trash." At that moment his pupils began to change, becoming like the pupils of the Black Rock Shasa beast. Captivated by the illusion, he found himself lost in the endless, dark abyss. Here he was completely alone, surrounded only by piercing screams, and so he began to sink deeper and they moved deeper into the suffocating darkness. This part of the cave was also a wasteland. In the very center of everything was a dense, suffocating cloud of dust and broken stones. The leader stood completely unharmed, with a cold mask on his face. Opposite him, the divine doctor desperately tried to save his life, disappearing from. Everything happened instantly. The stone doors slammed shut immediately, blocking the passage, and the leader remained absolutely motionless. No one made any attempt to stop him. In a moment, the talisman was thrown at the door. Once impenetrable stone was instantly covered with a web of cracks. Countless cracks. In a moment it crumbled into nothing. Peter stepped forward with a confident, unhurried step, but upon entering, found no trace of the divine doctor. Ahead was another room, and the leader stopped and silently watched, lost in thought. It was impossible. His thoughts. Meanwhile, the divine doctor reached another part of the cave, and this area remained completely unharmed. He was walking. A sudden realization made him shudder, and he looked down at his feet. A few small stones fell to the ground. Seeing this, he quickly raised his gaze to the ceiling of the cave, which was now covered with a network of cracks. In a second, the ceiling collapsed with a deafening roar. A stone rain fell, and this chamber also ended up in ruins. The leader appeared again before the divine doctor. "You really are a savage, Gia men, always ambushing. And as soon as the situation becomes dangerous, all this time you run away, and your cowardly trait has not changed." At the slightest provocation, GMN's face turns red with anger. "You call me a coward? You, man, trample us like insects. Although we have served you for years with the devotion of dogs. You have no right to say these two words without looking at yourself even once." Faced with the accusation, the leader fell silent for a moment. After a short pause, he spoke again, asking if you really believe it or just say it to yourself, and said that these are the two questions that I really wanted to ask that, but now there is no point. The fact that you survived and held out so long shows that you are driven not only by a simple thirst for revenge. Very well then. Let's put that aside. I want to know the most important thing: what big scheme you are planning. hiding in such an abandoned place. Listen, for the sake of the times when we were comrades, I will give you, this is your last chance to explain. The divine doctor gritted his teeth. So you say it as if you have already cornered me. Corner. The leader seemed a bit stunned by his response. If this is not called a corner, then I don't know what else could be called that. I suppose you have no more pathetic tricks left to escape. The divine doctor gave no explanation. Instead, he shouted a name, Quanbo. These words were. The words barely left his lips when the ground beneath the leader exploded. He had only a moment. He was the second to feel the shock before his blood splattered into the air. Countless sharp spikes burst from the ground and cruelly pierced his body. Peter roared in pain, blood flowing from his mouth. The divine doctor smiled. Apologies for the late introduction, Master Han. Allow me to introduce one of the 3 great divine generals, a creature into whom I have poured all my essence. His name is Quanbo. That young man abandoned his human shell and completely merged with the demonic god of the Iron Guard. He became a living integral part of this underground stone palace. That is why he changes shape and density so easily. Let me explain more simply. Every structure, every rock. You have destroyed everything up to this point. In fact, it was all part of the boy's body. In fact, I never fled. It was a trap to lure you. It allowed me to assess the destructive power of your talisman arts, to find out how powerful your spells really are. And now, being in this state, it is difficult for you to even move, let alone use talisman techniques. Moreover, even if you somehow used your talismans, Hong Chun Yang, at your current level of strength, you will not be able to destroy Quanbo's body. The ground around the leader turned from solid stone into a liquid mass, from which sharp spikes grew, surrounding him. The rocky walls were also slowly changing. The leader was quickly imprisoned. Opposite him, the divine doctor said mockingly, Hon Chang Yon, Hon Chang Yon. If you somehow manage to get out of here alive, I will gladly tell you everything you want to know. Leader. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He grimaced and looked angrily at the doctor. Finally, the crack was completely sealed, burying the leader inside. The space turned into a solid ink abyss. In other places, the entire space was covered in black. Fela found himself lost and lonely in the boundless void created by illusion. He walked thoughtlessly, fresh blood constantly dripping from his blade. Looking at his hand, he saw with horror not a club, but a dagger, covered in blood. Fresh blood. He used the surface of the blade as a mirror and watched how the expression distorted the face of a complete stranger. He had no idea who this was. It was a person standing in the middle of a battlefield strewn with bodies. The sole survivor, clutching a blood-stained dagger in his hand. The entire city was engulfed in flames, bodies scattered everywhere. Everywhere. The city stood in some deserted wasteland, and beyond that, through the boundless sea of sand stretched a long, straight line of footprints. The blood-stained dagger was thrown aside, but the line of footprints led on. After an unknown long time, the one who left those footprints returned from exile and fell. Careful. Just then another person approached and said, Finally found you. Ola, my son, I can't imagine what you have survived in life, but I imagine, like many other children born with a divine body, your life has never been easy. Especially considering that Allah himself personally chose you. Your fate had to be even harsher. Fortunately, I managed to get here. I am not late. Then the scene shifts back to the place where Tula's original body was. Falling, his defiant roar sounded with wild force. At night somewhere the leader woke up half-conscious. Seeing that Tula sat up, he immediately asked what happened, and if it was again the same familiar dream. The one where you fight the demon king or some great evil. Allah nodded. Yes, but this time there was another dream. I didn't understand whether I was alive or dead. The only thing I remembered, I was falling in the desert, and you stood and just looked at me. You kept mumbling something, looking at me. But my mind was empty. The leader continued. For example, do you see me in the desert, or perhaps remember something from childhood? Aula shook his head and told his father that he had never had such a dream before. The leader pondered. When the memory that was supposed to be erased surfaced in the dream, Aula was stunned. You say that it was not a dream, but a real memory from my past. And exactly the memory you said you erased from my mind. The leader did not try to hide it. He just calmly nodded. And that is how everything finally fell into place for me. Atula. That's all. Everything became clear. He must have had a good reason for this. Every time I relive that moment, an irresistible anger tightens in my chest that does not let go. The leader interrupted him, turned off. But the real problem is that I erased this memory myself, managed to restore everything on my own. This can only mean that your power has begun to exceed. This is mine. Two Law's face lit up with an admiring smile. Indeed, that's good. So now I am stronger than you. The leader nodded. Speaking about the potential itself, yes, that is true. With a serious expression, he looked at the boy, as I have told you more than once. Again, the terrible thing is not the power you have, but whether this cannot truly be controlled. For now, I still have what is needed to continue. I will keep you under control if necessary. But as soon as you surpass even me, only you yourself will be able to stop yourself. Hearing this, A2 asked with new seriousness what to do if he could not do it. And the leader explained that if you continue to draw power from that source without knowing how to control it, it is the same as releasing the monster hiding deep in the soul. And after this monster crushes your enemies, it will no longer distinguish friend from foe, and will destroy everyone. It devours everything, leaving nothing behind, and eventually will consume you itself, returning to the present. Ola was captivated by the black Rakshasa and tied to a rock. The creature stood and looked at him with a confused expression. I am trying to understand what is happening here, but I dragged that scoundrel into my illusory world. However, I do not feel his emotions at all. A situation like this is completely unprecedented. Tell me what you saw in that dream, damn boy. The action shifts to another place. A skeleton-like figure, only skin. A figure made of bones sat cross-legged in a cave. I cannot fully restore the power you once had. But if you agree to this request, I will give you another gift. Something you once desperately desired. Something you sought even in the very essence of power. Half from me, and the other from Atula. Elsewhere, the divine healer had. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly felt that something was wrong. I sharply turned my head back towards. The place where the leader was imprisoned was at that moment covered by a powerful surge of energy. Flames burst out and began to burn everything in their path inside the apartment. Instantly, the entire cage turned into a lump of molten rock. The divine doctor froze in horror, watching what was unfolding before him. Before his eyes appeared a blood-red sphere. He could not believe it. Seeing the silhouette flickering inside, the intensity the flame instilled in him an even greater terror. It was one of the creatures called Lords of the Heavens. A terrible fire blazed, illuminating the entire cave, and making it so that the blind could not see anything clearly. The light finally died down, where the cage stood. A lake of pure magma formed. Soon the earth itself began to crack and break and collapsed into a huge deep abyss. The lava boiled and blazed with a scorching heat capable of incinerating everything. The rift kept expanding relentlessly, and the cave was slowly swallowed. Flames burst around. Meanwhile, his entire body was pierced by countless sharp spikes of the monster Black Rakshasa, and he, lost in delirium, did not react while his body was tortured. The Black Rock Beast. Shasa sneered contemptuously. They said your body is as strong as a monster S. I thought your flesh would be as hard as steel. But seeing you now, you are no different from an ordinary human. Now I doubt whether you would fall dead if I pierced your heart or smashed your head. So, what should I choose first, the heart or the mind? Suddenly the cave shook violently again. The beast momentarily stopped paying attention to Alu and turned its head as the earth quickly began to crack and the dreadful lava crawled toward them. Seeing this, the black stone, Shasa beast was completely stunned. He could not comprehend what it was, the break. What held Aulu also broke. The chains that bound him loosened, and he fell along with the debris. The scene shifts to the tea room of the pale divine healer. Here too the earth cracked, revealing fierce crimson fire below. The summoned battle masters were still trapped in the illusion, standing bewildered and enjoying their dreams. The world around them was collapsing. In another place, a group of people was running, escaping. Boulders were falling from above, crushing them with their weight. Terrible screams echoed endlessly. Everything around suddenly turned into an erupting volcano. Here the divine doctor was still running in panic and, running, desperately called Guanbu, begging him to respond if he was still alive. But only silence answered. In front, he helplessly fell to his knees, clutching it, clenching his fists, his face tensed, sweat pouring like rain, and he cursed to himself because no one could imagine that the old man could summon the power of the heavenly rulers. which turned out to be so powerful that even Guanbu died. It was my fault. I was too arrogant, thinking I had foreseen all possibilities, and Guanbu's life was the price for my pride. The flame behind his back was already reaching his heels. Feeling this, he got scared and sharply turned around. The rock behind instantly disappeared. Inferno. The frame returns to another place where the leader and Asura are. The leader sat on the roof and told Asura what would happen if most of those 8 Rakshasas lurk in the imperial city. So we need to calculate the odds. Either their tactics are equal to ours, or their strength far surpasses that of the 2 you have already fought. Moreover, he has 3 trusted guards said to be stronger than those 8 Rakshasas, likely called the Divine Guardian Generals. And finally there is the Lord of the Imperial City, named the White-Faced Divine Healer. If we recklessly rush into the Imperial City now, we will have to face— that we need to cover everyone at the same time. I hope you understand this. Asura, who stood before him, nodded innocently and said that he did not quite understand everything. Leader, I have a question. Why don't we destroy them all at once, and why make everything so complicated? So, explained the leader, if you put it that way, then all right. Suppose you could unleash all your unrestrained power, and then it would not be impossible. But as I have said more than once, you need to distinguish the strength you have from the one you can actually apply, and know how to do it at the right moment. Only when you control this strength with your own will can it be considered yours, and there is no other way to achieve this than daily training and gradual expansion of control. So besides basic advice on how to learn to regulate, regarding your strength, how you use it, it is difficult for this old master to give you more detailed instructions. It would be a blessing if someone else could teach you to control and man that enormous strength that was given to you. Hearing this, Ola's eyes suddenly opened wide. He dropped his staff, grabbed his arm, and cried out in pain. The chief asked in surprise what was wrong with you. He answered, stammering, "For some reason my shoulder hurts unbearably." At that very moment, sharp spikes rose in the cave. Sharp blows constantly pierced Allah's body. It seemed this pain exactly coincided with his conversation with the chief. The chief, confused, asked, Where are you now?" Allah, trembling all over, stammered, "It feels like my body is being torn apart. I don't understand why it hurts strongly and without reason. Nonsense. Pain without reason does not exist. Pain without grounds is only a product of your imagination," Asura replied. "No, I really feel it. It hurts so much. I can prove that it is not in my head. The main thing is this child. I will have to teach you many times before you finally understand. If the pain you feel is groundless, it is not a product of your imagination, but you, who exist now. This is an illusion." Hearing this, Asura shuddered as if he had just experienced an epiphany. The elder continued his lesson. In short, pain is real, but you, who are now beside me, are fake, so you must wake up immediately before your real body is torn apart again. The more Allah heard, the more shocked he became. His eyes widened as much as they could. Just then, the crumbling stones and earth began to settle. Now this area was nothing but a desolate ruin beneath a massive bolt. Suddenly something moved. A black beast jumped out from under the ground, and a stone flew aside. His face tensed. His eyes widened in disbelief. His magnificent, colossal imperial city was now just a pile of ruins. He stood and looked at the destruction. He thought that nothing like this had happened in the imperial city until this moment, and could not understand what was going on. Suddenly he heard a click, turned his head, and saw Aulu lying motionless. He quickly approached to examine him. The chains were loosened, but the boy was still in a deep coma. He remained standing. I looked at him with a cold, calculating gaze. "At first, I wanted to perform an autopsy on your body while you were still alive. To personally see what the body chosen by God looks like. It really looks like that, but now I have no choice and must prioritize the current situation. After I take your life, I need to immediately meet with the White F, the face of the divine doctor." Then he noticed that the iron spikes with which he had pierced Allah's body had fallen out. This shocked him. He bent down. Bending down, he picked up one of the fallen spikes and thought in surprise when it had fallen out. It was then that the shockwave could have been strong enough to break the chains. His entire arm trembled, and this shocked him even more. His face instantly distorted because Asura was right in front of him. Rising, Huklathu let out a piercing scream of pure terror. "No. It is unknown how this freak regained consciousness. He was in panic. He swung his hand, trying to pierce him again with spikes, but at that moment, Allah raised his hand and grabbed the wrist, the other hand sharply thrust forward. Grabbing the beast's head, his eyes snapped open, and consciousness surged. Huklathu was thrown completely backward. His whole body trembled, but there is no chance to break free. Not far away, hidden in the rock wall. The hidden observer saw the entire battle, watching every moment of Allah. During the confrontation, Huklathu's skull was smashed into a bloody mass, leaving only a bloody splash. The young man who was hiding and watching had an expression of absolute horror on his face. Ola did not stop, mercilessly beating Lutu's body before grabbing him and shaking him mercilessly. The observer opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and could not understand how someone could so easily defeat the legendary Huklathu. I am no longer sure about this, but the child is more important. Dead. He is simply incredible. After finishing off Huklathu, Allah suddenly clutched his chest and slowly stood up. There were still several sharp spikes left in his body. He stood there confused. I felt a constant aching pain. It turned out that something was stuck inside me. In the rocks, the young man was sweating heavily and thought that he too might have been captured by Huklathu's illusion. He did not believe that some creature. It is hard to believe that something so powerful could be eliminated by some guy, and I am not sure if this is even real. Compared to the master, that guy is a complete amateur. No one escaped. Huklathu's illusion works unless the beast itself dispels it. So how? It is unclear how he got out. The only explanation is that someone else, not Huklathu, deeply implanted in that guy's subconscious a setting that destroys illusions. After a moment of painful struggle, he finally tore out the last spikes, fell to his knees, and trembled. Groaning in pain, he calmed down in a moment and looked around. I see destruction. What just happened here while I was away? Stuck in that illusion, he asked himself if Tao was still asleep, and he got up. Calling Tauta again, he left. Hidden young people are watching this. Confused by his behavior, he was frightened by a sudden noise nearby, and sharply turned his head to look, and instantly Tao appeared from behind. Into nowhere, pulling a horse-drawn cart. The horse neighed and stopped abruptly. Right before Allah, it immediately fell to the ground. Completely exhausted, everyone quickly sat in the carriage. Good. It's time for me to take a little nap too. Now I need to remember where I put the first aid kit. Soon he bandaged his entire body himself, got dressed, and called Tauta. Hearing the call, the warhorse immediately stood up. When the Tauta turned her head and nodded, looking at him. Seeing this, Ola urged the horse to move. Meanwhile, Huklathu's body lay completely mutilated and lifeless, no longer posing a threat to anyone. The scene shifts to the place where the divine healer left the egg. Despite strong jolts shaking the cave, the egg stood motionless, without a single crack. A figure approached from above, watching the egg, and suddenly shuddered. Not far, a man burst rapidly from beneath the ground. It was the divine healer himself, and having just freed himself from the earth, he weakly collapsed. Another man immediately ran up and bowed deeply. Greetings, pale divine doctor. It seems something has happened. No one knew what had happened, and the divine doctor did not answer. Instead, he urgently asked if the divine teacher was here, and the man replied, yes, but he won't last long, explained the divine doctor, running past. A problem has arisen. I cannot wait. The time has come. Close this passage now, I need to buy some time. Seeing the man standing stunned, he sternly ordered to move. The stone doors immediately slammed shut. At that moment, scorching tongues of flame began to enter the hall. Wherever the fire touched, the cave walls shattered into pieces. Everything around quickly disappears. From the smoke and dust, the figure of the leader slowly emerged. He was wounded and spitting blood, just as I predicted. But this power is incompatible with my body. It exhausts it too much, and if I continue, the body will not endure. Out of the game. Although his power has significantly weakened since his masters survived the decline, remember, it still came to this. If this continues, I will lose his trail. Completely. It was at that moment that Aula and Tauta appeared. After a long journey, they finally found the leader. At the moment he landed, Allah excitedly waved at him to the side. Meanwhile, the leader of his group quickly approached the outer side of the stone doors, and the leader, using some magical artifact, saw a vision of the previous conversation of the divine doctor and how two of them closed the doors and went deeper inside. After he examined everything, the device he was using resembled a spyglass in the shape of an eye. He sighed, as I suspected. Then Allah gave the order. Tauta, wait here. She immediately plopped down on the ground to rest, to restore her strength. The leader noticed that Allah was holding a huge blade, and wondered if he had lost the staff, or just discarded it, because you wanted to use that sword. The two approached directly to the stone doors and stood there, silently watching. The cave wall was completely still. Suddenly, countless cracks spread across its surface like a spiderweb. The surface. In a moment, the entire rock crumbled into a million fragments. Chaos immediately engulfed the place, debris and dust flying everywhere. Ola and the leader burst inside without hesitation but were too late. The egg inside had already broken. Only shell fragments remained. Ola said, completely confused. It looked like something like an egg, but the leader still remained. His eyes were wide open and surprised, as if he exactly recognized what it was. They slowly approached the remains of the egg and were increasingly amazed. It is huge. It seems something just hatched from there. Then the leader ordered, step back, let me take a look. Ola did not ask, quickly stepped aside. When he stepped back, suddenly his foot began to sink into the ground. He was surprised and looked. Lowering himself, he crouched down and stretched out his hand, touching the muddy puddle to find out what it was. It is ordinary water. It seems this situation is much more serious than I imagined. Meanwhile, the leader silently stood and examined the eggshell, then finally spoke. It was absorbing blood. This is clearly part of a dark ritual for resurrecting a demon. I have never seen anything like this. Such a scale has not been seen before. It is unknown what kind of terrible monster GMN has brought back into this world. He raised the spyglass again to take a closer look. The magical spyglass instantly replayed what had just happened. It rewound to the moment when the egg was immersed in a sea of blood, a large lake of fresh blood that was being absorbed so quickly it was visible to the naked eye. Within moments, the egg sucked up the entire puddle of blood. Countless pulsating veins immediately appeared on the shell, and inside, a pale silhouette began to take shape, whose meridians became thicker and clearer, and it itself grew. Its eyes slowly began to tremble and open. At that moment the leader, Snatcher, terrified, tore off the binoculars, his eyes pierced by red veins, sweat dripping down his face, and he stammered, "This is impossible. This is the king of the underworld, who was supposed to be the king." He was considered to be one who had already passed into eternal sleep, so his appearance in such a place was unlikely. Meanwhile, Iola was still sitting on the ground very seriously. Playing in the dirt, he slowly dug through the mud, and soon several faces resembling demons emerged from beneath the surface. Seeing this, he remained completely unperturbed, showing no sign of fear. Turning back to the leader, overcoming the initial shock, he managed to comp. He assumed a pose, called the boy, "Hey, A2. You were wounded before, right? How are you holding up now?" Hearing this sudden question, he froze for a moment and stared into the void, unable to day. A second later he came to and replied that everything was fine. He said he found healing herbs, including a cactus from the divine healer Vohong Yan, and used them for treatment. The swelling went down. The wound was no longer swollen. The leader frowned and pondered. "If I try now to force myself to unleash the full power of the underworld, I am afraid this physical body will be completely destroyed, even if there is a slight chance of FI." Feeling success, he turned to Atullah and said, "I warn you, do not get involved in power you cannot control." As soon as he finished speaking, two figures appeared above them. They turned out to be representatives of the group of divine healers, and one of them was holding a child whose body was ominously dark and radiated light. Gloomy, ominous aura. Seeing this child, the expression became even tenser. Then he spoke, breaking the oppressive silence. "Jaman, even in the world of sorcerers, is taboo that no one has the right to break, and yet you dare to decide into this sinister creature to challenge the rulers of the Lost Garden when the time comes. When you have to answer for the consequences, you can't even imagine how serious they will be." The divine healer just sneered, not afraid at all. I still haven't been able to confirm his identity, but dawned to make false conclusions. I did not make this decision. This creature found me first. Hearing this, the leader was even more stunned and roared with rage because of CL. Teeth. Don T lied to me. The divine healer was calm. "Whether you believe me or not, the king of the other world rejected the temptation disguised as eternal rest and decided to remain in the mortal world. I am only fulfilling his request and finishing this. although according to the original plan you were supposed to be the last victim to complete this rebirth ceremony. He himself appointed you as the sacrifice for his return. It was exactly then, when he returned to this world, that the baby in his arms slowly opened his eyes. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Aula and the leader began to stir. Feeling the disturbance, he turned to look, and from below many demons began clawing their way out of the earth. In a moment, two of them were completely surrounded. Ola was confused. It seemed to me that they were all dead. The leader confirmed that they were, but time has its course. When he is released, the others will resurrect one by one after him, Atulula asked. Doubting, the leader ordered, "Do you think I can finish him off? Do it now. Focus and fully control your body. It will only take a moment. Complete all three." The only thing it did not expend was... After the words, he immediately rushed into attack. The crowd of monsters around them was instantly destroyed and scattered in all directions. Someone was watching from above. Love, the divine healer, could not hide his surprise. The underground king and his grip were going mad. He clenched it into a tight fist, and immediately a wave of darkness burst from their place, a sinister demonic aura. Allah suddenly rushed to Allah and his companion, as well as countless others. The claws of the undead burst from beneath the ground. The hordes rushed at the two of them, as if, like moths to a flame. Seeing this, the leader roared, "Stop just standing. So hurry up." Without saying another word, Ola rushed forward and found himself alone before a colossal army of the undead. With a single swing of the blade, he broke through their ranks. There, where the mighty stood, traveling with a sword, she completely annihilated the horde, scattering their The remnants were scattered on the ground. Allah focused her gaze on the divine teaching, and next to his partner, he raised the blade again, releasing another extremely powerful. The powerful strike was directed straight at the two of them, but they neither dodged nor defended. They just stood there with indifferent expressions as the attack approached them. Suddenly everything dissipated into nothingness. It did not have the slightest effect. Ola could not hide his shock. The divine doctor just stood there and smiled mockingly. He looked a bit exhausted, but the sword energy of that guy was not bad. However, it is completely useless. Perhaps you did not notice, but this entire area where we stand is surrounded by an infinite spatial barrier. Nothing can penetrate this barrier to reach us. In other words, the place where you are and the place where we are two completely different dimensions, even if it seems like the same place. A voice from below interrupted. Infinite barrier. Hearing this, Atu's facial expression soured. The divine doctor continued. All those wandering souls were victims, made for the king of the underworld. And we are warriors who decided to determine the burdens of mortal life to achieve immortality. Sudden silence. They fell on the battlefield. The undead horde, previously cut down by Ola, began to stir again. They were actually rising. In the very midst of the events, Aula was in complete confusion. The voice of the divine healer sounded again. There is no point in killing what is already dead. Regardless of how many you cut down, you will not be able to stop them unless the underworld king himself, when he gives the order, they will pursue you to the edge of this world. Now. So, forward. Your opponents are an army of immortal warriors. Let's see how long you can hold out. Mola stood, completely stunned. Suddenly a sound came from behind him, and he sharply turned around. He called his leader. Already in the thick of battle, fending off the undead with a talisman in each hand. I already told you that you have an incredible, enduring body, right? Ola confirmed. Yes, correct. But the leader continued. Do you remember what happened when you got stuck in the space-time labyrinth? What? Ola froze. In the space-time labyrinth, the leader had a grim expression. If you remember how you got out of there, you need to break through the wall of this endless obstacle the same way. The chance will come when the enemy relaxes, so act quickly. About this, Ola replied. I remember. The labyrinth of space-time. It was in the North Sea. The next moment he plunged headfirst. A powerful wave burst from his blade into the crowd of the undead. Wherever Ola went, the dead tore apart. Each swing of his blade destroyed another group. He used the face of one ghoul, using it as a springboard to push himself forward, clearly with no intention of reaching. Stuck in infinity. The target, of course, was the divine healer and his companion, comrade. Seeing Ola rush to them, the man only sighed wearily. It was extremely unwise. It seemed my explanation about the barrier was, you won't understand this. Ola ignored him, gripping the hilt of the two-handed sword tighter. The technique he was about to use was called the space-ripping slash, and it was dangerous. A gleam flashed in his eyes, flashes of blade energy intertwined. The blessing turned into a colossal glowing guillotine hanging in the air. The doctor and his assistant lost their composure on the spot. Their calm faces turned into masks of pure horror. The subordinate rushed before him and said, "Come to your senses." He immediately raised the armor barrier to protect them, just as the barrier began to form. A pack crashed into him, and the rock wall behind them shattered into a million fragments. Dust and debris once again choked the area. Through the haze, Aula gracefully landed, stood firm with a huge sword in his hands, and waited. Before him, dust and shadows swirled, hiding something. Everything was out of sight. After a tense pause, the divine figures, the doctor and his assistant, climbed out from under the rubble, battered and covered in bruises. The subordinate feverishly asked if everything was all right, "Divine Doctor." The doctor did not answer. His eyes widened. He sighed in shock. Silence fell, for Ola stood there with a great sword on his shoulder waiting for them, and the subordinate sharply stood up and promised to take down Ola himself. Before he could make a move, the voice of the Divine Doctor stopped him in his tracks. Frozen and completely confused, he turned to look at his master. A smile appeared on Alice's lips, but then she felt something and looked back. Below, right at his feet, lay the infant Manhwa, swaddled in diapers, his skin dark as obsidian. Slowly, his golden eyes began to open, his gaze fixed on Ola, meeting the eyes of Manhwa twitched. An involuntary tremor passed through his entire body, opened wide. At that moment all his eyes became clouded, became empty and confused. A dead silence fell over the entire area. Piercing, falcon eyes of Manhwa remained fixed on him, reddened. Veins appeared before Allah's eyes, and he found himself completely paralyzed. Realized. Manhwa's gaze still burned with predatory intensity. The corner of the infant's mouth twitched, and a long bee slowly escaped from it. Exhaled directly on Allah. The Divine Doctor watched in horror, recognized. It happened immediately. It was the breath of the cursed. Ola was completely frozen in place, forced to stand and endure the attack. The moment when the spectral breath touched him, and his eyes suddenly opened wide. In a moment. Instantly the pupils rolled back and became completely white, as if his consciousness had faded. Then a network of crimson vessels flared up. An expression appeared on his face, his strength left him, and he began to lean forward, falling. But at that very moment his heart began to beat wildly in his chest, as if fighting the curse. The great sword of Aula crashed down, biting into the ground and supporting his exhausted body. It was. The only thing that kept him from completely collapsing was that something changed in his eyes. Seeing this, even Manhwa looked agitated. Stereo watched tensely as all the gazes became increasingly cruel. Blades aimed at the baby. Manhwa realized that something was seriously wrong. It was already too late. Ola's hand suddenly lunged and grabbed his head. Barely getting to his feet, he lifted the baby into the air as the crimson. Veins from the eyes spread and formed a bloody mask all over the face. In his grip, Manhwa could not resist at all. It was then that, behind the baby, the ground stirred, and instantly a figure appeared, grabbing Manhwa and simultaneously delivering a strong palm strike. Right in Allah's chest, the unexpected blow threw him back. He was completely unprepared. And so, Manhwa barely avoided death. A look of complete surprise appeared on Ola's face. His body fell like a kite with a broken string. Below, a crowd of insatiable zombies waited like hungry tigers. Seeing Ola's fall, they went into a rage, and as expected, he landed right in. Finding themselves in the middle of a crowd of undead, they rushed forward without hesitation to tear it apart, while all the others remained completely motionless. They did what they wanted. His body, flesh and blood itself, were cruelly torn apart, and the heart in his chest began to beat strongly again. Even stronger, and then there was a powerful explosion that threw back the wave of zombies. From inside the bloody fog, his entire body slowly rose. The state was terribly extreme, his body covered with wounds so deep that bone was visible from the cliff above the divine healer. I looked in disbelief, thinking this was impossible. That guy clearly inhaled Wraith Chai, but he is not dead. In fact, he became even stronger than before. His gaze sharpened and focused on the boy's body, especially on the heart in his chest. Longer. The more he looked, the more he trembled. It was strange that his heart was still beating. Suddenly the wounds on Allah's body began to heal, healing so fast that it was visible to the naked eye. In a moment, all injuries disappeared. his mighty body was restored. The aura emanating from Allah changed. The divine healer stood tensely. It was very intense. I was covered in cold sweat, and I thought this seemed like deadly energy. It does not affect him at all, and moreover, he can reboot the body. That stopped working, even restoring entire layers of flesh that were destroyed. Wait a second, maybe he was just different then. Zombies rushed at him from behind. One grabbed Aula, and the rest of the horde quickly attacked him again. At that moment, the divine doctor suddenly seemed to realize that the heart of that boy was the heart of the god of destruction, Asura. Meanwhile, the zombies were still advancing. Hungry tigers, and suddenly a talisman appeared, hitting one of them on the head. Immediately the group of undead was completely destroyed. The leader himself intervened, who finally caught up. His condition was also bad. He was breathing heavily. But there was no time to worry about himself. His eyes quickly focused on Allah, who, in the heat of the furious battle, seeing Allah's current state, the leader felt a chill down his spine. This is bad. What is happening here? Is the boy completely under the control of this power? Blood-red energy tentacles burst from all his positions and from none. Even being mindless, zombies could withstand his destructive power. They began to tremble before this overwhelming power. However, the horde showed no signs of fatigue. In a moment, it launched an attack. On the cliff, the divine doctor did not go. He stayed. He remained silently observing. Below, Asura was locked up again. In the fight with the horde, his demonic figure moved like a blurred spot. He struck with his claws and released another powerful shockwave that splattered blood everywhere. The attack destroyed many more zombies. The divine Dr. Grimly surveyed the scene from the cliff. That guy's heart is sure. Perhaps this terrible power comes not only from divine might. No one, even if it were true, you, punk, want to change anything. If you haven't been reincarnated into a perfect body, no matter how strong you become, as long as you are made of mortal flesh, your body will always limit you, and compared to them, these undead do not suffer from this at all. Limitations or weaknesses of living beings, immortal beings, controlled, with the sole purpose of destroying any enemy in their path. They resemble a swarm. With ants that can topple an elephant, escaping alive is impossible. As he predicted, despite the fact that the junk was constantly being knocked down, desperately rushed forward, and one of them lunged, biting with its teeth, deep into Allah's hand. In response, he threw back the head with one blow. A strike, but immediately another rushed and clung to his leg. No matter how much Ola fought back, for every one he removed, another appeared. It instantly took its place, clinging to him. Their number constantly grew. Soon the horde completely engulfed him, a literal mountain of Joe. Now he stood where he had been moments ago, but the next moment his strength knocked down the pile. Again and again, Young, it swarmed and scattered like a tide. The divine watched from the cliff. The doctor smiled mockingly. It's hopeless. Fight as much as you want. This is the best you are capable of. For everyone you destroy, 3 will appear. Destroy those 3, and 9 more will attack you. Because of this, they constantly regenerate and do not feel fatigue, and it is unknown what other chiefs might do elsewhere now. I sighed heavily. It was my mistake. My greed crossed the line. Although the king of the underworld had not yet acquired a divine body, he still remains a transcendent, one of the former pillars of the heavenly world. With his current level of power, he would have no chance to resist such existence. I had to act from the very beginning. Even if it meant sacrificing my body, the body would have crumbled to dust. When he drowned in sorrow, the surrounding Zhangshi regenerated again. I cannot describe it. Once I thought that even at the peak of strength this body would not withstand such force. That is why I refused reincarnation. But now, there is no other choice. The enemy chosen by my disciple and whom I will have to face is the king of the afterlife. Zhangshi was quickly surrounded from all sides. Just as lightning split the sky, the king of the underworld. Frightened, he screamed in panic and signaled to 2 divine healers. At that moment, lightning struck the horde of Zhangshi. A dazzling flash of white light exploded. With it, the voice of the leader thundered and echoed in the cave. I do not know if this old body, mine, will withstand this load, but if I fall, none of you will get out of here alive. Then the lightning began incessantly forming arcs, striking the Zhangshi. Cries echoed around. They screamed piercingly in pain, as if they had met their natural predator. It instantly disintegrated into nothing, and this allowed Suri to break free from their hands. Meanwhile, the divine doctor's attention was drawn to the cries of the lord of the dungeon. But the next moment, everyone again turned their heads toward the battlefield. The field was completely stunned. The entire area was now a wasteland. Under the strikes of lightning, the Zhangshi were destroyed one by one and could not recover, while the leader stood in the very center. Like a god of thunder barely withstanding immense pressure, the entire cave was now illuminated by frantic electricity as a terrifying force broke out, scattered in all directions. Tao Tao was still unconscious here. The shock from the battle was so strong that it tore him from sleep. The aftershocks were rushing to his position at incredible speed. The warhorse convulsively tried. Rising on its paws, it fled. Not only the battlefield A2 was being destroyed. Destruction spread everywhere. A whole mountain ridge that was once calm in the dead of night suddenly experienced lightning strikes in the sky. The clouds twisted into a huge vortex and created a storm with divine thunder crashed down with fierce power. Time passed. We were high up, and as if in an instant a month passed. The mountain ridge was a dead wasteland, almost leveled to the ground. A group of people gathered in this deserted place and dispersed to survey the surroundings and assess the situation. On a nearby cliff, someone was lying, Lee, calmly watching the clouds drift by when someone approached from behind. We received a message from the Heavenly Marshal, leader of the Padina Valley. He asks that you come to the Great Wind Pavilion as soon as possible. The boy was still lying there. He stood there completely calm. Why is unknown. Another man shook his head. The young leader sighed and said he was not sure, sir. Lay down your, being the great master of the Heavenly Battle Valley, say why I was called. Hearing this, the man fell silent for a moment and pondered. In a moment he uttered one phrase, that cursed leader of the wild wolf. The young man immediately reminded him to set aside his own feelings. The man in black gathered himself and began to analyze. Perhaps the existence of the wild wolf gang irritates them, and they want to send us to a remote province to get rid of us. No. The young leader was still in another. No need to make them so complicated. The man in black was, you were lost in thought again. A month ago, when you proposed the strike on the 13 main sects of the imperial city did not cause objections in the Heavenly Marshal S Valley. So our Wild Wolves gang began to plan and execute. We were supposed to carry out the attack ourselves, but for some unknown reason, all 13 of those sects along with the imperial capital itself suddenly disappeared. And then, leader, you said that if we had met the Sword G King, we were ordered to show no mercy. Then you led our troops in a large scale, an unprovoked attack on people of a certain gender who remained in the imperial city. The imperial city and its 13 main sects suffered a sudden attack. Apparently, we dealt them a devastating blow, and in that chaos those arrogant fools could not organize a proper defense against our fierce attack. They either fled to save themselves or dropped their weapons and surrendered. The young gang leader asked if you think our success was due to the strategy and intelligence of your respected leader, and the man in black nodded in confirmation. Yes, sir. Of course. After all, a full 10 days have passed since we broke through the sects of the imperial city in a wave, and only after that did the Valley of the Heavenly Marshal finally send its representatives. While they praised the Wild Wolf Gang for our impressive achievements, the stacks of the Heavenly Valley of Martial Arts and the Martial Arts Alliance officially announced they would enter the war against the imperial city with all their might. In other words, they immediately made it clear we will manage on our own from now on. You all can step back now. It was a thinly veiled warning from the faction of the Valley of the Heavenly Marshal. However, our young leader obediently complied, and soon the sects of the imperial city declared that they would withdraw, or at least take a neutral position. And these were not empty words. This became their almost official stance. More time would still be needed to fully. They crushed the opposition, but the course of events has clearly changed now. It is time for this absurd situation to finally be judged, because they don't even consider our role. They ignore and disrespect us. They even despise the imperial city and refuse to recognize our right. They want to unite the kingdom. From their point of view, people like us are just scum and not even worth attention. The youth stood up. I thought that existence is worthy of contempt. I already thought so. But when you said it out loud, it really annoys me. I am already on the edge, and now that damn team from the Valley of the Heavenly Marshal starts causing problems. Perhaps it is worth just wiping them all off the map and becoming the supreme ruler. Write what you think. The man in black immediately interrupted. Your subordinate fully supports this idea, sir. But the young man quickly shook his head. No, it would just leave a worse aftertaste for me. The man in black, then he expressed his thoughts. In this case, the leader is the imperial city. If it really is there, when we find it, Tell me what your next step will be. The young man is down inside. Honestly, before we even start thinking about what to do next, everyone went blind, under the influence of the allure of the so-called treasure of the imperial city. But it seems they do not see the big picture. A place that seemed eternal, like the imperial, is no exception. There are many reasons why the city, along with all its loyal factions, suffered such a tragic and devastating demise, but no one can deny the main one. An important factor was the sudden disappearance of the imperial city and its 13 main sects. So the imperial city and 13 sects just vanished into thin air. Their plans are unknown, and it is unclear where they went. Despite how much I am racking my brains, unable to find a clear answer, and for now everything remains a mystery. It is not very wise to focus only on these trifles exactly when I was struggling with these doubts. I learned about the earthquake in the Valley of the Heavenly Marshal. So I came secretly to investigate. I was brought here not just by vain curiosity. I am here. Since that day I have been following the trail of the imperial city, and it led me right here. If the eyewitness accounts are true, then the imperial city must be buried under all that rubble. The strange phenomena that people saw then, as well as the scale and shape of all this, indicate this is the imperial city. The man in black was puzzled because the city supposedly could move through space, and if it were here, it would have already moved somewhere before this disaster. But the young man shook his head and denied that it was possible. No traces remain when the imperial city appears and disappears. It was a catastrophe, such a huge disaster that the entire imperial capital was imprisoned in such a place. And if someone managed to flawlessly the imperial city and cause a disaster of such scale. Black shuddered. You mean that foreign warrior, the young man? Noted. Exactly. If you look at it from this side, many parts begin to fit together. For example, this explains why affiliated sects are destroyed one after another, but there are still no signs of the 13 main sects or the imperial city. Moreover, the timing of the imperial city. The disappearance almost exactly coincides with the moment when this place was closed. This further confirms my theory. The confrontation between that little monster hunting bounty hunters and the imperial city promises to be thrilling, and I want to see what happens. Beneath the ruins of the imperial city lie hidden secrets. It was then another figure approached and reported to the gentleman that he has the results of his investigation. At these words, the young man's eyes lit up. So, the man quickly reported that besides the main pit and tunnels there was nothing, and by your order we continued digging deeper between the existing passages. But an underground spring broke through. Since it is not possible to move further, the young man must be taken away. Club and disappointment. Shut up. This is definitely not it. Keep digging while you know something. At least something. Another man replied that it was useless. The water was breaking in and did not allow the examination to continue. Then, the frame changes. Wavy green mountains stretch under a deep blue sky. On one of the peaks stands a lonely person and looks, it is none other than Baekhyun Kang. He stands and looks into the distance. Engulfed in memories, he recalled the moment when the leader asked about the loco. 3 months have passed since they left the imperial city. Sighing, he jumps from the summit, looking back, and it all seems like some kind of one long dream. The lord of the imperial city and his followers appear. Before the masters of the Central Plains world, who carried the body of the great bloody master, the leader of the demonic forces, stood the same masters preparing for the final clash with the demonic cult. Using their strange dark arts, thanks to the unparalleled skill of the marshal, they suddenly seized control over the Central Plains. After a short walk on foot, then under the banner of the imperial city, they established a regime of terror, demanding complete loyalty and submission by force. After more than 10 years of their relentless tyranny, the military world of the Central Plains collapsed and lost the ability to resist. Ignore the pleas of the 3 grandmasters. The celestial beings of the Shanyu kingdom finally gathered. Around that time, rumors began to spread about 2 strangers who fought against the imperial city from the day of the declaration. They headed to the imperial city, then disappeared. It was a strange coincidence. The healer with the white face and his companion also vanished without a trace. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, but it also became the beginning of the uprising. It swept through the world of the marshals of the Central Plains. Warriors from sects, allies of the imperial city, panicked due to the disappearance of their leader. Having no strength to resist the uprising, some retreated, while others were forced to. They were completely annihilated. Even when the uprising overwhelmed the leaders of 13 sects, the high masters of the imperial city never appeared. So, the dark era under the rule of the imperial city finally ended after 14 long years. The world of martial arts once again belonged to the people of the Central PL Plains. Reaching the stream, Baekhyun gang cups water in their palms and splashes it upwards. He didn't even notice how he ended up on the bank of the stream. After the cool water clears his head, he once again sinks into contemplation. In this war, the greatest achievement was by the young leader of the Wild Wolves Brigade, Chao Ya Longnam Gyeong Sundae. It turned out he was that fraud. I met him near the carriage, and if there is another chance, I want to propose official apology. But no one knows if our paths will cross again. According to rumors, during the decisive battle near Cheonmok, a conflict broke out. Valley, but I am sure they will handle it themselves, so it's better to just let them sort it out. Let them mind their own business. Thinking again, this is definitely the right decision. But has it really ended, he thinks, looking at his reflection on the surface of the stream. Are the monsters from the Imperial City really? They could have disappeared forever, but they might return and ravage everything again. And what about those two? Maybe there is a rival in the Imperial City involved in his sudden disappearance. It would be foolish to think otherwise, if they managed to. To catch the pale-faced miracle worker, there must be someone pulling the strings. Actually, it's about who and what became the victims. They were on the side of the defeated. It's unlikely they just destroyed each other in a spectacular finale. I have no idea what state they are in, if those are the ones. It is about the fact that everything is possible. Knowing them, they probably just quietly disappeared after the fight ended. But even if the pale divine healer, if he had won, it would have cost very dearly. So he could not intervene in the situation on the Central Plains, and could only watch from the side. Thinking about how they are now and whether they will return soon, he hurried. He slapped himself in the face. I feel like I am drowning because of so much unnecessary worries. He turned back and left. Since I have already left the kingdom of Shandu, I can just rest and travel the world for a year. I am returning, but I am worried that my fears may come true in less than a year. The action shifts to another place. Deep in the forest there is a cave, and inside it stands. In front of the entrance stood a solitary figure. Judging by the appearance, he was clearly not a good one, and that is not all. Behind him stood many others in similar clothes. In the crowd hid an old gray-haired man, none other than the pale-faced divine healer. Behind him stood another man with eyes blazing like a falcon S. One look was enough to understand that they belonged to the king of the world. At the same time, near some lake stood someone. Watching the sunset, this person turned out to be none other than Blake Huxley in the fore. Not far from there, a group of people was moving incredibly fast. The group was led by Nate Cannon. Next to him, Brock Hunter stood frozen in place. Statue. Amidst a pile of fallen bodies stood a single figure looking at the battlefield. This man was undoubtedly Sora.